virtual meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning. I'm going to provide a very shortened review of the protocols for electronic participation in this council meeting. This meeting is being live streamed. In order to ensure that this meeting remains accessible to the public, the meeting will be recessed for 10 minutes if the live stream is interrupted or fails. Staff will work to get the live stream up and running as soon as possible, and we will keep council advised. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand-like icon located to the right of your name in the participant list. Speakers will be determined based on members who have raised their hand using the icon. Voting for this meeting will be conducted verbally. For procedural votes that don't require a recorded vote, the chair or I will call for any objections. If you have an objection, please indicate your name and objection. If no objections are stated, the motion will be deemed to be adopted. For recorded votes, I will call upon each member and will confirm the vote for each member. If you do not respond when called upon to vote, I will call your name a second time. If you do not respond to the second call, you will be recorded as abstaining from the vote, and your vote will count in the negative as a nay vote. If you're leaving the meeting, please send an email to council@peelregion.ca to indicate that you're leaving the meeting. If you leave the meeting for any votes thereafter, you will be marked absent. We'll now commence the meeting with roll call. Mayor Brown?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson?
Here.
Thank you. Mayor Crombie?
I'm present, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jamerla?
Good morning, present.
Thank you. Councillor Dasco?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Dillon?
Good morning.
Thank you. Councillor Downey?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Fonseca?
Good morning, present.
Thank you. Councillor Fortini?
Good morning. I'm here. Present.
Thank you. Councillor Groves?
Good morning, present.
Thank you. Councillor Innes?
Good morning, present.
Thank you. Councillor Kovac?
Good morning, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Mahoney?
Good morning. Present.
Thank you. Councillor McFadden?
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros?
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Paleshi?
Here. Good morning.
Thank you. Councillor Parrish?
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Raz?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Sato? Councillor Sato? I believe I saw her earlier. Councillor Santos?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Sinclair?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Starr?
Present.
Thank you. Mayor Thompson?
Present. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Vicente?
Present.
Thank you. And we have quorum. Back over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And that takes us to our...
Madam Clerk, I'm present as well. Sorry, I missed that. I had my sound down.
Thank you, Councillor
Thank
Sato.
you.
With that, that brings us to our Indigenous land acknowledgement. We would like to begin by acknowledging the land on which we gather and which the region of Peel operates is part of the treaty lands and territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit. For thousands of years, Mississaugas for the peoples who have inhabited this land and have cared for this land. And in particular, we would like to acknowledge the territory of the Anishinaabeg, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and the Ojibwe Chippewa peoples, the land that is home to the Métis, and most recently, the territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, who are direct descendants of the Mississaugas of the Credit. We are grateful to have this opportunity to work on this land, and by doing so, give our respect to its first inhabitants. Okay, with that, Madam Clerk, I now turn to any declarations of conflict of interest. Any conflicts on the part of any of the members? Seeing or hearing none. Approval of the minutes from the June 24 meeting. Do I have a mover and a seconder, Madam Clerk?
I believe I see
Mayor Crombie and I saw Mayor Thompson. All in favor? Are there any opposed of the minutes? Hearing none, the minutes carry. Approval of the agenda. Just one quick point that I do want to make before we go forward with regards to the agenda. I would like to remind our council that in preparation for the 2021 virtual AMO annual conference, staff are hosting a workshop next week on Thursday, July 15, 2021, from 11 to 12 p.m. Staff have sent out the WebEx meeting invitation. I would encourage all members to participate if you are available. Okay, coming back after that with the approval of the agenda, I have a list. Councillor McFadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to add Brad Butt as a member of the Traffic Safety Council for the City of Mississauga to speak to 7.1 on our agenda as a delegate.
And I have him noted here as delegate 8.12, but so noted, and I will take the vote immediately hereafter. Councillor Parrish.
Thank you.
Yes, I have a couple of questions. When I moved 7.1 to be first on the agenda this week, it was to be before the delegations. It doesn't seem like it'll make much sense to do the delegations after the decisions on 7.1. So I would suggest we move the delegations that are related to 7.1 and hear them first. I would also suggest, and I've talked to Patrick O'Connor, that he walk us through the parts of the report that require to be kept in camera by the reasons given to us by the Municipal Act, and any other part of it come out of in camera for the final discussion.
Very good, Councillor Parrish, and I think all of that makes sense, and it was the chair's intention to do exactly that. So item 7.1 will be the first item on our agenda. We will go in camera to get the appropriate background on how we should proceed out of camera. We will then go out of camera, listen to all the delegates on the matter and any questions of clarification there may be. And then between the clerk, myself, and legal, what parts of it can be discussed or debated out of camera, which I think is probably not a whole heck of a lot, but that's to be determined, can be, or we may have to reconvene back in camera. It is also my intention to deal with all of that at the beginning of the meeting so that the matter can be dealt with. I'm also going to give you a heads up, councillors, just in terms of time management. I think it's my intention as well, following all of the other delegates on all other matters after we deal with 7.1, and we've dealt with Dr. Loh's update, that I want to carry on in camera then so we can deal with all of the other important items in camera, so that I sort of get everybody's best energies, if you will, during the morning, if I can put it that way. And then we will carry on with the agenda. So Councillor Parrish, yes, agreed. And I think that is the most appropriate way out of respect to the delegates and having the conversation make sense for everyone. Okay, moving on. I thought I had another hand, but I don't. Does anybody else have a question with regards to the approval of the agenda other than what I've spoken to? If not, then Madam Clerk, if you need a vote for the approval of the agenda as amended.
Mr. Chair, just want to also note that there were two additional items in addition to the request for delegation from Brad Butt. There's also a request to delegate from Andrew Fussner, who's a resident of City of Brampton, regarding the traffic safety on Balmoral Drive involving cameras on school buses. There's also a communication item from Pete Vanderwist regarding an unsolicited proposal for alternative approach to organic waste diversion solution. So we can go ahead and read the motion, and then council can vote to whether they'd like to include those three additional items to the agenda.
And just so I'm clear, one of the two, Mr. Andrew Fussner, he would appear as 813 as a delegate, Brampton resident regarding traffic safety, and the other items just here for information. That is not a delegation as I understand it. Okay, so Madam Clerk, you've outlined the motion as it relates to the approval of our agenda as amended. For the vote, over to you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Just need a mover and a seconder. See Mayor Crombie.
Yeah.
And
I saw Mayor
Thompson.
Thompson as well. Moved by Mayor Crombie, seconded by Mayor Thompson. Madam Clerk.
And are there any objections? Hearing none, that motion carries.
Okay, so with that, we've dealt with the approval of the agenda. Madam Clerk, I now turn to you for our consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So 7.1 we will deal with at the appropriate time. And then Section 8 are the delegations. Section 9 is Dr. Loh's updates. So we'll move down to Section 10, communications. The first item, 10.1, is a correspondence from Christine Massey, dated June 18th, 2021, regarding censorship of Canadian doctors and scientists. Is there consent for this item?
Councillor Parrish, I believe, has a question. Carolyn, we can't hear you.
I have a question right through 10.1 to 10.5. I just want to know what the policy is. This lady is no longer a resident of Peel, and she takes up a lot of time and a lot of paper because I work on a printed sheet. Do we have to keep receiving her communications?
Madam Clerk?
So the agenda is presented to council as in draft, and if council decides that they don't want these items to be added to the agenda, they can determine that, and if so, we would remove them. But we would include it, and regardless of whether she's a resident of the Peel, because it is related to an item on the agenda, which is the COVID update.
Then I would move we receive all these communications this time, and I will be more diligent next time when we approve the agenda in September. Thank you.
Very good. So, Madam Clerk, point noted and well noted, Councillor Parrish. Madam Clerk, but I think, do you still have to continue to run through items 10.1 or 10.5, or do I have consent on 10.1 through to 10.5? Seeing that I have consent, Madam Clerk, back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that brings us to Section 11, which are the staff presentations. We'll deal with those at the appropriate time. Section 12, items related to enterprise programs and services. The first one is 12.1, 2021 Capital Financial Triannual Performance Report, April 30th, 2021. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 12.2, 2021 Operational Financial Triannual Performance Report, April 30th, 2021. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 12.3 Procurement Activity Report, T1 January 1st to April 30th, 2021. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 12.4 Proposed Surplus and Transfer of a Portion of Region-Owned Land located at 2596 Mayfield Road to the Corporation of the Town of Caledon. Town of Caledon, Ward 2. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 12.5, the Peel Art Gallery Museum and Archives Mold Abatement Report. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 12.6, report of the Government Relations Committee for the meeting held on June the 17th, 2021. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 12.7, report of the Diversity, Equity, and Anti-Racism Committee, for the meeting held on June 17th, 2021. Is there consent for this item?
Please hold. It's Councillor Downey.
Councillor Downey, thank you. Moving over to Section 13, Communications. 13.1, Robert Serpe, Executive Director, Regional Municipality of Peel Police Service Board. Correspondence dated June 25th, 2021, providing a copy of the Police Services Board report titled 2021 VCOM Group Annual Report. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 13.2, Laura Hall, Town Clerk and Director of Corporate Services. Correspondence dated June 30th, 2021, providing a copy of the Town of Caledon resolutions and report titled Ward Boundary Review Final Report. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 13.3, Amber Lapointe, City Clerk, City of Port Colborne. Correspondence dated June 25th, 2021, providing a copy of a letter to the Prime Minister and the Premier of Ontario regarding capital gains tax on primary residence. Is there consent for this item? Councillor Sato?
Hold, please. Yeah, if you could hold 13, 3, 4, and 5, they're all on the same item.
Will do, Councillor Sato, thank you. Takes us to 14, items related to public works. 14.1, Lakeview Village Development Update, City of Mississauga, Ward 1. Is there consent for this item?
Hold.
Please.
Councillor Parrish, thank you.
Yeah.
And Dasco, hold it. Put that on hold too, please.
Councillor Daskell, thank you. Section 15, Communications. 15.1, Jim Nardi, Senior Consultant, and Ageria DB Incorporated. Is there consent for this item?
Can I just ask a quick question, Madam Clerk? The communications that get listed here, what's the, just remind me the time deadlines that somebody to get on the list, when do they have to have that into you?
The revised agenda goes out on Monday, so we require them by Mondays before the meeting, so 72 hours, approximately 72 hours before the meeting. If they're received after, then we do present them to council at the approval of the agenda and request for council to decide whether to add them. I believe this item was presented to the last meeting, and council decided not to have it added to the agenda. And that was last.
No, asking for the general procedure. So if somebody asks, they should have it into you, say, by the Friday before the meeting, or I'm sorry, by Monday evening at the latest.
Monday by noon. Monday by noon. Friday would be preferable, but Monday by noon would be the deadline.
I just wanted to get clarification. Thank you.
Thank you.
And could I hold that, please?
15.1, Councillor Parrish?
Yes, please. I just have a quick question.
Okay, thank you. 15.2, Irene Ford, a correspondence dated June 23rd, 2021, regarding the Greater Toronto Area West Corridor. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 15.3, Kathleen Wilson, environmental and climate change advocate regarding the GTA West Corridor. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 15.4, Robert Mankesco, correspondence dated June 23rd, 2021 regarding the GTA West Corridor. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 15.3, Kathleen Dutfield, correspondence dated June 23rd, 2021 regarding the GTA West Corridor. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. Marianne Tate, correspondence dated June 23rd, 2021 regarding a request to stop Highway 413. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. Michelle Mendro, correspondence dated June 23rd, 2021 regarding the GTA West Corridor. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 15.8, Claudio Espinilo, correspondence dated June 25th, 2021 regarding a request to stop Highway 413. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. Moving down to section 18, items related to human services. 18.1, Housing Services 2020 Annual Update. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 18.2, Transform Service, Improve Service Quality and Housing Outcomes at Regional Emergency Shelters. Is there consent for this item? Councillor Parrish. 18.3, Housing Service Transformation, Needs-Based Subsidy Prioritizing Approach and Policy Changes. Or consent for this item?
Hold.
Is that Councillor Starr? My apologies. I'm sorry. Which councillor wanted to hold this report?
Ron Starr.
Councillor Starr. Perfect. Thank you. Section 19, Communications. 19.1. Shauna Danton, Legislative Coordinator, City of Brampton, correspondence dated June 8th, 2021, providing a copy of the City of Brampton recommendation regarding the Housing Brampton Housing Strategy and Action Plan. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 19.2, Ahmed Hussein, Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, correspondence dated June 23rd, 2021, regarding the 2018 to 2019 National Progress Report on Early Learning and Childcare. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 20, items related to planning and growth management. 20.1, report of the Region of Peel Planning and Growth Management Committee for the meeting held on June 17th, 2021. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. The motion under section 23 we will deal with at the appropriate time. Moving down to the in-camera matters. 25.1, June 24th, 2021, Regional Council closed session report. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 25.2, proposed property acquisition, City of Brampton, Ward 6. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 25.3, commencement of expropriation proceedings, the Gore Road reconstruction, Patterson Side Road to south of Highway 9, Town of Caledon, Ward 4. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 24.4, proposed surplus declaration and disposal of a portion of region-owned land, Town of Caledon, Ward 2. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 25.5, proposed surplus declaration and disposal of a portion of region-owned land, City of Mississauga, Ward 1. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 25.6, payment of compensation pursuant to the Expropriations Act, Mayfield Road widening, Airport Road to Coleraine Drive, City of Brampton, Ward 10, and Town of Caledon, Wards 2, 4, and 5. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 25.7, payment of compensation pursuant to the Expropriations Act, Mayfield Road widening, Airport Road to Coleraine Drive, City of Brampton, Ward 10, and Town of Caledon, Wards 2, 4, and 5. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 25.8, Development Charges Appeal Report. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 25.9, Local Municipal Request for Infrastructure Financing. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 25.10, proposed property acquisition in the City of Brampton, Town of Caledon, and City of Mississauga. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. 2511, results of the request for proposal 2019-287P to design, build, and operate and maintain the Peel Renewable Natural Gas Center. Is there consent for Councillor Starr? Thank you. 2512, email from the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing dated June 17th, 2021. Is there consent for this item? Thank you. That brings us to the end of the consent items. Mr. Chair, over to you.
So thank you. With that, that concludes and lists our consent agenda. I now need a mover and a seconder for our consent agenda. I see Councillor Vicente moving it. I see Councillor Starr seconding it. Madam Clerk, over to you for the vote on our consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll begin with Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
Yes.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Demerla? Councillor Demerla? Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini? Councillor Fortini? Councillor Groves?
Yes.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes?
In favor.
Councillor Innes in
This
favor.
is Councillor Damerla. Sorry, I couldn't unmute myself, but I'm present and please count me in as a support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demerla. Councillor Kovac?
In favor.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden?
In favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros?
In favor.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi?
In favor.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish?
Councillor Fortini, sorry.
Councillor Fortini, your vote, please.
Favor. In favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor, thank you. Councillor Parrish?
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor, thank you. Councillor Raz?
In favor.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato?
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos? Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
In favor.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr?
In favor.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson?
In favor.
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Vicente in favor. And the motion carries. Back over to you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
Thank you. And before I go to item 7.1, my apologies on behalf of all of us. I was a little remiss in reading our Indigenous land acknowledgement. I should have also acknowledged that today we preside under the auspices of a new Governor General of Inuit descent here in Canada. And isn't that marvelous? So big shout out on all our behalfs to Mary Simon, our new Governor General of Inuit ancestry. What an honor. So we certainly wish her all the best. And may I say, what a marvelous appointment. So having said that, I now go to the agenda itself. As mentioned, item 7.1 will be dealt with first. Automated School Bus Arm Camera Program, Implementation and Processing Center recommendations. We are going to go in camera to get an update on staff on the parameters of our discussion. I will then come out of camera and proceed with the delegates exactly as listed in order on this subject with the help of the clerk. And I remind all of you, when it was referred from the last meeting, the pending motion I had on the floor, as reminded by the clerk, was from Councillor Downey. So I will acknowledge her first come motion time. So with that, Madam Clerk, I go to you to properly take us into camera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a motion moved by Councillor Vicente, seconded by Councillor Starr. The council proceed in camera to consider a report related to the following: Automated School Bus Stop Arm Camera Program Implementation and Processing Center recommendations. It's position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. And Mr. Chair, if you can just give us a minute for staff to confirm that we are properly in camera. Thank you. Mr. Chair, we are properly back into public session.
Very good. Back in public session, I just want to advise everybody in attendance and our delegates and deputants that will be speaking to item 7.1 that in the interest of open and transparent government, very big issue. So we wanted to make sure we could get as much information to the public in advance of our deliberations for those portions that must be in camera. That is why we are providing a redacted version of what we can share under our bylaws with you. I understand that is being posted so that you can avail yourself of it. We quite rightly have said we should have a 5 or 7 minute break so that you can see that document if you wish, so that you will know what the material points are that we can discuss out of camera. And I'm going to ask the clerk's department or whoever can to give direction to anybody listening in as to how or where they would find that redacted document. So Madam Clerk, to you or staff, if you can just give an outline as to how in the virtual world people can track that down.
Mr. Chair, just wanted to clarify that we would first need to conduct the vote as moved by Councillor Parrish and seconded by Councillor Sato. If that carries, then at that point, we may need additional 5 minutes to have the redacted version of the report posted to the website. So I
Very
wonder if
good.
we
So
could
I've
proceed
outlined
with
our
the vote at
intention.
this time.
I need the vote to achieve that. The motion has been moved. Madam Clerk, for you for that vote to proceed as I have outlined.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The vote or the motion that council will be voting on is that item 7.1 listed as an in-camera matter, which is the automated school bus stop arm camera program implementation and processing center recommendations, that the report as redacted be removed from the in-camera section of the report and be placed on the public agenda. And I believe that's the motion as put forward by Councillor Parrish and seconded by Councillor Sato. And if so, then we can move forward with conducting the vote.
Please proceed.
Yes, thank you. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson.
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie. Mayor Crombie, I believe, had stepped out for a few minutes. Councillor Demerla.
Yes.
Councillor Demerla in favor. Councillor Dasco.
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon.
Yes.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey.
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca.
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini.
In favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves.
Yes.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes.
In favor.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac.
In favor.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney.
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden.
In favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros.
In favor.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi.
In favor.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish.
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz.
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato.
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair.
Yes.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr.
In favor.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson.
In favor.
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente.
In favor.
Councillor Vicente in favor. And the motion carries.
Okay, having properly been constituted, as I outlined earlier, by way of that vote of council, the last piece before we break for 5 to 7 minutes is the direction that the clerk, staff, or anyone can provide as to where the public can obtain the document we've spoken to.
Mr. Chair, the public can go to the www.peelregion.ca website, and there should be a tab for council. And listed on that tab would be agendas, and they would go to the calendar for today's date and be able to pull up the agenda, and attached to the agenda would be the report listed as 7.1 in the redacted form.
Okay, so in the interest and fairness to the delegates and the public at large, so they will know what is before us, I am calling as requested, I'm guessing an 8 or 9 minute recess. It's 10:22 according to my information here. At exactly 10:30, I will proceed with the list of delegates, having made that redacted document public. We stand in recess for about 8 minutes or otherwise to precisely 10:30 to hear from our first delegate on the matter. Thank you. Back in council, it is 10:30, and I now go to my list of listed delegates. And Madam Clerk, I believe, with your assistance, that I jump to the list of those speaking to this matter, the stop arm item. So our first delegate would be 6.8, Jean Soulier, Chief Executive Officer of Bus Patrol. And to Jean and everybody else, I remind you, we have a 5-minute time limit. And to my colleagues, any questions can only be questions of clarification at this time. So with that, Mr. Soulier, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayor Crombie, Mayor Brown, Mayor Thompson, and councilors, thank you for hearing my delegation in support of Peel Region's school bus safety program. That's a pretty special day for me because it's accumulation of almost 6 years of effort. Also, I'm actually from Peel. I grew up in Erin Mills. I went to Saint Jean-Baptiste Elementary School, St. Femi High School. My first job was caddying at Mississauga Golf Country Club. My first house was bought in Heart Lake behind the Brampton Brick. I'd take my kids to Flapjacks in the morning on Sundays for breakfast. So I really am proud that I'm able to participate in making the children of Peel Region safer. This company was actually born in Ontario, the entire idea of Bus Patrol, and working with the consortiums. I worked with the provincial government back in 2016 and 17, Yasser Naqvi, who was the Minister of the Attorney General. I helped craft the legislation that went into effect in 2017, then worked with the Ford government as well, 2018 and 19, up to the point where the regulations were made available in 2020. So the groundwork is now finally available to launch this program. We actually started operations despite this Canadian heritage in America. Montgomery County, Maryland, which despite skepticism became a resounding success, a framework that states across America rely on to launch these programs. I've actually become someone who's highly solicited. A month ago, I was on the phone with Senator Gretchen Whitmer and Senator Mike DeWine, one from Michigan, one from Ohio. Reason I bring them up is one's a really famous Democrat, the other's a really famous Republican. And even in a world as divided as America is today, student safety is a bipartisan issue that everyone cares about. The real reason we've been so successful is because we've taken a holistic safety first approach. That means putting our technology on every single school bus in the communities we serve. That's really important. 80% of the tickets come from 20% of the buses, which are the most highly trafficked areas, but about 100% of the deaths, and that's half a dozen to a dozen a year across North America, happen in rural communities where the speed of travel is much faster and survivability is next to nothing. We don't believe that a child's postal code should determine the level of safety they enjoy. But also, when you have equipment on 100% of the fleet, you also get better data. In fact, it's the only way to objectively prove that these programs work in reducing the dangerous behavior of passing school buses, which happens a lot. Once you have equipment on 100% of the fleet, you also enable beyond enforcement technology, a platform to modernize school buses. Safety is about more than a ticket. Safety is about how you plan your routes more safely, how you train your drivers, how you educate your kids, how you educate the public. And this platform has done that effectively. We've proven reductions in blow-bys by 20 to 30% year over year in every program we serve. Lastly, and I think critically, was this concept of the economics of it. In all the programs we run across North America, Bus Patrol contractually commits to ensuring that no municipal partner is ever in a deficit. It is actually mathematically impossible for any city to incur a loss based on this. 100% of the program, of the revenue to operate this program, and I mean all aspects of it, are exclusively derived from the fine revenue that they generate. What that means is it creates a platform where school consortiums and transportation professionals get all the technology they need to move their children to and from school safely. Law enforcement are able to focus and actually enforce this law through this technology, because it's impossible for them to follow school buses as they travel to and from school every day. Municipal governments get to invest through this partnership and create new revenue streams that they can continue to invest in bettering the community and safety aspects of that community for their citizens. Today, essentially, we're presenting a program that is locking arms. It's locking arms between Bus Patrol, Student Transportation of Peel Region, and the region of Peel. And today you're voting to make Peel Region the student safety hub of Ontario. Today you're voting for child safety. We really, really hope that we get your support in voting for this really important program. I can tell you that in the almost 6 years I've been working with the consortiums of Ontario, we've developed quite an amazing relationship. There are consortiums, 8,000 buses worth, that are watching this and waiting with bated breath to see when Peel is going to be live so that they can raise their hand and participate too. We strongly believe that with your support, we will make Peel Region and Ontario the safest place on earth for kids to travel to and from school. So thank you very much for considering this. Thank you very much for all the hard work that everyone's put in analyzing this program. And I am here to serve in any way that I can. So merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, everyone.
Jean, merci à vous. And right on the 5 minutes, so thank you. I have questions of clarification for you, starting with Councillor Paleshi.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your delegation. John, when I was before the public sector, I was in the private sector, and a big part of our business, I guess, was cash flow. So taking the safety aspect of this and putting it aside, we entered into agreements with our subs to work on some type of like consignment. Consignment was something that at the time we had never looked into, but consignment was something that we were able to build and grow our business. So not having to pay for the things that were on our shelves was a huge thing for businesses to help them with their growth. Is a consignment or what you're kind of referring to with the no deficit? Is that something that you're basically providing all of the communities that you serve?
Absolutely. So the way that it works is Bus Patrol makes all of the investments for all of the capital requirements and operating expenses required to run the program. That means installing the equipment on buses, maintaining that equipment, paying for the data, paying for the software licenses, and then managing all of the human resources that are required. In the communities we serve, even our partners, they require labor. We reimburse that labor with all of our partners. Either on a monthly or quarterly basis. They bill back the program for any expense that they've incurred. And then after all of those expenses are taken care of, paid for by Bus Patrol in the program, then only after that is there any invoices provided from Bus Patrol to the clients. So that's why I said it's actually mathematically impossible for any of our partners to run a deficit. And that's true in every single contract we have.
Thank you for that. And I kind of wish that you had, it started in Peel and started in Canada, and I kind of wish that it kind of grew in Peel in Canada, and we wouldn't be talking about this. But you do have a little bit of, you have some municipalities in the south to our neighbor, the neighbor to our south, and so you have kind of that, base to be able to talk to us and provide us with some of that information. So one of my questions, I guess, is with respect to the municipalities that you are currently down in the south, how many people receive a ticket from one of these cameras doing a blow-by of a school? And then fight it. Do you have? This was one of the questions that we had asked you in the working group. So I really wanted you to be able to provide counselors that weren't in the working group with some of that information as well.
Yeah, no problem. So our on average contestation rates across all of our programs are less than 2%. In Suffolk County, we just launched a program and it's new. So we're bringing these people on. In 90 days, we've issued over 30,000 either warnings or tickets. The total contested tickets so far is something like 400. And that's in the beginning of the program. So as these things go and as citizens become more and more aware, they contest less. And the other part of how we do this is we actually make the video of the car passing the stop school bus available to offenders. They go online when they get the ticket and they see their car passing a stop school bus. 95% of people pay when they watch that video. The other 4% are going to pay within 90 days of doing so, and then anywhere from, call it 2 to 1% will contest. And our win rate in contestation is nearly 100% because of the compelling nature of the evidence we help provide.
Councillor Paleshi, thank you. My next questioner, Councillor Parrish.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for appearing today. Quickly and short answers, please. The school bus cameras form only a small component of the technology fee, while modernizing the inside of the buses and that technology seems to be the lion's share. Is that correct?
No, the lion's share would be in the cost and operating the program. The maintenance, the installation, the data, all of the things that are included. What you're referring to, Councillor Parrish, is the hardware components that are made available to schools, and those hardware components represent less than a ticket worth of revenue per bus per month, and on average these buses generate half a ticket per bus per day. So there are roughly 20 school days in a calendar month, in a school month. That would mean 10 tickets. So our experience is that by providing less than one ticket worth of value to schools in order to get access to their buses and make them active participants in the program, it works.
Okay, thank you. Just short answers, please. In Ontario right now, MTO does not allow private companies to access information on license plates. How do you plan to overcome that?
In working with staff in Peel Region, pardon?
Short answer, please.
All of the implementation design with staff in Peel Region is compliant with provincial law.
Thank you. And I did a little bit of research, and your original company was called Force Multiplier, and it had the same address, same personnel as Bus Control, and it provided the same equipment. You suggest it's impossible to run a deficit, and yet the bankruptcy of the Dallas County School Board was blamed on your equipment. Can you explain that?
Yeah, first of all, we are not Force Multiplier. We bought some of their technology and intellectual property, which we use to build our solutions. We saved those programs from failure, redesigned the entire business model. Dallas County Schools attorneys are references to Bus Patrol. We have been deployed on over 10,000 buses, and each and every one of those jurisdictions and each and every one of those politicians are very well aware of the nature of our program and commend Bus Patrol for not only saving an industry, but also saving children and being leaders in safety and changing how people do this to do it effectively.
Okay, my last question at this time. Would you be willing to do a phased program with just the Bus Patrol arm outside to catch the cars going by without all the internal stuff?
No, our programs are designed in order to create effective, constructive partnerships with student transportation organizations like Stopper. Their needs and our need to access their assets, which they control, are super important to the long-term viability and success of these programs. So we feel that this kind of partnership, it is only fair to give our school transportation professionals access to the tools they need to keep children safe. And like I said, safety is about more than a ticket, Councillor Parrish. It's about how we manage every aspect of student transportation.
And sorry, I said that was my last question, but I still have a minute. There's a lot of sensitivity, particularly in Ontario, to students being photographed or filmed without parental permission. Would you have to have parental permission for every kid on every bus to use the internal camera?
Actually, schools already have policies in place to manage and govern the cameras they currently use in order to keep kids safe on the bus. Bus Patrol does not own that footage. It is school-owned footage. They have their own requirements, which all we do is help them do in an actually safer, more effective way because of the modern technology we use. So they can control access, retention. We're compliant to all privacy laws everywhere we go. We perform privacy impact assessments. All of our technology is cloud enabled, does not run on the public internet. We're using Amazon Web Services, the latest encryption technology, and every person who accesses every component has a username and password and strict governance, which includes multi-factor authentication, which are technologies that typically schools and governments in Canada haven't really accessed yet or had the resources to. So we're actually giving you folks a platform to increase the amount of protection you have around data that's already being created.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. I am 100% behind the cameras on the bus arms. When I was approached about 6 years ago, I was in support of it. And as you said, it's been a long time in coming. Where my concern lies, though, is in the extra items, the extra technology that is being bundled. And I think Councillor Parrish asked one of my questions, can you separate or are you stuck with the bundle? And you said, no, you're stuck with the bundles. Those are items that are not related to road safety, which is our responsibility. And the school boards, of course, have the responsibility for the students, the parents booking their buses, et cetera, which we have nothing to do with, and we shouldn't. It's two separate levels of government. So I see and this is in the redacted report, so I think I can ask this question. You're charging a monthly fee. Can you confirm that any monthly fee that is charged to the municipalities is a technical fee, is strictly for the cameras, that there are absolutely zero charges for any additional technology, and that would be the responsibility of the school boards?
The technology fee is designed to cover all of the technology on the bus. That includes enforcement and beyond enforcement technologies that both.
So in other words, you would be charging the municipalities for technology that we would not have any access to or any responsibility for. Is that correct?
So, and schools would be giving you access to assets that you don't have control over. So
I'm sorry, which asset? Which asset?
The school bus itself.
Oh,
the school bus,
yeah,
because
I realize that, but I guess if the schools, I would hope that the school boards and Stopper, their main concern right now should be the same as us, and that is to ensure. To ensure that anyone that's violating and passing a school bus receives a ticket. I mean, that's the focus here. And I don't want us getting away from that focus. So you answered my question. So if you're saying that you pay for everything out of the fines, then why is there a fee to the municipality? If you're getting everything out of the fines, where does this fee come from?
Well, the fee comes from, there's cost to this hardware that needs to be.
So you're not paying for everything?
No, we are. So the way it works is the program pays for everything. So the program pays for everything. And if I may, Councillor Sato, the program pays for everything. The program exists because Stopper allows the municipality and bus patrol to access its buses. The revenue generated from that program and the technology we provide them is in exchange for their partnership and gives them tools. And if I may, there's aspects to transportation that involve route planning. So if the transportation department knows that a specific stop that they plan is at high risk of being violated by people who pass it and children are crossing, that kind of information is critical to being able to develop a proactive approach to safety. So these stops can then be moved and signage can be posted. And the nature of this is a collaboration, a partnership. And that partnership is giving to schools access to modern technology. If we walk on a school bus today, look around and let's see, does it look any different from the one we walked on when we were kids? No. And these programs enable change. Like the kids in your community, Councillor Sato, are going to be better protected in all aspects.
Okay, so you've answered my question. So my assumption then, and I guess as part of any partnership, would be that Stopper would work with the municipality, with our traffic staff, to determine all bus stop locations and get approval from the municipality, because that's our responsibility, not the school boards. So I guess I'm a little confused, because you've said two different things. First of all, you said that there's no cost. Stopper pays for Bus Patrol pays for everything. And then you said that it comes out of the revenue, but the revenue comes to the municipalities. So in other words, the municipalities get the revenue, And then the municipalities, in effect, are then paying for that additional technology, and Bus Patrol isn't paying for anything. So thank you. No, thank you. That's
point of order.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think in fairness, Jean, just a quick response to that. I'll give you 60 seconds to response. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. There is no cost that are paid for in support of the program that aren't from revenues generated by the program. So in this case, if there was no program, there would be no revenue. What we're suggesting is this is cost neutrality. It's impossible for a municipality to incur a deficit by supporting child safety in their communities.
So can I, Mr. Chair, sorry, could I just follow up on that? So
Go ahead.
if there are no fines, if there is no revenue, then I assume the municipality would not have to pay a monthly fee to Bus Patrol. Is that correct?
If there's not enough ticket revenue to pay for the technology fees during the life of the contract, Bus Patrol writes off that debt, and the municipality is never on the hook for any short.
Is never on the hook. Okay, that was not made very clear. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kovac.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, Jean, just want to thank you for your deputation today. With regard to the cameras on bus arms, and I guess, there's a couple of different ways we could look at it. I heard a couple of the other councillors refer to the bundling, and I think you had referred to it in that way as well, the extra items being bundled like cameras within buses. I would just share, from my end, that would give me pause for concern, as I would imagine it would give many parents out there as well. I mean, I can't speak for them, but I could only imagine knowing people in the way that they think, as well as I believe that I do. I appreciate the fact that you're coming about it from this safety standpoint. You are right. Safety is paramount, the safety of our children. How could we not think in that way? And, the number one priority really should be the protection of our children, the students, their safety. But part of ensuring their safety should be also ensuring their privacy is protected. Privacy is really, it's a part of one's safety. So I guess if I were to put it back to you, and a question would be, if you are, or if you were to receive enough pushback on that point there about having what bundled within cameras on the actual buses, could you go back to the table and look at potentially relieving some of what is currently being bundled within?
Yeah, thanks for your question, Councillor Kovac. I know already, in working with Student Transportation of Peel Region, that they already have policies in place to deploy cameras. They have support from their parent community. They have support from their boards. And the technology stack that has been recommended in this implementation has been approved by Student Transportation of Peel Region and scoped out by them. Bus Patrol is simply delivering the full platform that not only Student Transportation of Peel Region is looking for, but also consortiums from across the province. So by Peel Region adopting this and then offering the program through a processing center, you will also see the benefits of adoption because of the beyond enforcement technology, which you'll find the lion's share of consortiums will want. In Suffolk County, New York, the county put forward a program. 71 independent school districts had to opt in through board resolutions. We got 100% participation, and the number one reason listed in that was beyond enforcement technology provided by the program.
Thank you for sharing that.
Councillor Kovac, thank you. Councillor Starr.
Yeah, actually, John, you've answered a couple of the questions. Thank you. Since we're anticipating a partnership, what liability does a municipality or a city have, if any?
None.
Okay. And as a general question, how many municipalities, or what's the ballpark number, say across, since you're also working in the US, but say in Ontario, how many systems are there in place, camera systems are there in place now?
Councillor Starr, in Ontario, everyone, quite frankly, is waiting for Peel Region to do this. I know people are watching right now for a vote. There isn't a live well, actually, there's one, Mattawa, Ontario. We have our equipment installed. We have equipment installed in Brantford, Ontario, in anticipation of opting into a Peel program. I'm in discussions with over a dozen municipalities. We've had a multitude of motions passed at city councils across the province. I also have a program in Quebec, which will be launching in September across Montreal, Quebec City, Drummondville, Laval, and Gatineau.
John, the question was, how many are operating right now?
Oh, in Ontario, there's two programs that have our equipment. There's Brantford and there's Mattawa.
Okay, that's fine. And I want to tell you that I do appreciate the comments you've made, and I'm in full support, simply because before COVID, when I saw a driver, I stopped for a school bus, and when I saw a driver behind me coming up fast and then go around me with the school lights or the school bus lights flashing, I said, something's got to be done, because you don't know when he was proceeding through, if a child had to run across, it would have been a fatality. And, you know, that's what it's about. It's about safety. And certainly, I think what you folks are doing is good, and hopefully we can get on with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Starr. Appreciate your support.
I believe I have, I hope, some quick questioners for a second time on my list. Councillor Parrish.
I'm curious as to why you keep bringing up the fact that once Peel makes a decision, you're going to get a whole bunch of people falling into place. Can you explain that to me?
Yes, Peel Region and Stopper have been working for years on this program. The regulations were only put in place in 2020. And Peel has taken interest. I mean, back in the day when I was working with Yasser Naqvi, the Mississauga lawyers were at the table with us as we were talking to them about drafting legislation. So it's no secret that Peel Region has wanted for some time to take a leadership role. So as we were talking to the different communities, we were talking to them about what was public, and what was made public by Peel Region over a year ago through Stopper's award was that there was going to be a program. So when Stopper made the award for the program, and all of these consortiums who we've been talking to make sure that we designed a good program said, hey, Peel's launching a program? And we said, yes, and they said, when can we join? And that started the ball rolling of all these different municipalities passing motions to say, hey, we're interested in this.
Well, if I might suggest, then we would be a good loss leader for you. I agree with Councillor Starr, and I agree with all the councillors who are on the committee, that the problem is the cars, if there are a lot of them, which I have no proof that there are, that the cars are whipping by the buses. I don't think we've had a fatality for a kid being hit by a bus getting off a school bus or by a car. We would be a great loss leader for you. And to win over, I would guess, the majority of our council, you should be willing to do the phase 1 program, which takes care of that particular concern first, and then come back in 6 months or a year when you've landed all these other municipalities and talk about doing the insides of the buses. Because I agree with Councillor Kovac, if I had kids on that bus, I wouldn't want just anybody having access to those videos, what time my child gets on the bus, where the bus is out on a country road in Caledon, and who could stop that bus and grab my kids. So I might be a little paranoid. I was one of those helicopter mothers. So if we are so important to you to sell a whole range of these, why would you not be willing to do what you would get probably 100% support from this council for, which is a phase 1, outside cameras, and see how that works, and then come back with phase 2?
And thank you for your question, Councillor. And quite honestly, I just refuse to minimize the level of safety that our programs produce. And even if that would mean losing Ontario, I just simply cannot drop and not honor promises that I make to schools and consortiums and to the community. There's a lot more to safety than a ticket, Councillor Parrish. And
do you think assurances to those other people that are waiting with bated breath to see what Peel does? You've pretty much assured them that Peel is going to join on with this program. What happens if there is a decision today that we won't sign on unless you give us just the phase 1 because you have faith in its ability to work on the part of the problem that we're most concerned about?
I know it's going to work because we've done it on thousands and thousands of buses. I know that if you don't vote for it today, other cities will. And I know that this program launched in the way it was intended, which was to put safety first, is the only way that Bus Patrol will support launching it and using our groundbreaking AI technology to do it like no one else can on Earth. And this is the thing. And I'm faced with this often in my life. And that is to have principles and to hold them and to hold a concept dear and to really make this program what it's designed to be. It needs to be a safety enabler, a tool to modernize school fleets, and a way to keep kids safe in all aspects of transportation. And I am honestly prepared to lose contracts if those people don't see safety in the same holistic lens that we do. And
if you were to lose this contract and we could sit back as a region that's going to be investing a great deal of money into this, whether you want to admit it or not, you talk about a profit model of revenue splitting. So there's going to be a cost to us. We know that. So if we were willing to sit back and watch you sign all these other contracts first, look at their data and invite you back to present again, would that not be a better decision on our part?
I don't think so, because Peel Region can take a step forward in student safety and become a hub for the entire province. You can
months till you sign up all these other guys and see how it's working.
Respectfully,
yeah, Councillor Parrish, I'm going to say it was asked. And I think you're getting into negotiations now, so I'm going to consider that asked and answered, and I'm going to move along. Councillor Sado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question, actually 2 questions, sorry, that came up. First of all, you mentioned, John, 2 municipalities where your technology currently is on the buses. How long have they been operating and what have the results been?
Well, currently we're not ticketing on any of those buses. They're using our technology in order to do pilots and to just measure violations. In Mattawa, on the 19 buses, there's only been like 2 violations, which kind of goes to the point, right? We're deploying, and the reason we deployed in Mattawa, quite honestly, is because the Ranger family has been begging the province for 20 years.
Okay, no, that's fine. I just wanted to know what data came out. Mr. Chair, could I ask a question of staff? Perhaps Keely can answer this. Jean mentioned when I asked about the monthly fee, you said that if there were no violations, or if there were a small number of violations, that there would then be no monthly fee. I wonder if Keely could speak to that, please, from staff's perspective.
Through to the Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the councillor. To this point in time, the negotiations with Bus Patrol have not reflected that fact. So we have the contracts that have been negotiated to this point in time reflect municipal costs. Perhaps the cost for the technology is covered off through the fine revenue. However, the court costs are not covered off. And I'll just add on to that, the court costs are related to the appeal rate. Mr. Soulier has noted the appeal rates that he's basing it on to be around the range of 2%. However, Peel has based the appeal rate on our existing automated enforcement programs, such as the red light camera. And that program shows us 60 to 80%, depending on the municipality, appeal rates, which certainly increases the costs.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. That was my last question.
Thank you. Councillor McFadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's just a question of clarification to the delegate. Can you tell me, in the summertime, when the school buses are being used for day camps and extracurricular activities, and they're leased through Stopper or the bus company, how does that work then with, the protection and the privacy issues at that point?
Yeah, the protection and privacy issues don't change. The only thing that changes is the number of buses that are actually being used. There's still summer school, there's camps, like you mentioned. There's and the law is the law, whether it's school in or out. If a school bus stops and the stop arm is deployed, then vehicles must stop. So nothing changes in the program.
Okay, I just wondered if there was a different set of regulations because it was summer versus in school time. Okay, thank you very much.
My pleasure, Councillor.
Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I wasn't going to come on until that last part. Keely mentioned the rate, and I guess I'll ask Keely. One of the complaints that I get, probably Councillor Downey get more of, but I also get it, is the red light cameras that we have at the intersections. Even the one at Kennedy and Mayfield, when you're approaching Kennedy Road, you stop behind the line, and then you start to pull out to go. You get a ticket, and that's not the first time I've heard that. Those red light cameras are, I guess they're. I personally would fight every single one that I received because I'm stopping at the red light, but they're not as well, I guess they're not as intelligent as they should be. I guess my question then would be to Jean, when is that really comparing apples to apples when we're talking about the red light cameras to the cameras that you're putting with the AI system that you have?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's actually absolutely not apples to apples. The automated enforcement technology used in Ontario is obsolete and antiquated by any standard in America or anywhere else where these programs live. Our AI technology builds really compelling evidence. And just a point of clarification as well, the contract does contemplate the court costs. Municipalities collect all the revenue, and they deduct any expenses, including court costs, from those revenues before any invoices are issued by Bus Patrol. So if there's confusion as to any aspects regarding that, I can say that what I heard Ms. Keeley say is inaccurate.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions for Jean at this time. Thank you for your delegation. My next delegate is Nicole Cedron, parent, regarding safety in school zones. Ms. Cedron?
Hi, good morning. Thank you for allowing me to delegate today on this important topic. I'm here to talk about safety with our most precious resources, our children. I'm a mother to 4, and I've been on parent council since 2001. My children took or take the bus to school. Riding the bus to and from school is a huge part of many students' daily experience. As a parent, I want to ensure that those who travel to school by bus or those who attend field trips are safe and arrival times are clear and communicated to parents. Cameras on buses will protect our hardworking bus drivers. Cameras will also help bus drivers with safety or medical issues that may come up. Cameras on buses can help school admin with addressing student behavior on the bus. Having a bus app on our smartphones to communicate clearly to parents if a bus is delayed or for general ETA for parents is a great thing. I have personally seen and continually see other vehicles passing buses that clearly are stopping to let our children on or off the bus, and this must stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor Paleshi?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Nikki, for your delegation. Nikki, you're a parent of 4. I am a parent of 3. Nikki, how does it make you feel when you see a car blow by the bus with the stop arm out?
It actually freaks me out because there's times that the bus arm's been up and I've met my daughter at the bus stop. She's coming off the bus with her friends and a car just blows by. There's no regard for that arm and those flashing lights don't seem to be important to many people, and they don't see that as a safety factor, and it gives me heart failure, and I've seen kids almost get hit many times.
That's exactly.
Excuse me, the school that my children go to, 98% of the children are bused, and so it's a huge safety issue. And I watch even on the school bus zones, people flying by, hoping that when the lights go on and that arm goes down, that they can pass that bus. I see it continually, and it concerns me greatly.
And we continue to build more and more areas where schools are bus-only schools. It's that heart feeling in your throat that makes you almost just want to cry. My last question, Nikki, for you is, I sign a letter every year at the beginning of the school year to allow for the school to use my children's faces within their own technology. Do you sign those same letters?
Yes, absolutely. And I have no problem signing for cameras on buses. It's a matter of safety. It's just that simple. It's a matter of safety. And I would have no problem signing a form to say that my child is safely on a bus being monitored with cameras. No problem with that.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. And I was remiss in, first of all, Nicole, thank you for your presentation. And I was remiss in not asking for someone to formally move receipt of delegations 8-6 and 8-7. Councillor Fonseca, if you would do that, seconded by Councillor Sado. All those in favor, any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Moving on to delegation 8.8, Tara Breeze, regarding support for the automated school bus arm camera program. Tara, please.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Council. My name is Tara Breeze. I'm a teacher of 19 years with Toronto District School Board, specializing in student success programming. I grew up in rural Caledon. My parents still live in that home. 11 years ago, my husband and I purchased a home on the same street to raise our children. I am speaking today in support of additional measures to ensure student safety on buses. In particular, in support of the installation of dash cam technology that captures vehicle information of those vehicles that do not stop for stop school buses. I am speaking to share the experiences of a family living in rural Caledon whose children take the school bus to and from school each day. When I was young, living in Caledon, I can honestly say that in 14 years of taking the school bus to and from school, it was only passed, well stopped, once or twice. Naively, I thought the same would be true for my children. In 2015, when they aged out of before and after school program at their school, they began taking the school bus to and from school. We learned very quickly that our children are not safe getting on and off the school bus, even with an adult waiting with them. It was clear driver behavior had changed significantly since I was young. After witnessing several incidents of the school bus being fully stopped at the end of our drive and a car passing it, we decided to take action. This action involved reaching out to Councillor Downey and school trustee Stan Cameron. We also contacted Stopper. We were successful in a few areas. We were successful in having a bus stop ahead sign put on our road. During this time, the speed limit was lowered from 80 kilometers to 70 kilometers. We were not successful in arranging curbside pickup for our children's stop. This meant our children would have to continue to cross the road to enter and exit the school bus each and every school day. Our road does not have sidewalks. The solid yellow line dividing the road is barely visible. The shoulder of the road is gravel. Since 2015, we have spent hours with our children reviewing how to wait for the cars to be fully stopped, to not trust the wave of a bus driver's hand, but to ensure that they had eye contact with the drivers. We repositioned a security camera on our home so that it would be pointed to the bus stop. Heaven forbid, the worst happened. We had hoped that the gains we had made would start to reduce the number of times the stop bus was passed outside our home. It didn't take long for us to begin catching on video more vehicles passing the stopped school bus. Similar to someone flooring it to beat a red light, drivers would accelerate to pass, or in other cases, not notice the arm at all and carry on. We would diligently call the police and report each incident. With the location of our camera, we could only see make, model, and color of the vehicles. not enough evidence for the police to investigate further. I would like nothing more than to be able to spend my 5 minutes today showing you video after video of a stopped school bus at the end of our driveway, 2 children eager to get on or off, and a vehicle pass. I am sure I have enough footage to fill the 5 minutes and more. However, as this was shared with the police as evidence, it would not be appropriate to share with you today. In one incident, there was a driver with a vehicle that had the company logo on the side. It also happened that vehicle had GPS. In this case, the police and the employer were not only able to prove who the vehicle belonged to, but also prove who was driving. That driver lost his job. As the years passed, incidents have continued to pile up. We have continued to reach out to Councillor Downey and Trustee Stan Cameron, who have assured us that a larger solution is in the works. After all, this problem is not just at 1711 Old School Road. If you talk to any bus driver, they will tell you that being passed while stopped is so common that some days they are passed dozens of times. Driver behavior has changed. I cannot describe to you the worry each day when our children are getting on and off the school bus. There are times the bus was passed, the driver saw the vehicle coming and didn't open the door. But there are other times when my son can be seen pulling his sister back to avoid being struck by a vehicle. We know our story is not unique. We've talked to lots of people. Some parents are so scared of the safety of the school bus, the cars are lined up for blocks outside our school at the Kiss and Ride, with parents dropping their kids off and picking them up because it is unsafe to enter and exit the school bus. Driver behavior needs to change in a positive way. Similar to speed cameras in school zones and red light cameras at high collision intersections, there needs to be a way for each incident to be logged and followed up. There needs to be a strong deterrent for passing a stopped school bus. And mostly, there needs to be a way to prove the vehicles involved in the incidents. Home security cameras don't cut it. Other areas are beginning to use dash cam technology on buses to add to student safety. It's time Peel followed suit. It's time Peel led the way and set the example for other municipalities. Don't sit back and watch and wait to see what others do. As for our story, with children now at both elementary and high school, and one not yet school age, it means 2 different buses, 2 different bus stops, no guarantee of curbside pickup, and certainly no deterrent for drivers to ensure they stop at the stopped school bus. This last year, we made the very, very difficult decision to move out of our beloved community, to move away from my family to a location with more safety measures in place. If you're unsure if dash cameras are necessary on school buses, talk to a school bus driver. Talk to students who take the bus. Talk to parents who hold their breath each day at the bus pickup and drop-off time. Driver behavior needs to change. You have the opportunity now to start that change in Peel. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. There are no questions, so if I can have receipt from Councillor Downey, seconded by Councillor Fonseca. Any opposed? Seeing none, once again, thank you for your presentation. Next up, I've got Clarissa Lima Randell, resident Region of Peel, regarding the automated school bus stop arm project. Please proceed.
Good morning. Good morning, Council. My name is Clarissa Lima Randall. I am a mother and wife that currently resides in the town of Caledon. I would like to thank you for having me here today so that I can speak in favor of the Stop Arm program. However, I find it unfortunate that I would ever have to delegate in favor of a program that would make the roads safer for our children and hold those people who could hurt children accountable for their actions. I live in a growing, vibrant community where we are raising children, taking care of elderly parents, and doing the best we can in the rigors of life. With living in suburban areas, however, comes challenges. We are in an ever-increasing car-centric culture where people often disregard rules of the road, unfortunately. I have witnessed firsthand on many occasions this complete disregard for road safety. Did you know there are approximately 236,000 students in the region of Peel, with 60,000 students taking home-to-school transportation every day? That is 60,000 children as targets for drivers. That number 60,000 doesn't include moms, dads, or even grandparents who drop their kids off at the school bus. According to provincial statistics, there are approximately 30,000 blow-bys a day on Ontario roads. Take that number in and think about it. 30,000 times there's a potential death of a child or a family member. The current fine for passing a stopped school bus is between $400 and $2,000 with 6 demerit points for your first offense, and between $1,000 to $4,000 with 6 demerit points and possible jail time for subsequent offenses. These are obviously punitive fines. However, these fines mean nothing. In order to get these fines to the perpetrators, the bus driver or witnesses need to report the incident, then show up to court. This creates a huge roadblock in actually having these drivers face any consequences to their potential deadly actions. On April 25th, 2019, well before the emergence of COVID-19, Ontario Transportation Minister Jeff Urick announced legislative changes that would make finding these dangerous drivers easier for you. And what exactly did the Peel Region of Peel do with these abilities? You sat on it and did nothing. Because apparently this is what big government bureaucracy does. You sit and you wait. Waiting for what? I do not know, because the region of Peel was not a leader in the province in this regard. The municipality that was first in the province with installing stop bar cameras was Manitowoc, Ontario. Where is Manitowoc? A small community in northeastern Ontario with a population of 1,900 with a total of 888 homes. Injuries or fatalities in relation to bus transportation mostly involve students crossing the street. One of these fatalities was a boy named Adam Ranger, whose family has spent the last 20 years advocating for the installation of stop bar cameras on school buses. Adam was 5 years old while crossing the street to catch his bus. A driver blatantly disregarded the flashing lights and struck Adam. We have the technology available to us to make things safer for our children and family members. Why is this up for debate? I do not understand. If it comes down to cost, what is the cost of one of your constituents' life worth to you? As a council, it is time to work together. Whatever political differences you have with each other really doesn't have a place when you are discussing the safety of children. If you have an issue with this program, you need to ask yourself as an elected official why exactly you are here and what purpose do you serve if you don't have an interest in protecting the children in your communities. If 1,900 people in rural Ontario can get it, I'm sure 25 of you can. And as I've been listening to what's been going on today, the issue of privacy keeps coming up. In my day job, I am a teacher, and the school board that I work for has every student sign media release forms. And the high school that I work at has high definition cameras that are recording students all day. And the cameras on buses, yes, obviously a privacy issue. But if the coverage is never released to the general public, I'm trying to understand why is this an issue when students have no problem and no regard for anybody's privacy all day and every day. So I'd like to thank you for your time and listening to me speak today. This is a real issue, and I'm hoping that the region of Peel can come to some sort of resolution on this. Thank you.
Clarissa, thank you for your presentation. I have a question, Councillor Parrish.
Yes, thank you for your delegation today, Clarissa. You say you're a teacher in Toronto. Does Toronto have any such?
No, I am a teacher in Peel Region.
Oh, in Peel Region. Thank you. You used the Mattawa example, and I know Mattawa cameras, but they're controlled by the North Bay courts, and the North Bay courts didn't sign on. North Bay didn't sign on. So they haven't been getting a single conviction or a single charge laid out of Mattawa. So I don't know if you're aware of that. Do you have a comment?
Well, I know that the transportation minister changed the laws in 2019 to give the municipalities more, more legislative abilities to fine drivers. I understand that maybe that the region doesn't have the teeth to do this. However, if you were given those abilities, why not do this?
Well, when you say politics shouldn't come into this, it doesn't. This is a regional issue, and there's not a single councillor on this council that doesn't care very much about the safety of the kids. So I want to make that clear to you. But the MOU we have with the Attorney General right now does not permit us to do what the bus company or the gentleman that was here earlier, Bus Patrol. We don't have that ability yet. The legislation hasn't been passed. So we may get a pile of charges, but we're not going to be able to deal with them.
Well, I guess that's unfortunate that why are we here then?
That's a darn good question. Why are we here? Why are we here? We're a year ahead of where we should be. Once that MOU is changed and we get these powers from the Attorney General, we would be quite happy to reconsider the full program. But right now we're asking Bus Patrol if they would just put the arms on the outside of the bus, and at least that would be, we could publicize that, people would understand there's cameras there, and it would slow them down. We don't want to lose a single child in Peel. I was a teacher in Toronto. My kids went to school in Peel, and the implication that we don't work together, we're on party lines or something here is wrong. We do work together on issues of this much importance.
I teach politics in school, and I find I follow regional politics very closely. So I know, okay? And I think that
I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna say asked and answered. Councillor Parrish, if there's no other questions, Councillor Kovac, question for the deputation.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair, and just through you, just a quick thank you to Clarissa for her words, and maybe a question back to her. If she, Clarissa, if you're aware, because I am, of a couple of cases, one in particular, somebody I know very close, very, very close. They have a child in grade 1 and a child in grade 4. And this year we know that students have been taking part virtually in the educating using the Google Classroom platform. It happened on 3 occasions, twice for the students in this grade 4 classroom. This was a Peel school. And once for the student in grade 1 where a hacker got on and was making threatening language. And there was even, there was the question, how did they get on? And 2, were they recording? And what did they do with the recording post that? So I think when we talk about safety and privacy and all of that, I appreciate your comments because it sounds like, there are a lot of positives that combat some of the concerns that maybe do exist. But that would be, one that I would have from a hacking standpoint. You never can know for sure what can happen. So the more that students are potentially filmed increases the chances that somebody we don't want to get hold of that footage can get a hold of that footage. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, well, in my school that I work at, students are recorded all day long in the hallways, and that footage is only for the eyes of the administration when investigating incidents in the building. That footage doesn't go anywhere else.
Thank you. Moving on with my list, Councillor Sato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. And as a parent and a teacher, of course, you're very passionate about the safety of the students. We all are. Most of us have kids, and one of mine rode the school bus, and like you worry every time they leave to go to the bus stop, or making sure that someone's there when they get home and get off the bus and all of that. But I'm curious because I've been to schools where I've been told that not all of the parents have signed releases to allow their children to be photographed. So as a teacher, I'm asking you as a teacher in the school, how do you handle that? If you have a parent that says, no, I do not want my child photographed, and how, I'm not sure I can ask Stopper this later, but what does a parent do, or what does the board do if a parent whose child is riding a school bus says, no, I don't want my kid on any camera?
Well, the school board has students sign a GF25 form at the beginning of the year for media release. If those images are not being released and remain property of the school board or stopper, then I don't know legality. I'm a teacher, but I can't imagine, because the students know when they walk into my building that they are being recorded, and there are visible postings up that say they are being recorded. So I'm assuming, once again, I'm not a lawyer, that if they're walking onto a school bus, there is an understanding that the kids are being recorded.
Okay, and I guess it was unfair asking you. I was just wondering if, as a teacher, what you did of a parent, because the younger children can't sign any agreements to agree to be recorded. They're too young, but do they not allow them on the school bus if the parent doesn't sign the agreement? But I wasn't sure if you knew what the schools did, but I'll ask Stopper that later on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess just a comment and a letter and a question of clarification. Clarissa, you asked through the question of Councillor Parrish, you asked them, why are we here? Well, we are here because we do have the ability to do this. Yes. We do have the ability to put cameras on the buses and charge people that are doing this and change the narrative. We also need further legislation to incorporate this into the AMPS program. And I guess my question of clarification, because it was a member of council that said that we don't have the jurisdiction to do this, is through you, Mr. Chair, to staff. Do we have the ability to currently put cameras on buses and charge people for breaking the law and passing a bus with the camera down? And like we have the ability to put up speed enforcement cameras in school zones and charge people that go over the speed posted?
Through to Patrick O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Paleshi's initial outline was correct, that many of the pieces are in place, but not all as yet. So we do not have the ability to actually proceed with and complete convictions without the assistance at this point of the police. The program envisions a more streamlined system that we can't yet put in place and do need some further authority to finalize.
But we do have the ability to lay charge.
Only with the assistance of the police.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. If there's no other questioners, Carissa, thank you very much for your presentation. Your seat's been moved by Councillor Paleshi, seconded by Councillor Kovac. Any objections? Thank you. That moves us on to 8.10, Deputant Wendy Dobson, General Manager, Student Transportation of Peel, regarding the benefits of automated school bus arm camera program. Wendy.
Good morning and thank you. Through the chair, I'm here today representing Peel District School Board and Dufferin-Peel Catholic District School Board, along with Student Transportation of Peel Region, known as STOPAR. And joining me today is Daniel Del Bianco, Associate Director of Corporate Services for the Dufferin-Peel Catholic District School Board. We are here to highlight the benefits in support of the automated stop arm camera enforcement and the school bus safety technology program. School bus and safety and student safety require ongoing assessment and improvement and is currently a growing issue across Ontario. Student safety needs to include both inside and outside the school bus. Dufferin-Peel Catholic District School Board, Peel District School Board, and STOPAR are very pleased and excited to partner with the Region of Peel on the innovative project of stop arm cameras and school bus safety technology. Our number one priority is student safety, and this project will enhance the overall safety of the school bus while transporting over 68,000 students to and from school each day in Peel Region. The technology equipment included in the full delivery of the program provides enhanced benefits to student safety. First, I'd like to talk about the benefits of the automated stop arm camera enforcement program. Peel Regional Police initiate a 2-week blow-by blitz every year with STOPAR. This process includes a police officer riding the school bus while a second officer follows the bus to capture any stop arm violations over a 2-week period. Although this is greatly appreciated, these violations only capture a few of our 1,450 school bus routes that travel each day and for a very short period of time. During the last blitz in the fall of 2019, there were 118 charges laid on less than 10 school bus routes. Every day, school bus drivers experience an increasing number of motorists driving through their activated lanes and stop arms while loading and unloading students, placing our students at a greater risk. It is a distraction for the driver while trying to identify the make, model, and license plate of the vehicle that blows by the lights and to report to police, and still monitoring student safety in the midst of all of this. StopBar, as mentioned before, can use this data to improve safety and routes by relocating stops where multiple violations occur. The internal school bus cameras. The benefits of the internal school bus cameras will allow StopBar to monitor activity on school buses. This activity can vary from medical, student misconduct incidents to addressing concerns or complaints even about the school bus driver. Camera footage will assist administrators and only administrators when addressing student misconduct or safety concerns while riding the bus. The cameras will minimize the distractions to drivers as a safety enforcement methodology. This will also assist in finding students that may have boarded the incorrect bus or got off at the incorrect stop location. The benefits of GPS on every school bus. GPS will identify if the bus is running on time. It will allow StopBar to audit school bus routes in real time to ensure routes are followed and planned as StopBar has planned them. GPS provides school bus operators accurate information to post if the school bus is late to our parent portal. The GPS also is the data source for our parent app. The GPS data uploads to the parent app and will give an ETA on the arrival of the bus. Parents can see if the bus is on time and know when their child is picked up and dropped off at their designated stop. To talk a little bit more about the parent app, this app will provide parents and guardians and students the ability to track the ETA of their bus. Parents will be able to look up their child's transportation information in one click. It provides a visual map indicating the location of the bus and the timing of which it will arrive at their stop. It is also a sense of security for parents knowing where the bus is when their child is on board. The last piece of equipment is a driver tablet. The benefit of the driver tablet, this internal software will provide the driver turn-by-turn directions to assist existing, new, and spare bus drivers with directions on the runner route that they are performing. This will minimize delays of our school buses. This also includes a software in the back end built in around bus substitution for the tablets. This will allow drivers to select the run and route that they are covering and is directly linked to the GPS, which is directly linked to the parent app, so that the parent app can provide accurate information on the status of the bus. From a provincial lens, as a member of several provincial committees and a member of the Canadian Pupil Transportation Network, industry leaders are very interested in this project that we are working on in Peel Region around school bus safety technology with an invested interest of implementing in other areas, both at a provincial level and nationwide. With the overwhelming safety benefits of this program, as indicated in the letter attached to my delegation, Dufferin-Peel Catholic District School Board, Peel District School Board, and StopBar support and encourage the full implementation of this program as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Wendy, thank you for your presentation. I have questioners. Councillor Sato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here, Wendy.
So I have a couple of questions because you spoke about and you know, at this point, there's no question about the stop arm cameras. I mean, that's a given that we need to have those. My concern is the extra technology that seemed to be something that the boards want and stopper for reasons that are not related to the stop arm cameras. So I have a couple of questions on that. If this technology that you spoke about has been wanted for some time, why have the boards not provided it on the buses? Do you have an answer to that one?
Yes, through the chair. So we do have some of the technology, but we do not have a full implementation of the technology at this point in time. And from a StopBar and school board perspective, at this point, it's about an overall safety aspect. So StopBar and campers provide safety, and so do the technology that we're looking to roll out inside the school bus as well. It's to ensure that our students are safe both inside and outside of the school bus. So right now we have GPS on all of our buses, but they need to be upgraded in order to integrate with the entire program. All the things that I've spoken about today, they all interlink. It's hard to describe and without showing you, but they kind of all talk to one another and need one another in order to become a full safety implementation program.
Okay, and I have no doubt that the extra technology is of great benefit to Stopper and to school boards. I mean, that obviously any technology that you can put on your equipment, on your infrastructure is going to be a benefit. I was just kind of wondering why the boards haven't moved. Someone mentioned earlier why it's taking us so long to do this. So I guess I could say, why is it taking the board so long to put safety technology on the buses? But so if the issue, and I have a great concern over traffic fines paying for technology that are not specifically related to safety on the roads. And our councils at Mississauga and in Peel, every time we have introduced camera technology, that has been very clear that any revenue, that if it's cost neutral, any revenue would go directly back into road safety programs. So in this case, revenue would not go back into road safety programs. It would be a departure. And my concern is losing credibility on our other programs because of that. So if we were, because our intent when we formed the committee 2 years ago, council's intent was to get stop arm cameras on the buses so that we could prevent those drive-bys. And as part of our Vision Zero strategy, that is our safety focus. And that has to be our safety focus because that's where we are responsible, not for bookings and GPS and other things. We need to stick with our responsibility. So if regional council says that we will go, we are fully prepared to cover the cost, deal with whoever, whatever vendor, to put the stop arm cameras on every single bus. And if that was the only thing we were doing, I'd be voting for it today. And then that stopper and the boards could negotiate a separate agreement with the same vendor for the other equipment. And the vendor said earlier that they were willing to pay for that other equipment out of whatever revenue they get. So that could be a separate agreement. Would Stopper be willing to focus with us as a partner with us on the single road safety concern that we all have and deal separately with that additional technology that the school board wants?
Through the chair, so we started this, 18 months ago, these discussions.
Yep.
And part of the discussion was around what the vision of the region of Peel was and the vision of STOPR. And that brought us to the whole student safety vision. Okay. So there was only one option out there that would encompass this entire safety envelope. And that was, again, both inside and outside of the bus. STOPR needs the enforcement on all vehicles in order for it to work because they are interlinked. The whole process is interactive. And as a partnership between both STOPR, the school boards, and the region of Peel, part of the agreement of that partnership is that the benefit of the safety in both aspects, both inside and outside of the school bus. So at this point in time, we would support only a full implementation of the program of the beyond enforcement on all school buses.
So if regional council was to say, we want to put stop arm cameras on all school buses in Peel, we are prepared to work with any vendor, pay for the cost to do that because we want to make sure that the students are safe on our roads in the region of Peel, you would say no, thank you. Is that what I'm hearing? Because if it is, I'm really concerned.
Point of order, Chair. This sounds like a negotiation to me.
No, I'm asking her a question, and I think it's vitally important, Councillor Downey.
I think it's a fair question. If the deputant can answer, please.
Through the chair, Stopper would take it back to governance committee because we report to a governance of both school boards. If that was the only option that was put on the table, Stopper would have to take that back to governance for a final decision.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Moving on with questioners, Councillor Parrish.
Yes, and thank you to Stopper for coming today. It's been very interesting to listen to your presentation. I'm concerned the procurement bylaws for the region are not being followed with this particular procurement. Can you tell me what process you went through and what due diligence you did on Stopper or on Bus Patrol to sort of bring them into the fold and have them sit on the committees with you and have so much input? What is special about them, and how does your procurement process allow you to pick a single vendor?
Through the chair, it wasn't as much about picking a single vendor. We went through our procurement process. So from the working group committee with members from the region of Peel, I was asked that Stopper issue a procurement process for a vendor. So I did so. Through that process, because of the interactions and the interworkings of our transportation software system that we use to plan routes, okay, whatever solution that we had created had to work with that. So we put out a PCAN document, which is a procurement document. It was issued for 15 days of all the things that we required for the interactions and what we were looking for with both the stop arm camera, the internal cameras, the GPS, the parent app, and the tablets. So that was what was put out in the procurement process. It was posted for 15 days publicly for any vendor to have an opportunity to come back and indicate whether or not they were interested. So the procurement process for Peel District School Board, because that's who I issued it through, even though we worked for both Peel and Dufferin Peel, we issued it through Peel District School Board. We followed our procurement process and did as the working group had asked us to do. Bus Patrol came back as the successful vendor through that process, and here we are today.
Were they the successful bidder, or were they the only bidder?
They were the only one that came back with any comment. But the procurement only had to be followed for 15 days, and that was posted publicly for that time.
I got that. So it really is a sole source because of the criteria you put on it, which went well beyond what our working group, our regional committee was asked to do, which was to investigate a bus arm camera process. We did not tell our committee to go and take all the goodies that the school boards wanted. I'm a former chair of the Peel board, and I'm looking at this deal saying, man, if you could get that deal, you've done a really good job, so congratulations. But that's a heck of a lot of responsibility that's being moved to the region that really should be on the shoulders of the school board. All that internal stuff, all that technology. If I were still chair of that board, I'd be very happy with what you pulled off, but it isn't exactly what we charged our committee to do. So if the procurement is that finely tuned, I'm not surprised you only got one. Did the working group that I assume you sat on lay out all these requirements and everybody was fully aware of that's what the procurement request would be?
Through the chair, it was sent back to the working group. They did provide some amendments, and that amendment was posted on the Badingo website, and where the procurement was posted.
Okay, that's interesting. I don't know, and I have to ask Patrick. Am I allowed to refer to a paragraph in the lengthy motion that we had before us last week in reference to Bus Patrol being unwilling or unable to enter an agreement? Am I allowed to ask a question on that?
Patrick?
I would need to seek clarification from clerks as to whether that draft motion is yet in public domain. It remains in camera, I'm being told, and that's also a matter of negotiation. I would prefer to deal with that type of question in camera, Councillor Parrish.
I'm good. I can figure out a way to do this. If at the end of today, it turns out that Bus Patrol Inc. and the region have some discrepancies in what they'd like to see in their contract, would you be willing to reissue an RFP for a different set of rules? Same question Pat asked you, only slightly different.
So I think at this point, like I'm not negotiating for the Stop Arm Camera process. That's up to regional staff to do that negotiation. And I'm not fully apprised of the negotiation that has gone on at that point. I am here to help if any way the region or the working group and the regional staff need any assistance with the vendor, I'm here and happy to help, but I'm not privy to what the current negotiations are.
Okay, and if the lawyers for the region come back and say, what you're asking for, we can't do with the MOU we've got with the Attorney General right now. Have you ever pursued that? Have you asked any questions about that? Has the committee talked to you about the fact that we really can't implement right now, possibly not for a year, what you're asking for?
Through the chair, I've been working very closely with the regional legal team on a draft contract right now, and that has not come up. So I don't want to divulge any more at this point in time because I don't know where my limits are. But at this point in time, I've been working very closely with the Region of Peel's legal team.
Okay, so the Region of Peel's legal team has never expressed a concern to you that we may not be able to fulfill what you want?
No, they have not.
Can I ask the city manager, CAO, Janice Baker, which one of your staff can answer that question? Who's been working closely with the committee? And could you tell me if there's been any sorts of warnings that we're running into an area that the Attorney General may not be able to do an MOU with us on?
Through the CAO?
Actually, I'm going to refer that to Patrick O'Connor, the regional solicitor.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What's happening here really is that legal advice is being proffered to the region's staff team that Stop Arm may not be privy to and is being included in our in-camera report. So that is, again, I think, getting into in-camera subject matter about legal advice as to what's possible, what needs to be done still to complete the negotiation.
Well, I know I'm just supposed to ask questions, but I think it's kind of unfair to have Stopper get their hopes up and think they're in a position to get all the plums that they want for Christmas, and they've not been cautioned, but thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Raz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming today, Wendy. Probably just a little bit of clarification. I think through the working group, we did look at the safety aspect from a holistic perspective. And I know some of my colleagues just think it's about the cameras, but one of the key elements of the technology is the routing. So for example, and it was explained to us as we were working through all of these issues, the routing system, if they find that there's a number of blow-bys in a certain area and they keep on happening in the same area, then Bus Patrol's technology will take a look at that, and they need to talk to each other to say maybe that bus location isn't the right bus location, and then the rerouting occurs. So they all talk and work together. Is that an accurate assessment of what we've been dealing with for the last couple of years?
That's correct. It's all interlinked. Every piece of technology that I've discussed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Downey. Yeah, Councillor Downey, I can't hear you and I've lost your image. You're up if you can hear me. Give it a go.
Yeah. Sorry, through you, Chair. I think my comment's actually more appropriate for in-camera as it's clarification from Patrick.
Okay, thank you. With that, I see no other questioners. Wendy, I'll thank you for your presentation. Receipt's been moved by Councillor Downey and Raz. Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you once again. Moving on, our next step, Unit 811, Stephen Cashmore, regarding the school bus safety issue and motorists disobeying traffic laws. Stephen. Stephen, if you can hear me, I can't hear you. Stephen Cashmore to deputate. Stephen, can you hear me? and I don't see his name on the screen. Perhaps I'll move on to our next deputants, and I'll try Stephen as I double back. So that takes us to Deputant 812, Brad Butt, Mississauga Traffic Safety Council on the automated school bus arm system. Brad, welcome.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you and members of council. So yes, I am appearing before you today as a citizen volunteer member of the Mississauga Traffic Safety Council to comment on the issue around the automated school bus stop arm cameras today. What I would like to do, and I think this will provide probably the best clarification, is simply to read from a letter that the Mississauga Traffic Safety Council sent to the Honorable Caroline Mulroney, Minister of Transportation, on November 19th, 2020, and I'll just read it into the record. The City of Mississauga's Traffic Safety Council wishes to note their support for the implementation of automated school bus stop arm cameras, supporting school buses in the region of Peel. On June 11th, 2020, Regional Council passed Resolution 2020-436 and Resolution 2020-446, which take Vision Zero actions by noting support for the implementation of this technology. On February 20th, 2019, the City of Mississauga Council passed a resolution in support of the province allowing the installation of stop arm cameras on school buses in an effort to protect the safety of children and raise awareness about the laws around school buses. Traffic Safety Council understands that the provincial changes to the Highway Traffic Act to allow municipalities to implement automated bus stop arm cameras. However, we know, and I think it's been noted already today, there still are a few legislative and operational constraints limiting the rollout of this technology. The Traffic Safety Council mandate includes making recommendations to the Council of the City of Mississauga, which are intended to protect students from the dangers of vehicular traffic or related hazards. The School Bus Stop Arm Camera Working Group has estimated that if stop arm cameras are implemented in Peel Region, it could result in 150,000 to 500,000 offences per year. Therefore, by implementing school bus stop arm cameras, this would improve the safety of students and result in increased participation in active transportation to and from school. That concludes the letter. The only other items I would add is I think the members of the Mississauga Traffic Safety Council would certainly say that this is one of the tools in the toolbox to make the ability to go to school and come home from school safer for all. I think stop arm cameras, we would argue, ensure that we have a mechanism to control and to regulate hopefully operators of other vehicles properly respecting flashing lights and of course the stop arms being out and respecting not passing buses throughout the region of Peel, but particularly in school zones where the Traffic Safety Council has responsibility for determining crossing guards and determining other school safety measures for safe ingress and egress from school properties. So having said that, Mr. Chair, we certainly are supportive of this technology. We're supportive of the Region of Peel and our respective area municipalities and school boards moving forward with this technology as soon as possible on buses so we can make sure that student transportation is as safe as is possible for the entire community. Thank you very much.
Brad, thank you. Questions, Councillor Sato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Brad. Can I just get clarification? Did Traffic Safety Council have any discussion at all with regard to other than the bus arm cameras?
Well, sure. At every one of our meetings, we have all kinds of discussions about different safety measures.
No, I'm sorry. I guess I'm not clear. So today we're talking about, I guess, two issues. One is the stop arm cameras that I think we're all in support of. And Traffic Safety Council has, as you stated, and in the letter, Traffic Safety Council referred to the stop arm cameras part of the program. There's the other technology that has been raised today. Has Traffic Safety Council looked at all of that other technology that Stopper is asking for and had any discussion on that additional technology specifically?
There have been presentations on the overall technology. I can't say that Traffic Safety Council specifically passed a resolution or took a position on the holistic package that it looks like is before you today. But there's no doubt that the stop arm camera issue was the most significant item that members of committee dealt with.
Okay, thank you. And of course, that's what we all think too here, that that's the most significant issue and where we started this whole thing from. So thank you. I just want that clarification.
Thank you. If there's no other questioners, I'll ask Councillor Sato and Councillor Fonseca to move receipt of the delegation. Any opposed? That is carried. And I'm advised that Stephen Cashmore is here. Stephen, if you were always there and I missed you, I apologize, but you're back up. Stephen Cashmore regarding school bus safety issue and motorists disobeying traffic laws. Stephen.
Good morning. Yes, thanks for having me, Council. Yeah, I got timed out there somehow or other, so apologize for that. Okay, so my deposition is going to be fairly quick. Of time. So I basically became acutely aware of this situation in April of 2019. I live on Balmoral Drive, fairly close to a school crosswalk, and in particular, on April 11th of 2019, there was a school bus stopped with its red lights going and whatnot. And I witnessed a tow truck go whizzing by this school bus that was clearly stopped. And, you know, it was like something out of a movie. It was crazy. So I phoned the police immediately when I, saw this happen. They said they would respond. I even got the name of the tow truck company. Nonetheless, didn't get. I basically told them the kind of thing had been going on for some time. In 3 and 4 o'clock when I was aware of it, because I would usually get home from work around 3 o'clock. Anyway, I never saw any police presence. On May 13th, I wrote an email to Councilwoman Williams, expressing the situation. She responded to say that she was aware of it from other residents. May 22nd of 2019, I followed up with the police, again, because I became more aware of this. They basically said they were looking into it. I'm telling them, well, I'm kind of doing your job for you. I'm telling you when these incidents are happening, all you need to do is put a patrol car here and you're going to catch some of these characters. So finally, on August 24th of 2020, I received an email from a person called Cindy Ann Lewis from the city of Brampton, saying that they were going to start a traffic study in regards to traffic safety in general. So, that in a nutshell has been my background in all this. Problem is, Balmoral Drive in particular is used as a kind of a shortcut when traffic's heavy up on Queen Street and whatnot. And if I could just read an email that I wrote to Councilwoman Williams on, it would be August 8th, 2020, and it's quote, good afternoon, Councilwoman Williams. Since we corresponded last year, there have been numerous fatalities as a result of dangerous and reckless drivers in Brampton. Only this past June, a young mother and her 3 kids were killed at Torbram and Countryside. Where are the police? They are well funded and very well paid. Is it any wonder citizens are fed up with the police and politicians? There has been zero presence of radar on Balmoral Drive for years. Peel police seem indifferent to performing their duties that, as you well know, they're paid for by the taxpayers. Lawless tow truck drivers and others seem to think there is no speed limit on Balmoral Drive. So it basically goes on to just outline my concerns. I must admit that Councilwoman Williams has been doing an exceptionally good job. She pushed for the speed cameras on Balmoral Drive and around the neighborhood. So she's doing a great job. But I just wanted to just kind of close my comments on that. Again, I got these timelines and whatnot when all this has been going on to my understanding. Thank you.
Stephen, thank you very much for your presentation. If there are no questions, I will ask for receipt of the delegation moved by Councillor Mahoney, seconded by Councillor McFadden. Any opposed? That is carried. Stephen, once again, thank you for your delegation. And last up, I have Delegate 813, Andrew Fussner, Brampton Resident Traffic Safety. Andrew, you're up. Andrew, if you're speaking, I can't hear you. So just confirming my final delegate, 813, Andrew Fussner from Brampton, with regards to this matter in traffic safety. Andrew, can you hear me? If you can, I cannot hear you. Madam
Mr.
Clerk, do you have any more information about Andrew?
Mr. Chair, we've confirmed he's not in the meeting.
Okay, very good. Okay, well then that ends that. Perhaps before we break, the solicitor might like to give us sort of an overlay before we move forward. So first through to Patrick.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. Just before we do move back into in-camera consideration, while we're in public session, any member of the public reading the now released redacted staff report will recognize that the staff recommendation is not about whether to proceed with automated school bus stop arm enforcement, but how to do so. So I think that should be clear and without confusion while we're still in the public session. Also, it's important to note there is a live issue about net financial costs, including the costs of obtaining non-enforcement technology and the possibility of a deficit. I think you heard that issue joined in Keely Dedman's comments and Mr. Soulier's comments about that. The question is not only about whether the program will incur a deficit, but whether municipalities taken in their totality, including the local municipalities, will incur a financial loss when court costs are taken into account. And there needs to be recognition that our local municipalities have responsibility, very large responsibilities, for the costs of maintaining the court system, which is impacted by the enforcement measures associated with this initiative. So I've told staff that they ought not to be getting into the state of negotiations in the public session, but I think that those are important for council's consideration and should be further explored in camera so that you get a good handle on that particular concern. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the opportunity to sum up staff's views coming out of the public session.
Thank you. I'd like to afford our commissioner the same opportunity to sum up in public. Keely, did you have something further, Commissioner Dedman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we have received many questions regarding the report since this item was considered by Council on June 24th, and I can also maybe just touch on a few of the points raised by the delegations. I'll start by stating that the recommendation in the staff report is absolutely supportive of automated school bus cameras. However, it strives to ensure that the program's done in a legally and financially responsible manner. Staff have engaged StopR as a program partner, and we continue to negotiate contract details with them. They've been provided with the same contract and program guide documents as the local municipal staff, with the exception of an external legal opinion. And given that they will receive significant financial gain because of this process, we view them as both a partner and a vendor with whom we're negotiating. StopR, however, is aware that we face, the region and local municipalities are facing significant risks and financial, both financial and otherwise. There's also been some questions in the past that's probably good to bring out in public regarding a previous stop arm pilot that was conducted in Mississauga. And to be clear, neither the region or Mississauga staff were involved in that. We understand that Bus Patrol, who were called Force Multiplier Solutions Canada at the time, together with STOPAR, conducted a small-scale pilot in Mississauga in 2016. It involved 2 bus cameras, which were operated during limited hours for 5 days and 17 days, respectively. And Mr. Soulier, who you heard delegate today, was then president of Force Multiplier, made a presentation to the Mississauga Traffic Council on Traffic Safety Council in May of 2016. In researching larger pilots, such as the one run by the City of Ottawa using 6 school bus cameras over 9 months, we found that the violations were found to be significantly lower than those predicted by Bus Patrol, and that would result in much lower ticket revenue. There's some other points that I will bring up. However, I'll reserve those for our closed session. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And to my council colleagues, this is the last opportunity any of you have for a question or clarification that can appropriately be dealt with in public. So I will go to that list if there are any. The first on my list is Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was looking for the opportunity to, I guess, bring item 7.1 forward. And then also I had to, just listening to a lot of the concerns from last time and this time, I have a proposed amendment, I think, that will help with a lot of the concerns that I've heard. So looking for an opportunity to introduce that amendment as well through you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Paleshi, I will deal with those after we've dealt with in camera, and I've given the appropriate direction on how to proceed out of camera, but duly noted that I will come to you when we deal with in camera after the more fulsome conversation that can take place there. Councillor Downey.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just in regards to the comments on pilots and stats, one of the conversations, and I realize that this is a difficult issue that we've been working on for 2 years, and just for the sake of the members of council that aren't on the working group, Peel Regional Police does offer they do run a blow-by blitz every year. It's a 2-week period that they have officers on buses, and within that 2-week period on 5 buses, they laid 118 charges in a 2-week period. So I think, that is information that the working group, we have that in front of us when we are having these conversations, discussing the matters before us, and those stats are offered by our own police force. So, there's a number of moving parts. So I just wanted to mention that. And then also, I'm not sure publicly though, Patrick, if you can speak to maybe the opportunity for the region to utilize POOs when enforcing the infractions.
Patrick?
The appointment of POOs to enforce the infractions is one of the outstanding steps. The appointment by the province is necessary, and it's one of the boxes that needs to be checked in order to get a full enforcement regime in place.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just curious, because Peel Regional Police has been mentioned, but as would be expected, I think a lot of the violations are on those roads in Caledon, which of course is extremely concerning. But Caledon is not patrolled by Peel Regional Police. So are the OPP a partner as well for the Caledon, for enforcing the violations in Caledon on this agreement?
I don't know who can answer that.
Mr. Chair, I can offer some insight into that. So the staff have had initial conversations with both Peel Regional Police and OPP for Caledon regarding the pilot project, which would involve a limited number of cameras because they would need to process those tickets. It's a significant amount of work that they are not prepared to take on across the entire region at this point in time. However, we've initiated discussions with the pilot stage.
So just to clarify then, because the intent would be that initially until AMPS kicks in, which is just a processing change, then you would require both OPP and Peel Regional Police, if we went to a full program, to handle those tickets. If and you're saying they say they cannot do it at this point in time, so that would mean that any violations would not be able to be processed.
Perhaps I'll start, and Mr. O'Connor can jump in as needed. To be clear, at this point in time, it's not AMPS that's preventing the issuing of the tickets by a provincial offences officer. It's the fact that they have not been, the legislation is not in place for that to happen. Under AMPS, however, the difference would be that the appeals could be processed outside of the court,
Right, it's
so
just
there's
a processing.
There's two different issues there.
So Patrick, can you respond if neither police service has said that they can manage the violations? Do we know that? That's our position.
Well, I would put it in terms that the police have the ability, but may be constrained by their own resources, so that as a practical matter, you can't get very many charges processed, is what the police are effectively telling us.
Okay, thank you. That's I wasn't aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parrish.
It's allowed, but through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask Councillor Downey if she knows, she quoted the police comments on the number of convictions. Do you know how the buses were chosen for that small pilot? I would assume
I do not, but I...
Sorry.
Sorry, Joanna, go ahead. We can just barely hear you. Go ahead, Councillor Downey.
Yeah, I apologize. My signal is struggling. I do not, and I should have asked Wendy that question. If she's still available, she may have better info on that, because it was run through StopR. It's a partnership between PRP and StopR.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's a high incidence area, high traffic area, but if you could find that out for the later discussion, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Starr.
Just a quick point of clarification to Keely. You mentioned, or did I hear it right, that the staff weren't involved in the Mississauga pilot 5 years ago?
Through the chair to Councillor Starr, that is correct. It was completed it was completed by Bus Patrol, at that point called Force Multiplier, and StopR.
Are you sure about that? I thought that staff were involved, and as a matter of fact, I remember something about our legal people being involved. Maybe our Mayor Crombie can remember something about that. I just remember that there was discussion. I just remember in the back of my mind that we all had some points to make about it.
Mayor Crombie, Mayor Crombie, go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Starr. I don't recall at the time. However, I know there was fulsome discussion at the Traffic Safety Committee. So perhaps the members of that committee, I mean, if a report was tabled there, then the staff had access to it and would have commented on it. So those members of that committee, maybe they could comment. I think Councillor Sato is a very engaged member of Traffic Safety Council, and certainly that report would have been tabled.
Okay, it's just that, when you think about things that happened a few years ago, I remember there was discussion on it, and I thought staff were involved. Anyway, maybe we can check that out. Thanks.
You may get an answer here. Next up, Councillor Fonseca.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. And I would have to look back at the timing. However, I believe the first presentation was made to General Committee at the City of Mississauga. As a result of that, we moved a motion because has already been discussed, the infrastructure belongs to the school boards and STOPR. The issuing of tickets falls under the local courts, where police, local municipalities, and also OPP have to be involved, and the court system, as well as we are part of a region. So at that point, we passed a motion to look further into this. The pilot was issued put into play by STOPR. It included the City of Mississauga buses, the Sudbury, the region of Waterloo. I believe at the time we were shown data on as part of the presentation to General Committee, and as a result, we moved a motion that we wanted to collaborate. We needed to collaborate to address this when looking at the safety, student safety in the region of Peel, and the best way to do that would be to form a working group. From there was a presentation done to Traffic Safety Council, and that included the same presentation to General Committee. And I'm not sure if there was a presentation, the same presentation to Road Safety, although I know it was referenced at Road Safety, and included in that was reference to city staff at least being involved in looking at, obviously being involved in the importance of city staff being involved in looking at and working at the table on the working group. So city staff at all lower tiers, Peel Regional Police representatives, representatives from all lower tier court system, regional counselors, representative on the working group, of course, STOPR, and the school board representatives at that time. So I think that was the order of events where we had a presentation at the City of Mississauga. I'm not certain if the same happened at the City of Brampton or the town of Caledon, but it was based on a presentation done to General Committee where we did move a motion that we wanted to be involved, and the best way moving forward would be to collaborate with a working group with all the respective stakeholders.
Okay, thank you. If there are no further, Councillor Fonseca, did you have anything further, or have you concluded? Thank you. So seeing no other members on my list, that concludes the out-of-camera open session process of asking the question. And I think it went quite well. Thanks to all my colleagues for being appropriate yet doing your jobs, and I hope the public appreciates that as well. When we get back from our brief lunch break, the matter before me is still this matter, item 7.1. So we will be going in camera as soon as we get back, which would be 1 o'clock, to conclude the in-camera deliberations on item 7.1. We will then be coming out of camera to carry on with our delegates 8.1 to 8.5. We will then hear from our next delegate, the Medical Officer of Health, to give us our COVID update. We will then go back in camera to conclude the 1 or 2 in-camera items before we continue on with the rest of the agenda. So with that, I'm calling a recess till 1 o'clock promptly, when we will continue on with this deliberation, item 7.1, in camera. Thank you all. Back in session, everyone. Welcome and thank you. Madam Clerk, to make sure you've got us properly back in camera, please, to discuss item 7.1.
Mr. Chair, we just need a mover and seconder for us to move in camera to consider.
So moved by Councillor Parrish, seconded by Councillor Paleshi. Any opposed? Seeing none, we are back in camera to deal with
Mr. Chair, we're back into open session.
Thank you very much. And Madam Clerk, to you first then, a very fulsome conversation. What I wanted to ensure first was, as we said at the end of the last meeting, rather, and what is before me, is the Rash, Downey motion and several amendments from Paleshi as well. So through to the clerk first, before I open it up for discussion and debate, can we be clear on the motions and the amendments before us for the benefit of the audience as well?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I understand, and I also need to seek some clarification, the first, the rules require us to vote on amendments in reverse order. So the first one that I've got is the paragraph in red that begins with, and further that to reinforce Regional Council's requirement. So I guess what I need to confirm is whether Councillor Raz and Councillor Downey will accept this as a friendly amendment. If not, then we would vote on that amendment first. And then there are the two amendments that Councillor Parrish has put forward, as I understand, and that would be to reinstate the paragraph that begins with, and further, that should Bus Patrol Incorporated be unable or unwilling to enter into an agreement, that we would reinstate that paragraph that was previously struck. And then finally, the last one would be that we would insert the term after the term modified bus patrol program model, that we would insert the phrase phase 1 as recommended by staff. So those are the amendments as I understand them. Back over to you, Mr. Chair.
And following all of that, back to the main motion from Raz and Downey, should the amendments fail in whole or in part. Members of council, that is what you have before you. My list of speakers is Councillor Parrish, then Mayor Brown. Councillor Parrish.
Yes, thank you. And in listening to the comment from Mayor Thompson, where he said it's important to get buses on the arms. If prosecution can't take place, then the buses on the arm, or the cameras on the bus arms, are kind of a false sense of security, and it doesn't take the drivers very long to figure out they're not on. Are we speaking to each one separately?
This is your opportunity to speak. Councillor Parrish, speak as you see fit.
Okay. The other pieces that have been included by Bus Patrol may, as several people have said, improve the safety, and we know they should be the responsibility of the school boards and ultimately the province. But the CAO stated it well when she said it's a bonus if it's no extra cost to our taxpayers and our lower tier governments. If we do a part 1 or phase 1 with 30 buses, we have the option to look at how it works, looks at how the technology works, look at how the convictions works, and the rates of conviction. So this is a really good trial for us if we go to phase 1. I am sorry to hear that members of the committee aren't going to support some of these compromises. Sometimes that's what happens when it goes to 24 minds and instead of just 4. And sometimes when you're working closely with the committee, you tend to get pulled into it a little bit. I go back to Mr. whatever his name was, Soulier, when he said the whole world is watching us because they're going to end up signing up a whole bunch of other people. I think the message we're sending from Peel is one of responsibility, that we're not 100% sure this is going to work well. We're not sure that it's not going to cost the lower tier municipalities lots of money. And I think we will come across as these other municipalities as cautious, careful, but willing to look and willing to implement on a small scale. So I fully support all these amendments, especially the word requirement. I think that puts our staff in a much tighter position for negotiations. And I think the phase also addresses the fact that the police may not have enough arms and wheels and brains on the road to be inundated with this. So I think this is an excellent compromise. It takes us away from defying staff because staff has not been supportive of all the original forms. It also respects the work of the 4 people on this committee who have worked hard. And I think this is the best solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Unica. I've reserved my comments until now. I didn't think they belonged in camera, and I believe this is a discussion that should be completely transparent with the public. A few things I wanted to say. One, Mayor Crombie and myself were recipient from a communication this morning from Chief Nish. And he asked us to add to the discussion from the Peel Regional Police end. He wanted us to know that we have a representative along with OPP on the project working group. We support this initiative in principle. It benefits us. Cameras benefit our major collision bureau for investigation of collisions, the enforcement of non-compliance of school bus infractions. And so I just wanted to share that because our police are so busy as it is, and we've got serious challenges with domestic violence, with guns and gangs. I know it's somewhat diminished during COVID, but as we reopen, those same challenges are going to be equally present in our community. And people will say to me, there's a car that went by racing by a school bus, or there's a car that went racing by a school or a rec center. And the reality is the police can't be everywhere. And so the use of technology is a game changer. And I just look at how the photo radar in community safety zones in Brampton, on average, have reduced speeds by 10 kilometers. There's nothing as effective as a big fat ticket. You can put up the warning signs as much as you like, but a financial deterrence changes. It changes how people act. So the sooner we get these up and running, and I was in the provincial legislature when the MPP from Kitchener-Conestoga originally brought up this idea, and it was later adopted by the government. And this tool the province has given us, I believe, will be really helpful. And I don't think we should delay on it. If there is one accident prevented, if there is one driver that changes their behavior in a positive manner by getting this on earlier, then we have to put safety first. And so I'm going to support this. I want to thank the councillors who are involved in the working group for putting so much energy into this. And just the feedback I've got from residents in Brampton, this is an initiative that would be welcomed. I get that no proposal is going to be perfect, but I don't think anyone can say this does not advance public safety. I don't think anyone can say that this doesn't help keep kids safe and keep neighborhoods safe. And so let's get this up and running. No more dithering or delaying. Let's get this new technology put into place as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So thank you to Councillor Parrish for thanking the members of the working group. You're absolutely right, Councillor Parrish. We do get sucked into it, but that's not a negative. We have, and like you just witnessed in camera, we answered a lot of the questions that members had because we've been working on this for 2 years. We've asked the same questions and we've worked through this whole process. I do recognize your amendment to changing the word desire to requirement, and I will take that as a friendly. But I think every member here knows, and they've heard out in public from the vendor and from the school board, that the items in green are contrary to what essentially we want to have. And I just wanted to make that clear out here in public. I will not support the amendments in green. I know that they are contrary. It puts us back at the beginning. It rips up everything that we've done, and it sets us on a completely different path. So I think that in red, you've heard from staff that the words that I've tried to incorporate in this amendment say very loud and clearly to everyone that's involved in this. This is the way we want it. This is the way it's got to get done. This is the way it was promised to us from the beginning. And I have no doubt in my mind that our staff, the vendor, the school board, and council will be in agreement to what will be negotiated in the end, and that is keeping every child in the region of Peel safe from idiot drivers that want to pass buses when the stop arm is down. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Sato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I am so supportive of the stop arm cameras, and I also want to thank the members of council who served on the committee and did the work and asked the questions and brought this forward for us. I mean, my reality is that I did not like the idea of the additional technology being covered by road fines because we've always been extremely careful to be upfront that any revenue from fines for road violations would go back into road safety. But I think I'm accepting the fact that they are going to be part of the program. And while they are not road safety, they are still safety related programs. I would have felt better had the school boards been cost sharing in some of that. But, you know, Councillor Peleshi's amendment to the original motion, the words that are in red, I think makes it very clear that our staff are being given direction to negotiate to what the vendor said today, and that all risk, all costs would be borne by the vendor, that there would be no additional costs, that if the revenue did not come in, that the municipalities would not be liable for any of those costs. And that is the direction that I see that the two red comments are making to staff to go and negotiate that with the vendor that was selected by Stopper. If that does not happen, if the vendor does not agree to the terms that the Region of Peel is putting forward, then staff, I think it's very clear, would not continue to negotiate with the vendor and would come back to council, and we would determine at that point how to move forward. So having said that, the section in gray that is being requested to be put back in, I don't think it actually makes sense to put it back in because it also refers to the process in keeping with the recommendations of the subject in-camera report. And I think some of the suggestions and recommendations in the report are contrary to what is in the motion today. So I think it is a contrary motion, and I'm not really sure, our section, I'm not really sure it's needed because, you know, we asked some of these legal questions in camera, and I think staff know that if they can't negotiate to our satisfaction, that there will not be an agreement with that vendor, and then they'll come back to council. With regard to phasing it, I originally wanted it phased, and I met with staff at the municipality, our city, and at the region to discuss why they want it phasing. The main reason was to get numbers to determine how many we should be putting on the buses going forward. But having heard from staff, and I do know that Peel Regional Police, because I work very closely with them on the Vision Zero Task Force, that Peel Regional Police are very supportive of cameras for all road safety, for all road violations, very much in support. But we also heard that both OPP and Peel Regional Police are restricted in what they can manage. So I think that alone is going to result in a phased program without us having to put a certain number on, that the cameras will be deployed in those areas where they are the most needed right away, and to the degree that the police can process until we get into a system that will not require the police handling those violations. So I think it's going to be a natural phasing, and because of that, I'm not going to support those amendments that are in green. I think it's a given with just the way things are right now that it's going to be phased, and I don't think we need that in there. So I had a lot of concerns when we got the report a couple of weeks ago, and I've had a lot of meetings with staff to get a lot of information. I'm still not satisfied that that all of the additional technology, some of it, yes. I'm not fully satisfied that all of the additional technology should be paid for out of this revenue. I think the school boards should have been providing that before now on their buses if it was required. But going forward, I think this is the only way we're going to get those stop arms on buses that we do not own. And my intent is always for the safety of the kids on the road. And we need to get those stop arms up, and we need to get them activated, as many as possible, as much across the region as possible. So I will be supporting the motion with Councillor Paleshi's. I guess it was a friendly amendment, so it's now part of the motion. But I won't be supporting the green amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what I'm going to say, and I'll take a second crack at it, and thank you, Councillor Parrish, for bringing it. What I was meaning is every kid's safe, and we don't want to create false expectation is where I was wanting to get at. And to me, it's all about keeping our kids safe. And we're all parents here, and I know Councillor Kovac will be at some point, but I think the most important thing is once you're a parent and your children and how important your children are and the value of kids, that they're our future, and we got to do what's right. As Mayor Brown correctly said, the technology is here. This helps the police. This helps us all to do what we need to do. So I'm very supportive of the red, the yellow. I do agree with Councillor Sato. I agree with you on this one that I think the gray is redundant with what's in the red. And the green, I think, is not redundant at this point. And to me, I think we're pecking and choosing on who we're going to keep safe and who we're not. I do believe we just need to get the process rolled into place. The people that want to fight these tickets, okay, but I can guarantee you once they've got one ticket, they'll think twice before they blow a bus again, and that's a big win for all of us. And to me, it's about keeping our community safe, and we're having so few people respecting. Our biggest issue in Caledon right now is people are not stopping at stop signs and having accidents all over the place. And school buses, it's all in. It seems to be in a system. So you know something, if you're not going to adhere to the road, you know the camera's got you. And I really think we need to push this forward. I want to thank the committee for putting the time and the effort into this. I think it's extremely important. I want to thank all of council for not agreeing and having the opinion to make sure we try to get it right. And you know what? I got to tell you, staff has have made a lot of leaps and bounds, even trying to figure out to help us get to a solution today. I know this has sucked up a lot of the time today, but this is very important. This is about keeping our community safe, and this is our responsibility. So I'm going to go forward, but I can't support the green or the gray at this point, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Crombie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to support the motion because it's basically the staff recommendation. I just wanted to say that I don't ever think I've read such an alarming staff report with so many cautions for us before we proceed. I mean, that in itself has to give you pause for concern and say, well, you know, it all sounds good on paper. We all have the same goal, and it's to protect kids and want to keep them safe. But never did we think it could be so complex or so complicated. Something so simple as putting cameras on bus arms, which sounds like a great concept, but we're a little mired in all the legalities, and some of it's legal and some of it's not, and some of it's a little too financially driven and shouldn't be, because we shouldn't be tying those revenues to traffic safety. So much concern, but yet we want to do the right thing. We want to keep the kids safe. So I will support the motion. And I also want to say that I want to thank the committee. They've done a lot of work on this to bring us this far. I'm sure they're a little frustrated today, and I'm sure they were frustrated when they read the staff report, but the staff are there for our benefit. And we always say we trust our staff and we follow their advice because that's why we have them. They're the experts and they don't mislead us. So it really gave me cause for concern after having read that. With respect to the additional technology that will be given, I don't have an issue with that. I think it was actually beneficial, not harmful. And as the others have reported, the police not only support body-worn cameras, but they support the school bus arm cameras as well. It will provide them with a lot of additional information. So with respect to the concerns the staff have raised, I say, we agree. We agree with you. We hear you. Let's do this as we always do in Peel, as we always do in Mississauga, in a limited way. We'll test it, see how it works. Let's see if we can get the agreement we need to move forward, the right agreement, because it will also be the right agreement for everyone else right across Ontario, because they'll always all be in the same position. So of course they're watching what we're doing, because we studied it very closely. We've got the right experts in our staff. We all want to do the right thing, so they will want to mimic whatever agreement we have. So it's very important that we get it right, because we're the first ones out of the gate, the first large region to adopt it. So you know, with respect to the changes, yes, we have to protect ourselves, and we protect ourselves. The bottom of the line is we'll be protecting the kids, and that is what it's all about. So thank you to the group, and a thank you to the staff, because you know, they do care, and they just want to be sure we get this right. Not that we don't want to do it, but we want to get it right. So we'll support it in a very limited way going forward, try and get what was his name, Jean, verbally stated in his deputation. Let's get him to commit that in writing, and then we can proceed. So that's where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parrish.
Thank you. Negotiations, as we all know, are a live activity. And the firmer the position the staff has going into negotiations, the stronger the position is, the more likely guys who say to you, nope, this is the bottom line, I'm not moving, will take another look at it and say, well, it's possible to turn 30 buses into 1,500 buses or whatever the number is. And they might just change their no to a, okay, let's give it a try. The add-in paragraph, I believe, again, builds a stronger position for staff. It also is a nod to the fact that we do procurements quite different than what seems to have been done here. We have a much more open process. And I think the 30 buses or the phase one, I don't want random buses. I think our staff needs to go in there with a number. And I think the vendor needs to know, okay, I'm going to do a really super job. I've got 30 buses and I'm going to put on a good show. The word requirement, and I don't want to be a cynic because I'm at my age been through a lot and seen a lot. They can put that into the contract and then they can go bankrupt, or they can commit felonies and change the name of the company again. Their track record is not great. So I think the word requirement's very good. And I think if they sign and say, yep, we'll honor that, what happens if it doesn't get honored? And who pays that money if they go bankrupt and start in the same office with the same people, a new name? And then somebody's stuck paying those bills, whether it's us or the school board or who it is. So those three amendments work together well. And I think they give our staff a position they can go in there with their boxing gloves on and do a really good job. It sends a message to the company that we're not going to be pushed around, that in fact, we're going to do what's best for the taxpayers. And everybody, there's not a member of council that doesn't agree that we need bus arm cameras. The fact that we're getting the other stuff is a bonus for the school board. I've had a couple of people ask me why we're even doing this, because it should be paid by the province. They're in charge of education and they're in charge of the school board's busing system. But you know what? I agree with those who have said, let's give the whole package a try. But I also believe it should be limited to what our staff has recommended, which is the phase one, 30 buses. And I wish them luck on the negotiations, and you might get a surprise. As long as they keep telling you know what their arms fold. You ever see a little kid? He's got his lower jaw stuck out and his arms folded across his chest. If I can't have chocolate ice cream, I don't want ice cream. And then you give him vanilla and he eats it quite readily. So it's a simple analogy, but I think if you give these fellows an opportunity to go out into the public and say, wow, we got 30 buses as an experiment in Peel, they must be taking us seriously. And we have obviously done a good job convincing them. I think that's what we need to do. And I'm going to hopefully vote for all three of those amendments.
Thank you. Councillor Innes.
Thank you. Thank you to my colleagues for spending the time today on this important issue. I am one of those moms who lives on a truck route, has fully loaded transport trucks going down the road, and have called the OPP numerous times, and many of times they have come out and actually caught people going through the arm, but I've actually had to pull my children back from the roadway before getting onto the bus myself. At 12 years old, my daughter should be able to get on and off the bus safely by herself. That's not a reality where I live, nor is it a reality for most of the residents that I represent, because most of the schools are bused. In fact, some of the schools in my ward that I represent are 100% bused. There are no children that walk to them. There's no sidewalks that even go to the schools. So it's a major safety issue for the residents in our area, in Caledon in particular. And I know that I want to say thank you to Councillor Downey from Caledon, but all the working groups who have worked so diligently on this. Where there's a will, there's a way. I think that we have great staff at the region who have done their responsibility in giving us all of our due diligence to consider. And I think that they'll be able to work through the process to benefit everybody. There is only one taxpayer. It would be great if the province picked up the tab. It would be great if the school board picked up the tab. At the end of the day, there's only one taxpayer, and they're all our children. So if it comes down to we're footing a bit of the bill to make sure that our children are safe, communities that we represent, then that too is our responsibility. So I will support the motion and the amendments presented by, I believe it was Councillor Pleshy. And I look forward to the vote, and I look forward to September when my kids are getting on a bus and those arms are present, and that we're pumping this out to the public, to letting them know that this is what we're doing and that we're taking a leadership role and pushing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Santos.
Call the question, please.
And you were the last speaker on my list, so I think that is appropriate. So with that, the question has been called. Madam Clerk, do I need a vote on the calling of the question?
I don't think there is any additional speakers.
And there were no other speakers, so we were at the conclusion of the conversation. Thank you. So, Madam Clerk, over to you. For my part as chair, without having to rule whether they're for, against, contrary, friendly amendments, I just think we take them in turn as per our procedural bylaw, with the last one coming in first, and I think they cascade accordingly. So, Madam Clerk, over to you to make sure procedurally we're dealing with them in the order that we are supposed to. I just need to reconfirm that each amendment has the appropriate mover and seconder. So clerk, if you will help me out, please, what is the first matter before you? And I need to ensure I have a mover and a seconder.
The first amendment, as I understand, is the two paragraphs that are in red. Again, just to clarify, I'm not sure if Councillor Raz and Downey will accept this as friendly amendments. I wasn't sure that I heard that. So if
yes.
they will,
Madam
they will.
Clerk,
Okay.
We will.
So
okay,
that makes life much easier. So that becomes part of the main motion?
That's correct. So there's no need to vote on that amendment.
Very good.
The next one that I have is to reinsert the paragraph that is currently highlighted in green, and it begins with, and further that should Bus Patrol Incorporated be unable or unwilling to enter into an agreement with the Region of Peel for the modified Bus Patrol Program model. So we're looking at that paragraph, and the first amendment is to reinsert that paragraph into the motion, so we can begin with that vote once we have a mover and a seconder.
Do I have a mover and a seconder for that motion? I see Councillor Parrish. A seconder, please. I see Mayor Crombie. Will you have the motion before you? Madam Clerk, vote over to you.
Mayor Brown?
No.
Mayor Brown opposed. Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
Yes.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Demerla?
Yes.
Councillor Demerla in favor. Councillor Dasco? Councillor Dasco?
Sorry, I'm having problems with my system. No.
Councillor Dasco opposed. Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey?
No.
Councillor Downey opposed. Councillor Fonseca?
No.
Councillor Fonseca opposed. Councillor Fortini? Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
Yes.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes?
No.
Councillor Innes opposed. Councillor Kovac?
Yes.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
No.
Councillor Mahoney opposed. Councillor McFadden? Sorry, Councillor McFadden? Councillor McFadden opposed. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros opposed. Councillor Palashi?
No.
Councillor Palashi opposed. Councillor Parrish?
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
No.
Councillor Raz opposed. Councillor Sato?
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos?
No.
Councillor Santos opposed. Councillor Sinclair?
Yes.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr? Councillor Starr?
Yes.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson?
No.
Mayor Thompson opposed. Councillor Vicente?
No, thank you.
Councillor Vicente opposed.
Aye.
City Clerk, sorry, this is Councillor Medeiros. I had said yes, and you responded as that I opposed, but I said yes.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. I'll correct that to you, voting in favor. Thank you.
We won.
The motion is tied, so therefore it would be lost unless the chair chooses to exercise his right to vote.
Yeah, and on the main motion I would, on amendment I would not, so I would let the motion fail on a tie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the motion is lost.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I was counting the votes. I didn't get a tie.
Oh.
Can we go through that? Can I have a list of who voted which way?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councillors in favor, Councillor Carlson, Mayor Crombie, Councillor Demerla, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Fortini, Councillor Groves, Councillor Kovac, Councillor Medeiros, Councillor Parrish, Councillor Sato, Councillor Sinclair, Councillor Starr. Councillors opposed, Mayor Brown, Councillor Dasco, Councillor Downey, Councillor Fonseca, Councillor Innes, Councillor Mahoney, Councillor McFadden, Councillor Palashi, Councillor Raz, Councillor Santos, Mayor Thompson, Councillor Vicente.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, we're on to the next vote, which I believe is it the final resolution with Councillor Paleshi's matter being added as a friendly amendment. Is that correct?
I believe Councillor Raz and Downey agreed to add that, so we don't have to vote on that request to amend.
So that becomes the main motion before us.
That's correct. However, there is one additional request for an amendment, and as I understand it, that was moved by Councillor Parrish, so we would need a seconder. And as I understand, the amendment is to add after the term modified bus patrol program model, that we would add the phase phase 1 as recommended by staff. So everywhere that term appears in the motion, we would add phase 1 as recommended by staff. So that would be followed by the term.
Councillor Parrish moved that. Do I have a seconder?
Point of order.
I see Mayor Crombie, then I'll come to your point of order. So it is duly before me, moved and seconded. Parrish, Mayor Crombie, Councillor Palashi, your point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since the last amendment just lost, I would speak that this in the green next amendment would be contrary.
Yeah.
Yeah. Madam Clerk, first I'll get some advice from the clerk and our solicitor.
I will defer that to our solicitor.
Yeah. Patrick, does it, because of what has transpired, it is your opinion that, to me, that this would be contrary?
I would respectfully disagree, Mr. Chairman. I think that the vote to reject the reinsertion of the struck out language applies only to the struck out language, and that although that struck out language does include this phrase, it wouldn't be introduced here, but the motion is to reintroduce it everywhere in the motion. This struck out language is no longer in the motion, so the motion could proceed without being contrary.
Thank you. Councillor Demerla?
Yes, Chair, I just wanted some clarification from staff that they're recommending phase one to protect the lower tier municipalities from any potential financial harm, as well as from an operational point of view. In any case, my understanding is that there is no way that all of the various buses in the region of Peel, given our size, will be, brought into, I guess, force at the same time. It would have to be done in a phased manner in any case. So, but this rider is there primarily to ensure that whatever contract is negotiated is actually workable, given that there's some missing pieces in terms of our ability to collect the fee, right? The fines revenue. Is that correct?
Through to staff.
I can try to tackle that, Mr. Chairman. Phase one, as recommended by staff, is actually referring, I think, to the separate staff recommendation, and it involves a hard cap number for phase one on the number of buses, and also does not extend to cover the beyond enforcement technology. So it is, I think, a difference from the sort of practical phasing imperative that might occur as a practical matter as this moves forward.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. I have a lengthening list. Councillor Raz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this motion was brought forward because we didn't agree with the phase one recommendation or the phased in recommendation by staff. So I don't even think they can be within the same motion, and do believe that they're sending contradictory messages. So as the mover of this motion, I would reject all of those green insertions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paleshi?
Mr. Chair, I still agree that this is completely contrary, and I would never support allowing school bus cameras in one area of the region of Peel protecting some children and not allowing it in another area of the region of Peel not protecting those children. I don't know how you make that decision. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. After everybody's spoken, I will let the solicitor have one last shot at it, and then I'll have to decide from there. Councillor Dasko.
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to ask for some clarification here. With or without the green phased approach, the language is still there where there is a requirement for a cost-neutral program, correct or no?
I see nodding, and yes, but if staff could definitively confirm that. I see Councillor Rass is confirming that.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to confirm. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That would be correct.
Yes, and the solicitor has just confirmed same. Thank you. Councillor Fonseca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just Councillor Dasko asked for the clarification, and I echo what Councillor Rass and Councillor Paleshi have said. After a fulsome discussion here today, the green and ongoing work that the working group has done, the green is in contradiction to the motion. So I cannot support that either.
Thank you, Councillor Parrish.
Again, we're kind of sucking and blowing. We've been talking about phasing. And I wouldn't want to be the police department. I wouldn't even want to be the bus arm providers. I wouldn't want to be anybody involved in this. If we all said something vague like, let's try to phase this in. I think we need to have exactly what the staff said, and a rock solid number of 30. We have to have scientific data at the end of it. and we have to have them distributed evenly through the 3 municipalities. And it is conducted as a proper pilot. And that is what the staff has asked for. And this vague notion that we're going to do as many buses as we can, how on earth would anybody be able to do that? I think the phased is exactly implies 30 buses. I don't know if the wording is correct, but what I am suggesting with this is exactly what our staff has told us, and we trust our staff that they'd like to start with 30 buses.
Thank you. Councillor Demerla.
I just wanted to sort of get an answer directly from staff as to Councillor Pellecci is making the point that how do you pick and choose, and shouldn't all kids get the same protection at the same time? And of course, philosophically, I agree with him, but I guess I want to ask staff from a practical point of view, can the region of Peel actually roll it out all at the same time as Councillor Pellecci is asking for? Is that something we have the ability to do?
Through to staff.
Through the chair, the cameras could certainly be installed across the entire fleet. However, it would be limited. The number of cameras that we would be able to turn on at this point in time would be limited by police capacity to issue tickets for any of the violations that occurred from the cameras. So we would have to work with the police to determine what that capacity for processing the tickets would be.
So I guess my follow-up question then is, there seems to be an inherent bottleneck there in terms of police capacity. That said, is there a reason that staff is saying we want to do it in a phased manner and want it in black and white?
And Commissioner Dedman?
Through the chair, yes, the limited capacity from both our court systems as well as the police capacity to process those are part of the reason why staff had recommended the phased approach, which included a number of 30, I believe there was 30 cameras on buses across Peel.
Thank you. So Chair, what I'm hearing is that regardless of all of our collective desire to see the program run as quickly as possible across Peel simultaneously, staff's ability to do that is limited. And regardless of whether we vote in favor or against the phase one as recommended by staff, it is going to get phased in. And based on that, I am going to support staff's request for a phase one, because that's what's going to happen anyway. So, and staff's asking for it, so I'm comfortable with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Daskal.
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to have another point of clarification, if I could. So, just wanted to ask if we went ahead as was, I guess, put forward from the working group, and we had the cameras go on all buses. Capacity would be that they could only be activated, I guess, in a phased approach. Is this still able to be done? Would be my first question. The second question is, would we know what cameras on which buses would be active, or essentially would they be on all buses to provide some level of comfort? I'm a little bit confused just in terms of if they physically go on a bus and then they're turned on, or if they're just on some buses and activated only on some. So if you could just, sorry, if maybe somebody could clarify some of that for me.
I'm first going to go to
because we're also operating on the cost neutrality basis too. So.
Thank you. I'm first going to go to the CAO and we'll go down from there. Madam CAO.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try and tackle the first part of the question, and I think Keely can tackle the second. So the difference between the inherent difference between the phase one staff recommendation and the more fulsome motion that you have in front of you is that the phase one staff recommendation did not include the on-bus technology, the enhanced technology. It was really a test of the camera system and limited to the capacity that we thought could be managed through working with the various police agencies. So there is an inherent conflict between the two. They can't, I tend to agree, they can't live together in the same motion, because the phase 1 staff recommendation was a much more limited rollout, and it really just focused on the enforcement piece. So the dilemma that we're going to have, though, is because of the constraint that we have with police capacity, how is the vendor going to roll this out? Because there's no way even if we are able to get the language that and we're probably talking about stuff that actually might need to be in camera at this point, I'm not sure, but even if we are able to get the language in the negotiation that we have discussed around the risk, the financial risk, how is that going to translate into implementation on the vendor side, given that these other constraints continue to exist and will for at least a period of time, and what impact is that going to have then? Is the vendor going to be willing to put all of the technology out there, including cameras on buses and the or the enhanced technology, knowing that only a certain number of these cameras can be operated? In terms of how we would look at the numbers, maybe that's a question that I can pass to Keely to respond to.
Commissioner?
And sorry, I'm just in terms of what capacity is there, and how would we turn those on, I guess.
Sure. Thanks, Janice. We would certainly work with STOPR and to determine which buses and how those would be turned on. Again, they're one of our negotiating partners in this process. I'll also clarify that we expect that within a certain period of time, as I mentioned, MTO will create those forms, so police ultimately will not have to process them. But the other big constraining factor at this point in time is that any appeals need to be processed through the Provincial Offences Court, and that's where the second capacity constraint comes into it as well. So that was the other reason for staff's recommendation for the phased-in approach. And so with the phased-in approach, it under the current conditions that we are in today, it meets legal requirements as well as ensures the protection of the municipalities financially and reduces the risk to the municipalities.
Okay. Thank you. Carrying on with my list, Councillor Parrish.
As the mover of the amendment, would it simplify things if I said beginning with 30 buses, make it a specific number and take the green out? Let's see how that would read. Implement the modified bus patrol model initially in 30 buses for Appeal Regional Automated School Bus Stop Arm Camera Enforcement Program. What that does is it puts in the added technology that the school boards want, but it also gives you a hard fixed number so that we can plan for it more carefully, and the police can plan for it and the staff can plan for it. So initially for 30 buses. Why do I keep saying 3? Would that fix it, Madam City Manager?
I think that is a term that the vendor would have to then agree to in the negotiations. So, I mean, again, I'm not sure if it helps or not at this stage.
Well, let's say you start with 30 and he comes back and says, I want to start with 50 or it's not worth my while. Then you come back to council and say, they would like the rollout to start with 50. What we're trying to avoid is 1,500.
But I mean, if we can negotiate with the vendor, again, I come back to the red pieces that we inserted. If we can negotiate with the vendor a revenue neutral program, then really at that point, what we would need to do is the vendor would have to essentially negotiate with the various police and court agencies to understand what their capacity is. It may be 30, it might be 50, but let them decide that. I don't know that the region really needs to be the decider on that. I think that needs to be decided by the agencies that are responsible for doing the enforcement, which would be in this case OPP/Peel Regional Police and the courts. So I don't think we need a number in there. I think we need the broader direction, which we do have in the red pieces. Because if, let's say for argument's sake, the vendor did that and they came back and said, we can handle 40, I don't know that we would need to have to come back to council to say, can we add 10 more cameras? So I would rather have some flexibility around that, knowing that we're not going to go beyond square one if in fact we can't get an agreement. So I see, I feel like, I know we're not in camera and I feel like we should be, to be honest, at this stage, because we seem to be going back to some of the negotiating piece, but I'm going to say this anyway, and the clerk can slap my fingers if I step over the line. But you know, I see this rolling out this way. Step one with the vendor is, can we get language to agree to a cost neutral program? And then there's a yes, no. If the answer is yes, okay, now we can talk about the rest of the details. If the answer is no, then at that point we're done and we come back to council and say we couldn't meet your first test, which was cost neutral. So there was really no point in talking about how many cameras we were going to roll out or how many buses we could deploy.
Okay, the point I'm trying to make is I want to reduce this down to a pilot program. Pilot program has parameters. If you're okay with no numbers, I'm okay with no numbers. I don't trust this company. They've already had one failure and they've changed their name and they've come back in full form.
Point of order.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to jump in myself, Councillor Parrish. You're getting back into
ridiculous, Councillor.
We're dealing with the motions, and do you have any further clarification on the motions, Carolyn?
The city manager's happy with that out of there. I'm happy with that out of there. What I was trying to get at was a limited pilot project for a year. But if that's not what the city manager wants, I'm good with that. Good luck.
Thank you. Moving on, Councillor Downey.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out through you, Chair, and this may help some of the conversation, that there is language within the motion that does speak to scaled to match current and evolving court capacity. I truly think that the working group has, we've made a large effort to address all of those concerns and you know, meet those needs as it was the conversation of the working group with OPP, with PRP, with our courts. So that language is there. It does live in the motion, and I think it's widely understood as the working group recognizes that you know, the court capacity is something, a major issue to be considered, and that language is in the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Starr.
I think you know, we're heading in the right direction here, and you know, there's not going to be like 30 or 50 or 100 cameras put out in one day. And once we get, maybe when the negotiations start with the company, as Janice, as the CAO has said, you know, there's direction that we want to see what the results are after 30 or 40, even though you're implementing the whole program. What are the results? And put that in as a package or its own envelope so that we can see almost immediately what's going on. And I think that, you know, it's kind of a hybrid, but during your discussions, Keely, you want to get that data, and I think that's what we were aiming for through the green modification, and it's important to probably get that for us anyway. So why don't we make that as part of the direction?
And I think we'll be voting on that accordingly, Ron, but point made. Councillor Demerla.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just trying to wrap my head around this now. Originally, I think what Councillor Parrish is trying to achieve is protect the taxpayer and the region from unknown consequences because it's a new project and we're pushing the cost neutrality, which may or may not be easy for whoever is the vendor to absorb any losses that occur from that. So I think that's where she's trying to go. But what I'm hearing now from the city manager is you don't really, so there were two reasons why I wanted to support a phased-in approach. One was operational, there are bottlenecks, and two, it sort of limits our downside risk if this was my own money. And I know there's no money directly, but if I was at risk of having to pick up the pieces because the operator couldn't make it work even though they signed the contract, I could see that point. But what I'm now hearing the CAO say, and I want to make sure I understand that correctly, is she's quite comfortable with that green completely removed. Because as I understand it, if we keep the green, then it's inconsistent with the rest of the motion, which asks for bells and whistles plus the camera, while the green is only camera. So can someone just clarify now? Because I want to know, does the CAO or staff prefer to have the phase one as recommended by staff in the motion, or at this point, they're okay with it not being there?
Through to our CAO.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. The challenge is, Councillor Demerla, that the motions, they are different motions. The original amendment, which was proposed to tie back to the staff's recommendation, what staff recommended was a program that was different than the program that we're talking about in this motion, because it was really just a very limited, I'm going to say phased or pilot program, strictly dealing with the cameras. And I don't know, Keely could speak to how they came up with the number. But the reality is the two motions or the two programs are just markedly different. And I think, to clarify the point that I was making about proceeding without the green, I think what we're saying is there are still constraints, even if we go with the full-blown vendor program, which, in its original form is cameras on all buses plus the back office or the modernization technology to be rolled out. That program cannot be turned on in full given the constraints with police and the courts. So my comment was, if the 30 buses is tied to that constraint, then the 30 buses may very well be where we land. But I don't know if it's 30 buses or 40 buses. What I said was, let the vendor determine that in concert with the police and the courts to understand what that capacity is. But maybe Keely can talk again about how we got to 30, and if we do know what the number is that the police and the courts have suggested they can support.
So can I just ask a follow-up question?
I'm going to come right back. I'll ask Keely to answer, then I'll come right back to you, Councillor Demerla. Keely, did you have something further on that point?
Sure, I can advise that the number 30 was selected based on conversations with the local courts. That's the available capacity that they had based on the number of violations that they were expecting and the appeal rate.
Yeah.
So I just want to go to the heart of the issue for me, and I just want the CAO's advice. So one of the reasons I'm very supportive of doing it in a phased manner is I want to make sure that, given we are seeking cost neutrality, given that to get to cost neutrality, you need an assured revenue stream from the fines or the penalties or the tickets, and given that the infrastructure isn't in place fully yet for that revenue stream, there is some risk that even though the vendor signs saying he'll absorb that risk, that if that risk is not absorbed, what is the region and the city of Mississauga's exposure then if all 1,500 have the full bells and whistles technology already installed, and now it turns out that for whatever reason the revenue neutrality is at risk? Then what are the outs for us? I just want to understand that, because that was why I wanted to do the phased approach in addition to, of course, operational constraints.
Well, we are not funding the upfront costs or technology under this agreement. So the vendor, if the vendor guarantees the revenue neutrality that we're talking about, they will have to assess whether they wish to take the risk of deploying all of the technology up front, or whether they want themselves to do it in some kind of a phased fashion. But we're not funding any of the upfront costs. This whole model is based on those being funded by the vendor and then being recovered through the fine revenue. If, because of the constraints that exist with the courts and the police, that fine revenue isn't going to materialize for a period of time, then the vendor will have to take that into consideration in terms of their timing and phasing of the rollout. But that would not be our decision then, that would be their decision. But I see, I'll look to Patrick, but I see if we can get the language that we've talked about again with the red insertion of the red, there should be no financial risk to the region or the local municipalities. We are really asking the vendor to take that risk.
Okay.
If I may, Mr. Chair, just add to that.
Patrick, go ahead.
I do agree that the red language provides the framework for approaching the matter as the CAO has suggested. I think that the language that Councillor Downey pointed to is also helpful in referring to scalability in relation to court capacity. I did suggest that it's possible to have additional language to make that point clear, and I still have that available if it would be helpful. But if there's no further desire to consider additional language, I think that the existing wording does provide a basis for proceeding as Janice has suggested.
Okay.
Thank you, that's really useful. And I think I'd be comfortable either way at this point.
Okay, thank you. Before I go any further, I need a motion to move us past our bylaw time of 3:30. So if I could have a motion moved by Councillor Sato, seconded by Councillor Downey, that we proceed beyond 3:30. Is there anybody opposed? That is carried, and we marshal on. That exhausts my list. Madam Clerk, over to you. What are the remaining motions and/or amendments before you?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to confirm with Councillor Parrish that it's her intent to withdraw her motion to amend, and that's to include the phase one as recommended by staff language.
I'm fine with that.
Thank you, Councillor Parrish. Moving on, Madam Clerk.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Chair, we then have the main motion in front of us as amended, and it's amended by the language that appears in red.
Very good. That is the main motion as moved by, I still believe, Councillor Raz, seconded by Councillor Downey. You have the motion before you. Madam Clerk, over to you for the recorded vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayor Brown?
Sorry, I have a question, Councillor Dillon. To the chair, is this a vote on the amendment or the full motion?
The full motion.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Mayor Brown.
Yes, for a second time.
Mayor Brown in favor. Thank you. Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
Yes.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Demerla?
Yes.
Councillor Demerla in favor. Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini?
In favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
Yes.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes?
In favor.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac?
Yes.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi?
In favor.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish?
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato?
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
Yes.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr? Councillor Starr?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson?
In favor.
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente?
In favor.
Councillor Vicente in favor. And the motion carries. It's unanimous. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you to all. Thank you for a marvelous debate and a lot of attention. Thank you to the committee, and thanks for those that came out today to voice their expressions of interest and concern. Okay, with that, just to be clear, moving on, as I said, we're going to deal with our delegations now, 1 through 5, 8.1 to 8.5. And then, as I said, we want to hear from Dr. Loh at that time, at which time I may call a 5-minute bio break, especially for our friends in the clerk's office that can't walk away from the computer to keep us moving on. Then I want to deal with the in-camera remaining matters and then the balance of the agenda. So with that, I'm on to delegations. Item 8.1, Bindu Shah, Planner 3, City Planning and Design, Planning, Building, and Economic Development, City of Brampton, presenting the City of Brampton Housing and Action Plan. Bindu, please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of Regional Council. My name is Bindu Shah. I'm a policy planner with the City of Brampton's Planning Department. And today I'm here to give you a very high-level update on our new housing strategy called Housing Brampton. And this came about because when we presented the strategy to our council, there was a recommendation that staff also delegate and provide an update to regional council. So that's how we are here today. Next slide, please. So we started working on this in 2018, and the strategy is now endorsed and in place. It basically follows our previously endorsed Brampton 2040 vision. And the mandate is, of course, affordable housing, but also we wanted to look at how we can provide greater housing choices and create complete communities. Next slide, please. So this is a vision that we have formulated with the support of our residents, and we have a Housing Brampton Advisory Committee. This vision follows, like I said, the Brampton 2040 vision, but it also makes it very clear that we want to change the way we have been looking at housing so far. We want diversity, and we also want to be innovative. Next slide, please. This is the structure of the actual strategy document. There are principles, big moves where we want to focus our attention, and a guide to how to reach there, called implementation roadmap. Next slide, please. There are 6 principles that will guide our response to housing needs. They are listed here. We have already begun working on many of these, and they are spread. They are throughout the document. You will find references to these. One important and new one is we want to collaborate more and more with private nonprofits. So that is also a key component of some of our action items. Next slide, please. These are the 4 big moves that we have prioritized over here. We will, under each of these in the document itself, there are a number of action items. Each action item has a number of deliverables with timelines. But this is very high level. These are the 4 big moves. We want to make sure that we look at purpose-built rental housing and incentivize it, encourage it, have the right policies for it, and not just apartments, but various kinds of purpose-built rental housing. We want to make sure that we streamline our process of how to use public land for the kind of housing that is not normally supplied by the market. And we want to increase some options for attainable home ownership. The last one is an in-house item that we want to make sure that we provide clear housing targets to the development industry. And we'll need to work very closely with the regional staff on looking at these targets again.
More boards before they change the name of the company and go.
Can anybody make sure that they're muted if you are not the speaker, please? Bindu, please carry on.
Next slide, please. So as I explained, the implementation roadmap, we have worked very closely with staff, the advisory committee, and also the residents of Brampton. And we have identified a number of things that we could be doing, including these 6 ones that are on the slide. Bringing the community on board has been a bit of a challenge, especially for new housing typologies or affordable housing or medium to high density housing. So we have thought about how best we can start addressing that. Supportive processes, we are going to streamline our review process. We're going to add a couple of new items. We have one called concierge program, which is meant to help nonprofit applications or applications for affordable housing or supportive housing, seniors housing, move a little more easily through the review process. And we also have devised a system of incentives, which I will talk about later. Next slide, please. So the next steps, we will look at implementation through policy, zoning programs, admin processes. As we said, it's a 5-year program with short-term, medium-term, long-term action items identified in there. Next slide, please. Even before the housing strategy was endorsed, we have been working on a number of housing-related initiatives, which will continue. Some of these are listed on the slide over here. Next slide, please. So in the recommendation report, which went to our council, there were a number of recommendations. So these just numbers correspond to that, but at a high level, we want to make sure that we start with first incorporating all the ideas and action items that we have put in Housing Brampton into our ongoing initiatives. Like we are working on an official plan review, so this is the perfect time to include and add all the new policies that will be needed. Zoning bylaw review will follow. Urban design guidelines need to be updated, so we'll make sure all this goes in there, and other secondary plans and plan areas. Next slide, please. We want to make sure also that we look at all the available regulatory tools. Some of them are new, like inclusionary zoning. So we are working collaboratively with the region and with Mississauga and Caledon on coming up with an understanding of what will work throughout the region, but also in Brampton. And we have some consultation planned at the regional level over the summer. We're also looking at community benefit charges, which will be the updated Section 37. And density bonusing, of course, it's possible only till September 2022 or the earlier of that, or the new CBC coming in. Next slide, please. So just showing you where in Brampton, we wanted to depict where inclusionary zoning will be possible. We also have a CPPS, a DPS, which is now called a CPPS, established, and we are planning on establishing a new one called Queen Street Precinct CPPS. So that will kind of expand the options for us to look at inclusionary zoning in those areas. Next slide, please. Again, Section 37 amendments moving from density bonusing to the new community benefit charge. So we are working on looking at a framework for that and starting with a study in Q3 for that. Next slide, please. And just showing some options of community benefits and how affordable housing could be one of them. This is an example of density bonusing, of course, but when the CBC is established, we will still be able to include affordable housing within the list of benefits that we could ask or use that money for. Next slide, please. This is a new approach for Brampton. We are planning to have a citywide CIP for housing, which will provide, which will incentivize the type of housing that we need citywide. We know that the region has just started, embarked upon a very nice incentives program for affordable middle-income housing. This is going to look at market rental housing and also affordable ownership and affordable rental housing, but citywide. And it will support market developers and nonprofits both. So we are just about to start working on this one. Next slide, please. And where will that CIP be applied? It will be all over the city, but we will make sure that it kind of aligns with our goals of where intensification should occur. So all that is going on right now, that work through our Brampton plan, the official plan review. So along with that, and also along with the inclusionary zoning coming in, we'll make sure that we kind of craft our CIP to incentivize exactly the housing that we need in our city in those areas, focused areas. Next slide, please. So these two programs we think we'll start with within the CIP, a DC grant program and a development application fee grant program. So we are still just beginning to start working on the financial analysis of this. So we'll know more what criteria can be formulated. Next slide, please. This is a new idea again, keeping in mind the goal that we want to be innovative and we want to demonstrate innovation. So we have established a capital project for housing. It's meant to support new innovative pilot ideas on a small scale. And we have requested and we've been granted the first budget amendment this year of $4 million. The next, which will be through our 2022 budget process, of course, and we are coming up with implementation guidelines. So throughout the document of the strategy document, there are ideas that we have discussed with our residents, with the developers, with the nonprofits, and those are some of our newer ideas not happened before in Brampton. So we are calling them our pilot ideas, and we will incentivize these nonprofits who want to demonstrate one site with each idea, and that will also become a point of education for our residents, so they understand that okay, this is a new idea that can be implemented. Next slide, please. And we are also wanting to support the region of Peel in their incentives pilot program. So we have asked, we are going to be asking for through our 2022 budget a grant money to stack on top of the region's grants. So if there is a project in Brampton that qualifies for the region's incentive program, we will further support that project with this grant money. Next slide, please. These are some of the ideas that I was talking about that are we deeming them pilot ideas. Next slide, please. This one, non-market housing, we understand the region has a big role to play in there. We want to support the region, but we also need to understand our targets because some of the affordable component in there can also be provided by market developers or nonprofits other than the region, of course. So when we were looking at the targets, we think there is a good chance now that we have our new growth projection numbers, the census will be coming in next year, the data from there. So we can review the existing targets that the region has established in their PHHP and Housing Master Plan to see whether there is a scope of looking at those numbers again, because ultimately these numbers form the basis of getting the investment under the Housing Master Plan by the region. So we will, at that time, we can work with the region, and the region has been open and supportive of this idea. Next slide, please. These are some of the region of Peel's housing developments in Brampton, and we have been looking at how much how many units have been provided to us through these projects. Next slide, please. These are the planned projects in Brampton according to the region's Housing Master Plan. And you can see on the right column that there is funding commitment for some of the projects, but not for all. And if we get new numbers, we can probably help the region use those numbers and maybe advocate to the province saying there is a greater need right now. So we could fast track some of those projects if we ask for some more funding. Or use the funding for some other projects. But this seems to show us that there is a need for funding for some of the planned projects also. Next slide, please. And the last is, of course, advocacy. We will continue to support the region and advocate wherever we can with the province and the Fed governments. The region is, of course, we look up to the region to kind of work together with them. There are some areas where, for example, if there's surplus or underused crown lands, that we can kind of also take a leadership role in advocacy. Next slide, please. So that concludes my presentation. I wanted to keep it very high level. The documents, the background studies, everything is on our website in case members of the public or members of council are interested. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Bindu, thank you for your presentation. I see no questions at this time, so I'm going to ask Mayor Brown and perhaps Councillor Santos to move in second receipt of the delegation. Anybody opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. Delegation 8.2 has withdrawn, so I'm on to Delegation 8.3. And 8.3 is Dr. Sherry Cox, President and Medical Director, and Celeste Longhurst, Director of Development at National Wildlife Center, regarding critical wildlife care services in the region of Peel and the Center of Excellence project in the town of Caledon. Dr. Cox and Ms. Longhurst, please proceed, knowing you've got a 5-minute time limit. And I think you're speaking, but we can't hear you. So perhaps you're on mute.
Thank you very much for that.
There we are.
Thanks. I'm back. Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present about our exciting project in Peel Region. And this is all about a new project and helping us build the new home of the National Wildlife Center. Next slide, please. So at the National Wildlife Center, we work with wildlife and Indigenous wildlife to Canada. So we, unlike dogs and cats that have owners, we're actually stewards of our environment. And every day we get dozens of calls from members of the public saying, help, I found this injured baby bunny, or I found this hawk at the side of the road, or even bears that are injured. And so every single day we're getting calls from the public to help these animals, and they don't have owners. We have been doing this since 2014. We founded the National Wildlife Center to help sick, injured, and orphan wildlife. Specifically, it started out in the Caledon area, but now we have expanded across Canada. And so our goal is to educate and to train. So we're trying to build capacity. We're not just trying to build the biggest wildlife center in Canada. Rather, we are trying to build a network connected of wildlife rehabilitators across Canada so that they in turn can help more wildlife. At the same time, we want to have our the mothership, if you will, our headquarters to be based in Caledon, Ontario. And so that's our focus. We've already helped more than 5,000 animals so far, and we continue to do so every year. This in this picture was one of my interns out at Nova Scotia at Hope for Wildlife, Dr. Agnes, and myself. We just did surgery on a bobcat. Next slide, please. And so our vision is to be a center of excellence. So again, we really want to elevate the medical care and the protocols for these animals that are coming into wildlife rehabilitation centers across Canada. And so we are guided by, you may have heard about the One Health concept, and that's where we work at the intersection of humans, animals, and the environment. They all overlap, and animals are part of our environment. They're part of the ecosystem. Look at COVID, for example, or other pathogens that are out there. There are some overlaps with wildlife. A lot of people like to enjoy nature, and wildlife are part of that. We work a lot with species at risk as well. And so that's a little bit about the One Health concept, and trying to make sure that we as humans don't disrupt that balance. Next slide, please. So we have 4 program areas that we work on, and I'll briefly share those. So the first one is just the wildlife medicine and rehabilitation. And that's where we're doing the actual surgeries. And so right now, for example, I just finished surgery on a turtle, and we just looked at a bald eagle. So I've been kind of running back and forth between cases, waiting for our turn, this delegation. And so that, we do help these sick and injured wildlife for the whole point of getting them back into the wild once they are healthy again, where they belong. And the second program area is education and conservation. And again, that's very important to us because we really feel like by helping train wildlife rehabilitators, biologists, students, the general public, our communities, in particular in Caledon and Peel region, we'll be able to help others cohabitate with urban wildlife, for example, or what do you do if you found an injured animal that I'm sure many of you have come across in your paths. So education and conservation, again, it's training the public, future veterinarians who want to become wildlife veterinarians. It's wildlife biologists. We also work with government officials in terms of if there's a bear in the local area, typically we respond to those calls. And we want to, again, train others and train the public and provide information as an education center that we'll have in this new center for the public to be more informed about wildlife issues. Next slide, please. The third area is around knowledge creation and research. And this doesn't mean we're going out experimenting on animals, but it does mean we're coming across some really interesting things that we feel like we should be publishing. For example, I have a paper in for publication now where we believe, well, we know actually through testing that a non-target species has eaten a particular rat poison that hasn't gotten a lot of attention lately. It's called bromethylin toxicity. It's a neurotoxin. And there's no cure for it. And so we're seeing, that could be harmful to children, to dogs and pets, et cetera. So we want to publish that information as we learn about it. The fourth and final area is wildlife emergency prevention and preparedness. And that would be not if, but when we have various emergencies that affect wildlife. And we want to be there to respond, whether it's an oil spill in a lake or a river, it could be forest fires, there could be all kinds of catastrophic events that we can help respond from a wildlife perspective. And again, we want to do all of this in Caledon as our headquarters. Next slide, please. So we have recently acquired 100 acres of land in Caledon to build this hospital. And we are now in the fundraising stage to try and make this a reality. We have a $6 million goal. We've reached about 47% or $2.8 million of that goal already. And so we still have a ways to go, but we're excited to be able to build this project. Next slide, please. And this is more of a summary slide, but we have partnered with over 100 rehabilitators, conservationists, wildlife vets, education partners to help with our mission and our goal of educating others and of helping individual wild animals. So this center, we will be open to the public for them to bring in animals to us, and we will help those animals. But we also, again, what makes us unique is that we're training more veterinarians in the future for the future of wildlife medicine. As we speak, I'm sitting in Winnipeg, training my intern here in Winnipeg. I have one intern in Ontario, Nova Scotia, and Alberta that we are partnering with right now. Next slide, please. So in summary, I just wanted to be able to, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to share this really important project with the Region Council. We do feel like it's filling a demand in Peel Region. Again, dozens of calls every day, and in high season, it goes up even more than that, and for the community looking for help, and we are filling that need. We also see this, the Center of Excellence or this headquarters here in Peel Region. So Peel Region will be on the map, and so will the town of Caledon, of course, which is where it's located. It will create jobs because we will need to hire staff and build professional jobs as well. And again, it ties back into environmental sustainability. So this is the whole One Health concept and supporting our ecosystems, protecting species at risk. And, I was involved in the polar bear relocation back in December as well. And so that's a first for Ontario. So we have a lot to be proud of, and we'd like Peel Region and Town of Caledon to be front and center in this really important project. So my purpose today was to give you some information about the project, hopefully get you excited as I am about the project, and answer any questions you have, and at the same time, seek ideas that you may have to help support us on this journey.
Okay, Dr. Cox, thank you very much. And I do have a question, Councillor Innes.
Thank you, and my apologies, my camera's off. The weather's not good here, as you know, because you're not far from where I'm located. Just wanted to say that it's a pleasure to see you, to thank you for all of the great work that you and your entire team have been doing. And just wondering if you could give a little bit more information in where you are in the process of your new building, where it's located, and where you are in that process, and how this council may be able to offer some support and help, and not just getting out the message of your existence, but moving that initiative forward as well.
Oh, thank you very much, Councillor Innes. I appreciate the question. And yes, so in terms of where we are in the process, as I've mentioned, we've raised some money. We have a ways to go. We have submitted site plan application in the Region of Peel. It has all that documentation as well that is being evaluated right now. And so we're hoping any day now to hear good news that our site plan application has been approved, in which case we'd move then on to getting prepared for a building permit application. And in terms of how can we build it all at once, I hope so. That would be the goal, because again, there's such a demand right now in the region. In terms of how can the region assist, I would say, you know, any kind of financial support that could be in this year, next year's budget, help with development fees, spreading the word, getting involved too. There might be opportunities where we can support you. You know, I'm sure there are different departments that get inquiries about wildlife all the time, and we'd be happy to partner or to be a resource for the region too. But really at this point, it's helping us get that building built.
Okay. Councillor Innes, thank you. Mayor Thompson, Alan, go ahead.
One thing is Sherry, thank you. And you know, it's a wildlife center, and yes, it provides a lot. But in an urban center, there's a lot of wildlife that gets hurt and damaged on the highways, and it's really taxing a lot of our. Well, we call them animal shelters, not dog pounds anymore. But what it is it takes the heavy lifting off of us, which we don't have the expertise or the knowledge, which you do. So it's vital, and I think that's something maybe you can also share. I know you're doing a lot of the good part, but maybe there's a lot of part for the urban center is why you're vital as well. Can you expand upon that a little bit? I know we're really tight on time, Chair Anika, but I really think this is where I think it really ties well with all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Thompson. And absolutely. And in fact, I get calls frequently, whether it's from the Caledon division of the OPP or from Animal Services, to respond to various calls. It could be, there was, for example, and I don't know if anyone saw the press release the OPP put out, there was an injured red-tailed hawk on the road. They didn't know what to do with it. Now it's becoming, you know, it's in the public eye. And so we come down and we rescue that animal and get it out of there. And it's a good news story for everyone. So it's great for the OPP. It's great for animal shelters. We get a lot of deer calls as well, a deer caught in a fence or an injury of that kind. There's no one to respond to that. And the public, with social media nowadays, those stories are becoming more and more frequent on the news. And so we do play a vital service in the region. And I think that'll only continue to grow, in particular with social media.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I have no other questions. Receipt has been moved by Mayor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Innes. Anybody opposed? If not, thank you. And Dr. Cox, thank you for your patience today, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Moving on, item 8.4, Sharon Main Devine, Chief Executive Officer, Catholic Family Services, Peel Dufferin, and Deputy Chief Nick Milinovich, Peel Regional Police, regarding the Safe Center of Peel collaboration with the Intimate Partner Violence Unit, Peel Regional Police. Sharon and Nick, welcome.
Thank you, and thank you so much for squeezing us into the agenda today. Deputy Chief Nick and I are happy to present on behalf of all of our colleagues and the agencies at the Safe Center of Peel. Next slide.
And as my colleague introduced, Mr. Chair, members of council, really excited to be here to present this. And excited to present this while obviously I'm a police officer and Deputy Chief of Investigative and Emergency Services. I'm excited to present this as a true partner and a collaboration of some of the people that you see on this slide here. And it really is a collection or a community of practice intended to begin addressing an absolutely critical priority for our community. Next slide, please.
So just to remind everyone, the Safe Center of Peel is our regional center that provides wraparound services to victims of violence. And we want to chat with you about the success of our collaboration And thank you for the support that you've given us already at the Safe Center. And most importantly, we really want to talk with you today about some of the pressures that we're facing right now as we respond to the pandemic and beginning to move out of the pandemic. And because of the introduction of the Intimate Partner Violence Unit, Peel Regional Police has joined us. We've got some mounting pressures that we want to talk with you about today. Next slide.
And so when I'm having these discussions, I think it's always important that we provide some perspective. Familiar with the idea that the chief was at regional council to provide a brief update and some of these numbers. I would just ask you again to redirect some of your attention. So on average, we have 50 family intimate partner violence incidents per day. It's roughly 2 per hour. Annually, approximately 19,000. And it represents 40% of all of our homicides. So just let that sit and imagine those numbers on their own, for me, demonstrate the need for more work in this area on behalf of a police service. But if you imagine the people that are affected beyond those individual incidents, family members, members of the community, it is an easily defensible thing to begin investing innovation and change and effort into. Next slide, please.
So before we had the Safe Center of Peel, it's going back 10 years now, we had a broken system, and it was really difficult for women to navigate the complexity of the system we had. And what we learned is that often women just gave up, and they felt hopeless and helpless, and escalating cycles of violence that we know in our community have ended in femicides in these last number of years. And I really believe the work we do now, next slide, please, is seamless now. So today, we know we're saving lives, and we're working together as a collaborative of over 20 agencies, really making a difference in the lives of women. And on the very first day, actually, of having Peel Regional Police at the Safe Center, a woman learned through social media about the services. And she got not just the investigation, not just the safety, but she got plugged into the services that are there now today. Next slide, please.
And so again, this is another slide that represents some of the service providers that we have partnered with. And I'm often asked, well, what does it mean to partner with some of these service providers? What it means for us is, as a policing service, we have, in a very complete and wholesale way, changed the service delivery model, or how we're interacting with priority populations and some people who, because of their situations, are vulnerable. We have, as Sharon mentioned, over 20 partners at Safe Center, and it's not just a partnership where we're passively participating. We are equal and full partners. And because of those partnerships, we're able to provide more comfortable and more culturally responsive programming and services to people that genuinely need them at a time that's critically important in their lives. Next slide, please.
No, we're finished.
So thank you for making all this possible. You've been behind us every step of the way, through the public awareness campaign that we launched last year. Now we've got our community safety well-being plan that really makes a priority the safety of families and children in our community. Next slide, please. I'm just aware of our time, so maybe we'll flip to the next slide as well. I think by now you know the relevance and the incidents that we have, and I want to really get down to what we've seen just in the last month of May since had Peel Regional Police join us at the Safe Center and at the Davis Center. Over to you, Nick.
Thank you, Sharon. And again, top 5 charges: assault, utter threats, failed to comply, strangulation, assault with a weapon. In May alone, 598 charges were laid. And those aren't just incidents that we've responded to. Those are incidents which had the prerequisite facts and issue to support the laying of criminal charges in actuality require it. So that was 260 different intimate partner violence related incidents. And each one of those is a referral to Safe Center of Peel. And I think it's also important to highlight Peel, being as diverse a community it is, the size that it is, we are nationally one of the largest to be able to successfully move to this model. That combined with our community safety and well-being plan, which was endorsed by council here, makes us incredibly unique across Canada. We have the right plan, but this is just the beginning of the story and not the end of it. There's still more work to be done.
So next slide, please. So we're having enormous success right out of the gate with this, and we're really excited about the partnership with Peel Regional Police as an addition to all of our other partners. We have one problem. In the first 3 months of our fiscal year, in 2019-2020, we saw 126 women. In the first 3 months this year, we saw 331. And the numbers are just increasing, especially as we transition out of the pandemic. And quite simply, we just lack the resources to deliver on our promise to women and children in Peel. Next slide, please. So the numbers are clear. I mean, look at those numbers. Tripling, almost tripling of the need for service in our community. And I think, what happens then is, Peel Regional Police is now doing this great job, and a woman comes in, she gets what she needs from Peel Regional Police, but they plug her into the human services. All those cogs in the wheel are working beautifully, except now on our end, we can't respond, and we can't respond to all the calls. And that's, we have to. So we have to be able to keep our promise and to respond to what women are coming to us for. So really, just to cut to the chase, what we're here to do is to ask for your help and to ask for your continued partnership with us to help us keep that promise. We're doing this amazing work. We just need some gas in the tank to keep it going. So next slide, please. I'll get real specific around what we're asking for. So we're asking for emergency support. Can you give us $270,000 to enable us to fill the gap, to deal with the immediate crisis that we're experiencing and responding to all of the women and their children who are coming to us for help? And we're also coming here to ask you today, myself on behalf of all of my partners, to be a partner with us. I want to see your logo right next to our logos on our wall at the Safe Center. So we'd like you to help us and to advocate on behalf of the Safe Center to all of our provincial and federal partners to get the funding that we need to sustain and build the solid infrastructure that we need for the Safe Center to continue to do the incredible work that we're doing.
So, next slide, please.
Nick, anything further? Go ahead.
No, all I was going to add is, again, I would like to publicly acknowledge all of the service provider partners here and thank not only them, but members of council for the support and advocacy in this. When I say that this is an absolutely critical concern for our community's safety and well-being, I would also encourage people to turn their eyelid towards the next couple of months as the community begins to open. We anticipate that we've already started to see some of the pressures on some of our service provider partners, but as the community begins to open, I think the data and the analysis that we've done has done a fairly good job of projecting that those demands are going to increase over the next couple of months. So really now is the time to be prepared. And I would just encourage everybody to continue with, regardless of the outcome of the ask, I would encourage everybody to continue with advocacy and the preventative and the messaging that's attached to your positions, because you do definitely help the cause. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I've got a couple of speakers. Mayor Brown.
Well, thank you, Sharon, for that presentation. And Deputy Nick, it's harrowing to know that numbers have increased that amount. It's staggering. 1,324, 2021, 2022, and compared to 506 in 2019, 2020. And it really speaks to what we're hearing about domestic violence. And, I would never want you to be in a position where you have to turn a woman away facing violence. And maybe this is to Nick or Sharon. What happens in that scenario? If you don't get this help from the Region of Peel, what happens to that woman who is fleeing violence?
What happens is she gets discouraged. She doesn't have the support she needs. She goes back into the relationship until the next time police are called and there's another incident. And one of the things that we know about violence against women is that the violence doesn't start with strangulation and violence with weapons. It starts first with controlling her behavior, not allowing her access to money, and it just begins to escalate. And if we don't respond to her and give her help and the support when she comes to us, we know the situation is just going to get worse. Women get discouraged. They're told so often by their abusing partner that no one is going to listen to them. They're so isolated. The amount of courage it takes for a woman to begin to reach out and ask for that help is enormous. And if that's met with, I'm sorry, you're going to have to wait, we'll get to you in a few weeks, in a few months, then she's going to say, they said they were there, but they weren't there. And it's going to result in more violence. And we have to remember the children that are witnessing this violence, then that leads to all kinds of other problems that we're challenged with in the region. So it's preventative to be able to respond in a timely way. The timeliness is critical. It's so critical in this work.
Well, I know that this is a critical service provided by you, and it's an important collaboration with the Peel Regional Police Intimate Partner Violence Unit. And domestic violence doesn't go away during COVID-19. This is our last meeting for a while, and so procedurally, I guess to the clerk, there's a $270,000 ask here, and I guess to Sharon, have you hit your end of the wall now, or your end of the wall, your financial wall, will that be in September? Because I wonder procedurally, I think everyone would want to support you on this, but the ability is when it could get on the agenda. And so when is your deadline where you start having to turn people away?
We're struggling now to be able to see all the women. Some women have already begun to have to wait. We've already hit our wall. I wouldn't have come to you unless we were in a desperate situation. I mean, right. The other part of this is we also have to sustain our staff. So right now we're barely doing it, but at the cost of a lot of staff. We have to be also concerned about the folks on the front line and burning out, and that's why I knew you had a heavy schedule today, and it was like, can we defer this? And it's like, no, we hit our wall last week, 2 weeks ago.
So realistically, you could potentially be turning down hundreds of women fleeing an abusive relationship, fleeing violence, if we don't help you today, even though
women will have to wait.
Yeah.
Women will have to wait.
Yeah, which is not something that I don't think anyone would want. So, I know there's been a motion prepared by staff that would achieve the request here. I guess my question to the clerk is, procedurally, how would we go about putting that forward today? Would it require 2/3, or could it be associated with the delegation?
Patrick, perhaps I'll step in because the clerk and I have spoken, then I'm going to refer to the clerk. I'm really grateful for the delegates because the cause is just self-explanatory, and I can't imagine my council's going to let you go home empty-handed today. There's just no way. Procedurally, though, one bucket that we always deal from is community grants, and we ask everybody to line up. We deal with them at budget, et cetera, et cetera. This isn't a community grant. This is emergency funding as far as the chair is concerned. So I think we can put that bucket aside. And others in similar situations realize grants are grants. This is emergency funding, number one. For number two, with regards to the point, the very good point that you've made, Mayor Brown, procedurally, how can we have it before us? Do we require 2/3? Madam Clerk, over to you. How can we deal with the request for emergency funding today?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If council wants to deal with the motion today, then they would have to pass a motion to waive the rules to permit a motion to be considered from a delegation, and it would require a 2/3 vote from council. And once we have the 2/3 vote, then we could put the motion on the floor and vote on it accordingly.
Well, to the chair, in that case, I would like to put the motion that's been prepared by regional staff forward. It's not every day you have the deputy chief of the Peel Police come forward in partnership with an organization like this. And so I think the unique circumstances would merit us waiving this procedure. And I know it's been a really long meeting. I apologize. But this was, I think this is a very unique request that requires our intervention. And if it was something that involved a lot of debate, I'd be more hesitant in bringing this forward. But I think this is something that universally we should all be able to get around, rally around, and hopefully we're never in this position again.
Thank you. So, Patrick, I'm going to accept your motion at this time for the 2/3. I believe, Councillor Santos, you're next on my list, but I trust you'd be happy to second the motion that we have 2/3 to open the matter and deal with the motion. I'd like to deal with that motion now and then carry on with my list, Councillor Santos and Mayor Thompson. So, Councillor Santos, if you'll second that motion, Mayor Brown has moved that we waive the 2/3 to deal with the request. Then I'll hear the debate and the motion that, again, Councillor Brown has put forward along with Councillor Santos to grant the request. Madam Clerk, first over to you to deal with the motion to reopen the question, not having been an item on our agenda for 2/3. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we'll deal with the motion to waive the rules to permit the motion out of the delegation. And we'll begin with Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie? Mayor Crombie? Councillor Demerla?
Yes, thank you. Sorry. I had my, I was unmuted.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Thank you. Councillor Demerla?
Yes.
Councillor Demerla in favor. Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon? Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Thank you. Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves? Councillor Groves? Councillor Innes?
In favor.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac?
In favor.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden?
In favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros?
In favor.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi?
In favor.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish?
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
In favor.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato?
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair? Councillor Sinclair?
Yes.
Councillor Sinclair?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr?
In favor.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson?
In favor.
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente?
In favor.
Councillor Vicente in favor, and that carries.
Thank you. So now that we have the motion moved by Mayor Brown, seconded by Councillor Santos to grant the $270,000 of emergency funding to the cause, speakers to that motion. Next on my list was Councillor Santos.
Thank you very much, and through you, Mr. Chair, thank you to Mayor Brown and also to the delegates for coming to delegate today. When we launched that first awareness campaign, in addition to the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan and the Family Intimate Partner Violence Committee or Task Force, we spoke about, or I commented on the fact that one of the problems we may have is that we might be successful in all of that work and may actually be a huge demand in the services and the new services that we're providing in order to save some women's lives and allow women to safely remove themselves from violent situations. And this is what has happened. And we didn't predict how successful that we would be. And I think at this point, you can't really turn back. I just last month, there was a death in Brampton, another femicide that happened in Brampton that probably could have been avoided. And as restrictions start to be lifted, many of those women who have been stuck in their homes not knowing where else to go will be looking for support to leave. And when women choose to look for support to leave, that is when the violence and the threat for their lives become even more heightened. And so obviously, as a seconder of this motion and somebody who's incredibly passionate about this file and the work we are doing as a council on this file, I support this, and I really hope that my colleagues will as well.
Thank you. Mayor Thompson.
Yeah, so where I want to get to on this is basically this has led to COVID, to a COVID crisis. Can you hear me?
Yes, Alan, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, it's just my screen disappeared, but anyway, I'll go ahead and speak. What is we got COVID funding. To me, this is a crisis led to COVID. Can we not tap into the COVID funding that we've got from the federal and provincial partners as money that we can tap in to help out this particular situation? That's my ask.
I think that's a fair request, Alan, that will go forward after the fact. The main issue now for us is to do the good deed, and we'll worry about what envelope it comes from. But quite appropriately, the police have explained to us as well, very much COVID related in many ways. And I know Nick could speak to that at length, but your point is well made, Alan.
Because I think we can find the money to let's just move forward and make sure that we get the money flowing to them right now. Thank you.
Here, we have to find the money. Okay, do I have any other speakers to the motion? The only other point that I make before I take the question is to my council colleagues, what this is our community safety and well-being plan at work. You know, I'm prideful of a lot of things as regional chair. One of the most is at the various meetings I'm asked to attend as chair to talk about things is when community safety and well-being comes up and I tell the crowd, oh, we've perfected our plan and we're on to implementing it. And they go, you know, you've got a year's reprieve because of COVID. I go, not my council. We've met many times, 100 agencies. We've hired a tremendous new chief. By the way, a deputy, Nick Milinovich, he's the new face of policing along with our chief. He takes this to heart. This is as big a file as any to him. I want to acknowledge the other work that so many members of council have done, Councillor Santos and Councillor Downey. This is what community-based policing and the community wellness plan is all about. And let's give $270,000 today so we can save a life tomorrow. That's what this comes down to. This is an easy one. I'll leave it at that. It's been a long day. If there are no other speakers, I have the motion moved by Councillor Mayor Brown, seconded by Councillor Santos, that the emergency funding be forwarded for the cause. The clerk will give us the appropriate words. Madam Clerk, for the vote, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the motion was distributed to council this morning and is on the screen as well. And I'll begin with Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
Yes.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Dermola indicated that she had to leave the meeting. Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey?
Favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini.
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves. Councillor Groves. Councillor Innes.
In favor.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac.
In favor.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney. Councillor Mahoney. Councillor McFadden.
In favor.
Councillor
So
McFadden
camp's
in
not working.
favor.
It's Councillor Mahoney. I'm in favor. I couldn't unmute.
Thank you. Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi.
Absolutely.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish.
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz.
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato.
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair.
Yes.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr.
In favor.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson.
Absolutely.
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente.
Yes.
Councillor Vicente in favor, and the motion carries.
Thank you to all. Sharon, thank you very much. And Nick, thank you very much to you and all the great work you do. Glad we could help in a small way today. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Moving on. Item 8.5, our last delegation, Manveer Bangu, Manager of Operations, Punjabi Community Health Services, Janice Hermiting, Clinical Lead, Canadian Mental Health Association, Peel Dufferin, and Priyanka Sheth, Executive Director, Dixie Bloor Neighborhood Center, regarding presenting the High Priority Community Strategy Project. Folks, welcome and please proceed, remembering you've got a 5-minute time limit.
Great. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for having us here today. Priyanka is not joining us, but I am here with my colleague, Janice. My name is Manveer Bangu, and I am the Manager of Operations at Punjabi Community Health Services. And today I will be presenting to you about the High Priority Community Strategy Project, which I've had the amazing opportunity to lead since January, along with 5 other agencies in Peel. And today, Janice and I will be going over some of the work that we've been presenting. So next slide, please. Great, thank you. So in December 2020, the Ministry of Health announced $12.5 billion in funding to 15 priority neighborhoods across Ontario, which were hit hardest with COVID-19. 14 organizations since then have worked with Ontario Health, public health units, municipalities, and other community partners to deliver key interventions and supports to neighborhoods in Durham, Peel, Toronto, York, and Ottawa. And 6 communities in, six communities in Peel were identified as high priority communities, and that is where 6 organizations come in to support these communities to bring the COVID-19 cases down. And I will be talking a little bit more about that in the next slide. Next slide, please. So 6 agencies were selected to support the efforts by Peel Region. This includes Welford Community Health Center, Punjabi Community Health Services, Dixie Bloor Neighborhood Center, Indus Community Services, CMHA Peel Dufferin, and Roots Community Services. Within each area identified, as you can see on the screen, there were certain postal codes that we were asked to focus on within our own agencies. And a lot of this was based on communities that we were already serving through our regular services. So all of these 6 agencies are very prevalent and very prominent in Peel, and we do a lot of work with a lot of racialized and a lot of our vulnerable populations. So for my organization, for Punjabi Community Health Services, we were supporting the community of Brampton, primarily L6X and L6B. And we've been able to do a lot of different supports, offer a lot of different supports throughout this program, which my colleague Janice will be speaking to in a little bit. Next slide, please. Thank you. We have been very fortunate to have a lot of great support and partnerships throughout this project. Our Peel partners include Region of Peel's Public Health and Human Services, which further includes our community partnership of poverty reduction and community engagement, the isolation housing program, which allowed us to provide community members with a safe space to isolate and recover if they had or have COVID. And with the support of the Community Access Department, we were able to provide emergency income supports to community members who had been impacted by COVID, but were not able to access any other funding or supports. And all of these supports have been offered through all 6 agencies across Peel. We've also had the support of Ontario Health, Health Commons Solutions Lab, as well as United Way throughout this project. I will now pass it over to Janice to talk a little bit further about what the project entails. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Manveer, Council. So our project entailed the community outreach and education. And what that meant is providing increased awareness of COVID to reduce transmission and provide the necessary information about available supports and services, as well as distribute PPE. Then we have access to testing. And with that, we did increase access to testing in high priority neighborhoods. And finally, wraparound supports. And those were geared towards removing barriers to COVID-19 prevention, including isolation, by connecting individuals with the necessary supports and services. Since we have expanded the role of our community ambassadors to include vaccine support, and what they do basically is they provide targeted outreach in the community to provide education and promote confidence. So data suggests that there's an uptake in increasing postal codes that once had lower rates. And so we're providing that by supporting through education and troubleshooting possible barriers to getting vaccination, such as transportation and possibly booking appointments for our clients. We're also supporting mobile and pop-up vaccination clinics, such as the Bramalea City Center and the one at Sheridan College. Next slide, please. So we just wanted to quickly tell you about a client's story. And so this is about a newcomer to Canada with his wife and 2-year-old daughter. They came in September of 2020. The family had faced a difficult time during the pandemic, with it being their first time in the new country and having no family or locally to support them. The family worked at a small business, and he lost his job at the provincial lockdown. His wife worked at Amazon in Brampton. When Amazon closed due to an outbreak, the family had to isolate. He found out about our services from a friend. His wife was not receiving any paid sick leave, so we were able to provide them with $1,191 in financial supports to help with their bills and their rent, and as well as a $200 grocery gift card, as in addition to PPE, of course. So even though their isolation period ended, we stayed connected with this family, providing wraparound supports. The clients asked how they could be connected to a food bank, and if we knew of other job opportunities, and we were able to do that. So once they became eligible for their vaccines, we helped him and his family book vaccine appointments, as well as arrange transportation to the clinics. The family sent us a thank you note because of work well done, being new to the community. Next slide, please. Because of time, we're going to skip that client story and we're going to move to the next slide. We just wanted to let you know that our accomplishments to date. So the number of health and social service organizations engaged and partner with by the lead agencies, which are CMHA Peel Dufferin, Punjabi Community Health Center, Muir Dixie Neighborhood, Roots Community Services, and Wellford. That number is 394. The number of individuals contacted through community engagement and outreach efforts are 156,681. The number of community ambassadors engaged and deployed to conduct outreach activities are 111. And the number of PPE kits distributed as of March 2021 is 48,697. Next slide, please. Manveer.
Thank you so much, Janice. And just wanted to let you all know that those numbers are up until March 2021, and our efforts are continuing until September. So those numbers are much higher, and our teams are continuing the work out there as we speak. Just wanted to provide some demographics in terms of the staff that we have. Overall, we have 112 community ambassadors that we've trained and deployed across Peel. They speak a total of more than 26 languages. 73% of them identify as women. And as you can see, majority of them grew up or live in Peel and belong to a variety of different age groups. And this has been really helpful for us when we are sending them out there to talk to community members, because they're able to relate to the people that they're speaking to. And that's made our outreach significantly successful. Next slide, please. So although cases have significantly dropped, we are still very much involved in the community, providing various supports. A lot of our focus has shifted to vaccine-related outreach and support. Currently, as Janice also mentioned, we are supporting a lot of vaccine clinics, which I know some of you have had the opportunity to come visit. So that includes Sheridan College, Brampton Civic Center, South Fletcher's, Snell Grove, and Malton Community Center. We're actually going to be supporting the Malton Community Center pop-up clinic on this Saturday. And we've really been doing a lot of targeted outreach, which means picking up the phone, calling people, going to the local gas station and telling them, we can sign you up for your vaccine. Please just come across the road on the day of and get vaccinated, which has been very helpful for those who are not, who don't have time to sit on their computers and sign themselves up because they're just trying to make ends meet. We are also present at local food banks, farmers markets, places of business and worship, as well as providing lunch and learns to certain places of work where there are a large number of people who may not be yet vaccinated. Today, actually, we're in the talks of providing mobile vaccines to places like truck yards where there's a large international student population. Next slide, please. And here is just a postcard that we've put together with all the 6 lead agencies that are supporting this work. And the work is meant to continue until September 31st, but I'm sure we're going to be supporting our community as needed, even beyond September 31st with the recovery process to lead, that we will be leading once this project comes to an end. Next slide, please. And here are some pictures of some of the work that we've been doing and our community ambassadors. And that is all. We're happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you so much for your time.
Manveer and Janice, thank you very much. And I have a question. Councillor Fonseca.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any questions. I just really wanted to say a big thank you to you, Manveer, to Janice, and I know Priyanka's not here today, but as the councillor that represents Ward 3 in Mississauga, where Dixie Bloor resides, I know how involved Dixie Bloor has been. Thank you to all the agencies, the 6 agencies, and all of the partners, and in particular, because you know the community so well, the swiftness in which you were able to act and provide the supports needed to so many people within these high priority communities is just, I will say on behalf of the residents of Ward 3, greatly appreciated. And I do want to give a special shout out to the community health ambassadors. I think their role has been invaluable. All roles obviously extremely important, but the different languages that they listed 26 different languages that they speak, and being able to reach out to the communities as was shown in your presentation, not only for education, access to testing and wraparound supports, but just really in ensuring that access to the vaccine and troubleshooting is extremely important. So I do want to say a big thank you to you for what the outcomes achieved until the end of March. And again, thank you for all the work that you have said that you will continue to put into leading towards the end of September. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Fonseca. Thank you for that. Councillor Fonseca has moved receipt of the delegation, seconded by Mayor Crombie. Anybody opposed? That is carried. Ladies, thank you once again for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Okay, everyone, that concludes the delegations for today. We're on to an oral update, item 9.1, with regards to our COVID response. And may I say, it's wonderful to see Dr. Loh, but it also isn't, because he's otherwise on vacation, but has stuck around all day on his vacation time to give council this update. As always, your devotion to duty, Dr. Loh, thank you very much. You're up.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And to clarify, I actually am not on vacation. Today was the one day that I wasn't. I did visit Caledon East Community Center in the midst of our discussions to see the vaccine clinic out there. And I'm pleased now to be able to provide this update to yourself and members of Regional Council. And before we start with the COVID-19 update, I'd also like to add my thanks on behalf of Peel Public Health to our community partners, represented by Manver and Janice today, from our high priority community strategy project lead agencies. All of our lead agencies have been important and critical community partners whose work and collaboration have helped make a positive impact in our response in the community around testing, around wraparound services, around vaccinations. And we are looking forward to continuing to work with them as they continue to lead on many of those outreach efforts in our region. Next slide, please. So for today's update, I'd like to highlight both our current situation, provide a bit of an update on vaccination, review the recently released fully vaccinated guidance that the federal government has put forward, and then to highlight as we move into the summer, what are some of our priorities in the continued reopening and vaccination campaign that we're undertaking. We'll go to the next slide, please. So it's important to highlight that we are in a very favorable position in the region of Peel now. We've now seen 9 consecutive weeks of declining incidents. This really reflects both the strong public health measures that were taken in April. That was the first 2 to 4 weeks of decline that was observed. And then subsequent to that, the continued decline that you've noted in the region of Peel really reflects the success of our vaccination campaign to date. We do know, of course, that the vaccines have really permeated our community, and we've been very grateful for our residents' interest and uptake and support in getting vaccinated. We do want to highlight, of course, that as vaccination rates increase across Peel, we do still encourage residents to get tested, even if they have mild symptoms of COVID-19, regardless of their vaccination status or if they previously had COVID. And this is because while we know the vaccines are extremely effective and safe, they're not 100%. And it is still important for our own data in the event that someone who is partially or fully vaccinated develops COVID, for us to both be able to trace that individual's contacts, but also to have that data to really be able to monitor the effectiveness of our ongoing vaccination program. This is particularly important because we know that the Delta variant has driven surges in a number of other areas in the province, notably in Waterloo, in North Bay, Grey Bruce, Lambton, and also in Wellington, Dufferin, Guelph. They've all seen some increases in the number of cases owing to Delta, which is really preying on people who are unvaccinated and partially vaccinated. And with increased mobility across our province between different regions, both in terms of work-related movements and displacements, as well as tourist movements, we really want to encourage our residents to maintain vigilance with their measures, to get vaccinated with 2 doses as soon as they're eligible, and to also continue to gradually expand their interactions and contacts, which would include travel out of our region. So we will move to the next slide, please. We are currently following the province's reopening framework. Step 2 of Ontario's reopening plan started on June 30th, 2021, which allowed the resumption of more outdoor activities and the reopening of certain indoor spaces and the increase of capacity of others. Some of the examples of permitted activities now include outdoor social gatherings and organized public events of up to 25 people, while maintaining physical distancing between members of different households to the extent possible. Indoor social gatherings and organized public events with up to 5 people, and of course, limited capacity reopenings for essential, non-essential retails, personal care settings, etc. At this time, the Chief Medical Officer of Health of Ontario, Dr. Kieran Moore, has indicated that Ontario could move to Step 3 of Ontario's reopening plan on July 21st, provided that targets are met, not only in respect of vaccination, but in respect of other health system indicators, as well as continued monitoring of transmission patterns in our community. And it's absolutely vital that we continue to gradually reopen and maintain some form of measures during reopening to minimize the potential for transmission and resurgence. We have seen many countries that have gone very far ahead, having to pull back and reinstate certain measures in certain cases. So continued slow and steady reopening will allow us to monitor the impact of reopening while giving us time to really increase our second dose coverage, which is absolutely vital in the face of the Delta variant. So we'll move to the next slide, please. So we are, to some extent, in the same situation as we're between wave 2 and wave 3, where we're at a time of declining case counts, but a more transmissible variant of concern. In this case, the Delta variant is starting to take hold and becoming the largest proportion of our positive cases. But what is very much in our favor at this point in time, though, that is different between wave 2 and wave 3 is our vaccination coverage rate. So this slide shows the percentage of Peel residents that have received their first doses and second doses of June 21st by age group. The dark blue lines indicate people that have only one dose, and the middle blue lines indicate who has been vaccinated with second dose. And you can see, in fact, that in all of the age brackets over the age of 50, we're now seeing the majority of individuals having received 2 doses, and obviously that coverage is continuing to grow. Overall, 77% of our population 12 plus has received 1 dose of vaccine. 43% of our population 12 plus overall has received 2 doses of vaccine, which includes significant uptake in youth. As you can see, nearly 65% have received at least 1 dose, with 14% now having received 2 doses. We're continuing to deliver almost 20,000 doses a day, and second dose uptake is continuing at a good pace. And it is important to note that we are also monitoring the gap between residents from other areas being vaccinated in our clinics and residents of Peel being vaccinated elsewhere. That gap has narrowed, and it is about par for the course. Basically, we're vaccinating as many out of Peel residents in our clinics as Peel residents are being vaccinated in other jurisdictions. So in general, we continue to move upwards with our coverage. In comparison to other jurisdictions in Ontario, for example, we went long on first dose coverage, and we're actually getting up to, even with adult 18 plus populations, approaching 80% coverage of first dose, which means we're slightly ahead of some other jurisdictions, which means that we're a few days behind other jurisdictions in second dose coverage. But that is because we actually went strong pushes on first doses and continue to push strong on first doses, knowing that many of those people will translate into 2-dose coverage in the long run. And ultimately, we are still very much within margins of other jurisdictions on overall coverage. We'll move to the next slide, please. So we continue our multi-level outreach strategy, focusing increasingly on communities where we need to see vaccination. This has been, as I mentioned, in collaboration with community partners and community agencies, such as our High Priority Community Strategy Group, among other partners, places of worship, certainly our local municipalities, and it's been a whole of region approach in getting there. We've certainly been working on our youth-focused clinics, our community outreach clinics, our special event clinics, including a transportation-focused clinic, for example, that will be hosted on July 17th and 18th. We have 3 continuing community clinics ongoing, and we had a Crush COVID clinic on July 3rd, where 1,000 doses were made available to youth aged 12 to 17 for them and their families for first and second doses. And we would continue to appreciate your support, Council, in helping to promote our various targeted outreach strategies. Thank you for all your support in promoting community clinics to date. And also thank you for helping to promote our ongoing second dose coast to coast challenge and our Saturday night's dusk till dawn event, which will be taking place at the Save Max Center in Brampton. Again, all of these are really meant to try to reduce as much as possible barriers to vaccination throughout our community, and making sure that people can access first and second doses as quickly as possible. Any resident, I want to make very clear, any resident who is 12 plus, who has not yet received a first dose or who received their first dose over 28 days ago is now eligible to book. So encouraging people to get their first doses if they haven't, and if it's been 28 days since their first dose, to make sure that they accelerate their second dose as quickly as possible. I would also particularly urge this messaging, especially for residents who may be holding on to appointments in August, later on in August, because as the province announced today in their update, we will be transitioning out of large fixed clinics in the future, and so those appointments may end up getting moved anyway. So it is really in their interests, especially to stay ahead of the Delta variant, to accelerate the original second dose strategy. A second dose appointment, rather. And that will bring me to the next slide, which I've now started to touch on a bit. And this is the other reason why residents should accelerate right now, is we still have a significant amount of capacity that's available in our fixed clinic, but we do know that ensuring that vaccination is available and accessible, while also ensuring it reaches our hardest to reach, the populations in our community that face the most significant barriers, is going to be vital. And there will be a transition that will be starting in the summer and the fall. As our vaccine coverage increases and demand decreases, the need for mass immunization centers and fixed clinics will decrease as well. And so those will start to ramp down. Our hospital partners will start to return back to their core business, as will public health. And so what we will need to, what will then happen is we will be ramping up our targeted mobile and community outreach clinics even more beyond what we already have as offerings, to really reach the last remaining individuals who just haven't been able to access or really need that personalized approach to ensure that they get vaccinated. We also know that an increasing proportion of vaccines will be done by primary care and pharmacy, that while they were not included in the initial phase of the, they weren't broadly included in the initial phase of the rollout, and just reflecting the need to get needles in arms as quickly as possible through the mass system, they will increasingly be called upon as we go forward to deliver vaccines in the traditional manner in which vaccines are usually distributed in the province. I don't have any specific timelines at this point in time. It'll all be guided by monitoring demand, coverage rates, logistical considerations. But I did want to highlight that we will be moving into this transition as we head into the summer. And we will, of course, be careful to maintain flexibility and capacity to respond to changing circumstances, such as newly eligible age groups or new provincial direction. So I'll move to the next slide, please. And so while we're talking about vaccination, I do know that provincial guidelines in respect of what fully vaccinated individuals can do is still pending. But at the same time, they're likely to be somewhat based on what the federal government has released out of the Public Health Agency of Canada. And this was released just a couple weeks ago, and really highlights both a little bit of hope for residents who do obtain 2 vaccines, and also ways that people can conduct themselves in this period of transition, where we're moving from an acute phase of the pandemic, where disease control measures need to be implemented, to a situation where we have broad 2-dose coverage of vaccination in our community, and ever-growing coverage, as it were. So it's very important to note that the federal guidance is based on 2 aspects of assessment. First of all, the setting that you are potentially interacting with people in, that is on the left-hand column. And then for each of the other 2 columns, the middle and the right column, it is about your individual vaccination status, whether you are not vaccinated or partially vaccinated, and whether you're fully vaccinated, the steps that you should be taking in these specific settings or activities. So you can see that for fully vaccinated people in small groups outdoors, small groups indoors, where everyone is fully vaccinated, the federal guidelines suggest that no mask or physical distancing is necessary. It also recommends that if you are outdoors with people whose vaccination status is unknown, presumably in a smaller group, if you are fully vaccinated, no mask or physical distancing is necessary either. And this is really speaking to the data and the science, understanding that 2 doses of vaccine and being outdoors where transmission is diminished means that if you are fully vaccinated, you can choose, if you feel comfortable, to dispense with some of the mask and physical distancing measures that have been in place such time, and especially when you are indoors, provided everyone else is also fully vaccinated. However, you can see that when it gets a bit more hairy once you're in indoor situations in large crowds or in indoor situations where there is a mix and a potential that individuals who vaccination status is not everyone is not fully vaccinated. There is still a recommendation that even indoors, in large crowds or in mixed crowds, that fully vaccinated people continue to observe physical distancing and wearing a mask, and that in those non-vaccinated and partially vaccinated individuals, it's strongly recommended that they continue to do that, given that they are not protected by vaccines. It's also important that the Public Health Agency of Canada, while they have issued these guidelines, states that it's important for individuals to follow local and provincial public health advice in public settings, such as workplaces and public transit, because this advice, as the federal government indicates, may be more specific to community risk levels that have been identified. So we trust that we will see guidelines for fully vaccinated individuals from the province soon. But in the meantime, our federal partners have provided these as a bit of a teaser, or if anything, not really a teaser, but a bit of a guidance for individuals, really to highlight that when fully vaccinated individuals are starting to gather, and if that there is, provided that everyone is fully vaccinated, there may be an opportunity to resume more ordinary contact. Move to the next slide, please. So our priorities moving forward include continuing to support a cautious, slow, and safe reopening. We continue to case and contact manage. We continue to investigate outbreaks. We also need to continue accelerating second dose coverage while targeting outreach to first dose coverage, and then moving towards transition to focus pretty much on outreach as opposed to volume. And then, of course, post-pandemic priority post-pandemic planning will continue to become more and more of a priority as we reopen. However, as mentioned at previous council updates, it will take some time to recover and fully reopen services. Public health staff have essentially endured the longest, most unprecedented emergency response in the history of our health department, over 500 days of emergency response. And it may take some time for our staff to recoup their well-being, to recover, and then to really turn their minds to the hard and arduous task of rebuilding our public health unit and service offerings for the community. So we'll move to the last slide, and this really concludes my presentation today. I did want to share one slightly optimistic and positive note in closing. With the end of the acute phase of the pandemic now increasingly in sight, it's anticipated that this will likely represent our final standing update on the COVID-19 response at regional council meetings. It's very likely that in the coming months, the state of emergency will likely end. We will likely exit our own emergency operations within public health, by within the back half of the year. And so it's anticipated that when council resumes sitting in September, any relevant updates will be handled through routine processes, with any special updates that need to be brought for urgent attention being handled through those channels, as has usually been done previously. And I do want to say that this is a significant milestone. I often thought throughout the response when I would be able to share that update with all of you. And I just wanted to share that I have been absolutely grateful for all of the leadership and support that you have shared to date, Regional Council, through this certainly unusual and unprecedented response. Peel has faced significant challenges through this pandemic, but the future does look bright. And I'm hopeful that increasing and augmented vaccine coverage will continue to drive lower case counts that will ensure that we move into a post-pandemic future with confidence and in short order. So with that, I thank you, Mr. Chair and Council, and I'm happy to answer any questions that Council may have.
Lawrence, thank you. And there are, my list is Councillor Starr, Daskell, Paleshi, Parrish, and Mayor Thompson. Councillor Starr.
Yeah, the first question I have is with respect to the total number of doses that are received and administered. And I saw something on TV the other night about the difference, the delta in between. Are these wasted, shots, or what happens when we get 1 million and there's only 800,000 administered?
So through the chair to Councillor Starr, because we're vaccinating almost 150,000 doses a week, we do have, about 100 to 50,000 doses in freezers typically at any given time, or we have hundreds of thousands of doses in freezers. It is really important to highlight that the supply is not an issue anymore. We have the supply, we have the appointments, and also we really just need residents to make sure that they're getting out for their second doses. So the delta you're seeing is unused doses that are still viable, and it's just a matter that our full capacity hasn't fully been availed just yet. We've released, I should mention, 300,000 appointments throughout the month of July. We've got about 10,000 appointments that are still available to be booked just this week alone, and I'd really encourage our residents to get out and make sure they're using every possible dose as quickly as possible.
And what's the shelf life once we receive the doses?
Through the chair to Councillor Starr, provided that they are not reconstituted, I believe they can last for up to the expiry date that's indicated on the vial, which could be months. And it is different once it is reconstituted. Moderna has about a 30-day shelf life once it's reconstituted, and Pfizer, I believe, is 24 to 48 hours. But I'd have to double check and be 100% sure on that. But again, as long as it's not reconstituted, it's good until the expiry date on the vial.
Okay, a question I've got in the last little while. Okay, when do I need the next booster, or is there going to be a booster, or is it like a flu shot? Is this going to be every year? What's the latest on that?
So through the chair to Councillor Starr, thanks for the question. The Federal National Advisory Committee on Immunization is still looking at a number of different topics in respect to vaccination. Boosters is one of them. Children under 12 is another one. They're looking at, I anticipate there will be guidance that will come out on all those groups as research and evidence comes available. We do know that other countries have started to look at booster shots, and at least as I understand in the UK, it's not booster shots for everyone, but it's booster shots for specific groups, such as the elderly or people in long-term care or people who may have immunocompromised is the approach that the UK is taking. I would imagine if we do move to booster shots, that a similar approach might be taken in Canada. It is also important to note that as well, there is also international discussion around booster shots, and especially with vaccine supplies, while it is improved here in Canada, not necessarily having improved elsewhere in the world, and whether it would be better to dispense with booster shots in certain settings so that other countries can actually get this under control with first and second doses. So those are all discussions that are happening at the international and national level at this point in time.
Okay, so when we're questioned on that, there isn't any finality insofar as any research or discussion or whatever to say it's going to happen in 2 years or 5 years or 1 year.
So sorry, just very quickly to clarify through the chair to Councillor Starr, no discussion or finality. There was one study that was recently released that does suggest that for most people, the mRNA vaccines that are currently used in Canada provide a robust protection that may last longer than had originally been anticipated. But again, we need to continue monitoring all the data, and I'll be curious to see what our federal counterparts say.
Okay, last question, and I've got this on several occasions already. Where do I get my passport for my vaccination, the ones that have been administered? Because the federal government is suggesting that, and already they have to prove when you're coming in and out. And I've probably got 3-4 calls just in the last couple of days. Where do I get the information?
So through the chair.
I'd say, who's keeping this repository that I've had both my shots? Because all I have is that an appointment on my iPad.
So through the chair to Councillor Starr, at the time that you receive your shot, you should receive a proof of immunization that is emailed to you to the email address that you signed up with. If you didn't receive that, you can call either our call center or the provincial booking line for assistance in trying to obtain that proof of vaccination. And then, as I understand it, in order to be exempt as a fully vaccinated traveler with the federal government, you need to upload those proofs of vaccination, the first and second dose, into an app called the ArriveCan app, and that will then serve as your documentation for your reentry into Canada to avoid quarantine. It's also recommended. I've heard some people have had the app's been a bit glitchy, so it's recommended to at least hold some paper copies of your vaccination proofs as well in the event that you do travel.
Yeah, maybe to be helpful, can your staff send something out to us so that we can send it right out to those people that are questioning who to go to, where, I've told people to go online, check it out, but I've tried to do the same thing, but I don't really see exactly where. So I think it would be helpful because that's going to start happening, especially with the travel restrictions being lifted. So
through the chair to Councillor Starr, I can undertake to include that in our next update to council. And I can also share that this will, as I understand it from our federal partners, the process will change as well. They are actually instituting a more robust vaccine verification system that will roll out in the fall as well. So we'll certainly provide an update when that occurs as well.
Well, that'd be great. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Dasko.
Thank you through the chair. And Dr. Loh, thank you for the update. And also thank you for doing this during your vacation. You've been a stalwart throughout. And so also nice to see this presentation that you've gone that's actually markedly more positive than we've seen over the past while. And it's nice to see a smile on your face, actually. I've got a question actually that was presented to me by my old French teacher in high school, as it turns out. And the question is from her is with regards to personal care workers. Now that they're back open and functioning again, the question is there any mechanism that we're looking at or that we're able to employ, et cetera, that might indicate those that have that are working in the sector that have had their vaccinations, whether it's a first or a second, because she, for example, was halfway through getting her hair done and the topic of COVID came up and she was explaining that she had received her vaccines and the person that was doing her hair says, I haven't received mine and I don't intend to. And she said, if I would have known that in advance, this would have altered my, my choice. And so the question is there any mechanism, almost like when we go to a restaurant or something and there's a rating system of, green, et cetera. Is there any mechanism like that we're considering or that you're hearing from any other level of government?
So through the chair to Councillor Dasko, there is no such mechanism that I understand in terms of access to services based on vaccination or the mandating of certain sectors to have vaccines done or disclosed. As you know, I think part of the challenge is this is personal health information, so it really would be speaking to the individual to choose to release it. However, given that uncertainty, it really goes to the idea that at least the individuals who maybe are seeking the services, to the extent that they can receive 2 doses of vaccine, that would give them the certainty that at least that they are protected against severe outcomes and mortality. I certainly would also encourage, if there are conversations like if you feel comfortable and have a relationship with someone, to all of our residents, you can talk to them about your own vaccination story and maybe try to understand why people haven't been vaccinated. But as yet, I don't believe there's a system to disclose whether the proprietors or to mandate the disclosure of vaccine status at various points of service.
Thanks, Dr. Loh. And just my second question as a follow-up to that is, so there wouldn't be, or would it be possible if this council were to have a bylaw suggested, for example, to do that? Have you heard of any other municipalities enacting anything similar to that?
So through the chair to Councillor Dasko, I have not heard something similar being contemplated, and I think to the extent that the provincial government might actually be the place to look. There are a lot of labor law considerations here and other broader considerations. In fact, as I'm speaking, I wonder if this is something maybe for Patrick O'Connor to weigh in on as opposed to me in respect of powers in that regard.
Patrick, did you have a thought?
Simply to echo Dr. Loh's comment that the implications of such a bylaw or indeed a provincial law to that effect, mandatory disclosure would be wide, and I think you would really want to carefully consider all of those implications in advocating such an enactment.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you very much, Dr. Loh. You continue to amaze me. You and your team are doing a fantastic job, not taking your foot off the gas for 1 second. Dr. Loh, we have kind of at the start of this, when vaccines came into effect, we had, two types of people. We had your non-believers and your believers. The non-believers of vaccination, you try and pull as much of them over to make them comfortable and get vaccinated. And I think the numbers show that I think we're doing a tremendous job. Now that you have vaccinated people, you have two types of vaccinated people. You have people that want their second dose to be the same as their first, and people that understand the science and are okay with their second dose being a mix. As of today, I've received, and I've talked to a lot of people about whether they've been vaccinated, not been vaccinated, what did they get, what was their second dose, how did they feel about that? As of today, I've had two people contact me this week alone that have said they've gone to the Save Max Center. They both had Pfizer, their first shot, and they only want Pfizer, their second shot. And they went through the whole process online to book their vaccine. They went to the Save Max Center, and as soon as they heard that we only had Moderna, they turned around and left. One of them even said the 5 people in front of them, every single person turned around and left also. Now, I know that, we have Moderna right now at Save Max. We have a ton of Pfizer that's coming in, 9.1 million into Canada as of today that I have just heard, and even more Moderna coming in. But I think it's time when, in the beginning, when people said to me, I want to know what I'm getting before I get there, we just wanted everybody to be vaccinated, and I understood that. But at this time, I think it's important, and I think what we should do, and I'm asking you to go ahead and to do this, is to start providing people with what vaccine we have at those times, so that they can either determine, because we know that they want to get vaccinated, and they will get vaccinated, but they want to know what vaccine we have. And if we have both at that time, fantastic, they can go get both. But on our Region of Peel website, when you're booking a vaccine, can you have them put what vaccine that they're going to be receiving?
So through the chair to Councillor Paleshi, at this point in time, we've actually been trying to really highlight that we have mRNA vaccines that are available in our clinics. And we do recognize, of course, that people may express a certain vaccine preference, but really highlighting that the mRNA vaccines are equivalent and stating so as what is available in our clinics is how we've really been able to continue to ensure that we are providing vaccines where we can. The provincial booking system, I'd have to go back to check with the team, but I believe it does share that you will get either Pfizer or Moderna. And I think what you're asking is, can it just say this is an appointment for Pfizer and this is an appointment for Moderna? Again, that kind of runs, unfortunately, contrary to what we've been working on. But I can share that our team is actively discussing, because we do recognize that there are some people who, while it is not grounded in science, may have a preference for a different vaccine, and so for the same vaccine that they may have received. And so we're trying to figure out ways around that. We do recognize, of course, that there is more Pfizer coming for people who receive Pfizer as a first dose. And while it is not my recommendation, they can choose to wait, if they want, and be partially protected. But that really leaves them partially protected until such time that there is more certainty in the supply chain. I think the best thing I can offer, Councillor Paleshi, is that our team is aware of the issue. It has improved with more and more people understanding that mRNA is mRNA, and hopefully will go away with increased supply of both vaccines, and then an opportunity to really see how we change our operations to address this.
And I have to say, Dr. Loh, and I'm being completely honest about this, and I realize that those two vaccines, the Pfizer and the Moderna, are probably identical to one another, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me which one I get, but I'm more comfortable knowing that since my first shot was Moderna, and I'm prepared to go get my second shot's going to be Moderna too. It's just a matter of comfort level. I know full well, because you told me, the science has told me, that it doesn't matter what I get, but it just makes me more comfortable knowing that my first shot was Moderna, my second shot was Moderna. And I think that's what it comes down to. It doesn't matter if everybody knows that it's mRNA, and it's like Coke and Pepsi, right? It's that kind of thing. It's the same thing, but it's just that level of comfort. And I think that I think we have an opportunity to be a little bit transparent, just to give them that level of comfort. So that's my request, because that's what, and I know other counselors have heard this as well. I was just talking to some about it yesterday. So, but that is my request, that we start doing that. Thank you, Dr. Loh.
Thank you, Councillor Parrish.
Nice segue from Councillor Paleshi. We've started the clinics for second shots up in Malton, and the difficulty is language. If we could have a way of explaining this, people are quite accepting. We're just having difficulty with the language barriers. So the BIA people that are helping wondered if you could do a little bit more with directing some printed language that they could give out or whatever. The other question I had is, I know when I went for my second shot, they plugged in my OHIP number to see I had my first shot. Why isn't that just automatic, that if you showed your OHIP card coming in and out of the country, it would come up as having had 2 shots?
So through the chair to Councillor Parrish, I think you've hit the nail on the head. That, I believe, is the system the feds are trying to pull together for the fall. So we'll have to wait and see what details they release on that.
Okay, thank you. And if there's anything we can do to help with the language problems, let me know, let our team know up there. They're getting very, very low pickup, unfortunately, right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Downey.
Thank you to you, Chair, to Dr. Loh. Thank you so much for your ongoing commitment to you and for your entire team, actually. The fact that you're able to take a vacation tells me that there's a light at the end of the tunnel. I wanted to go back to Councillor Dasko's comments in regards to vaccine passports and work that's being done. I actually held 12.7, which is the report from the Diversity, Equity, and Anti-Racism Committee. There was a motion passed at that committee, and there were concerns raised with possible inequities that we may see if that type of system were to be employed in Peel. The purpose of me holding it at that point today was to basically just draw attention to it and to have you and your team look at that as well, and potentially, if there are issues surrounding it that we see could be a detriment in Peel, that we would take that forward to our provincial and federal partners while they are formulating this program or whatever it is that they feel that they need to bring forward, that we let them know some of those potential impacts that could be felt in Peel with our vulnerable populations. And if you have any comments on that, I think it's a conversation worth having.
So absolutely, through the chair to Councillor Downey, thank you. Yes, I am grateful for the team that's actually allowed me to take some time off this week, which has been really helpful. And so in respect of your question, there's 2 pieces actually. First of all, it really speaks to our transition in our vaccine strategy overall, because we know that in terms of the inequities that exist, some people haven't been able to access just owing to their employment status. They work odd jobs, odd hours. They language, other barriers to getting to our fixed clinics. So it will be absolutely vital to actually just try to increase coverage rates within individuals who haven't been able to access vaccines overall, in respect of that inequities that might be created by the system. In respect of the actual creation of a vaccine verification system, at this point in time, we haven't received any indication that the provincial government has an interest in setting up such a system, but I anticipate that if they did, there would be a consultation period, or there would be some sort of period whereby we could offer comment from our perspective in Peel. And as you know, we have been very seized with the inequities and disparities that have not only driven transmission, but have posed barriers to vaccine uptake, et cetera, in our community. And we would likely have some comment as well and advocacy on really ensuring that people who may not have yet received vaccines would not be left out if such a system were contemplated by our provincial partners.
Thank you, Dr. Loh. I appreciate that. And as you know, just knowing that it's on the radar and it's part of the conversation as we move forward, you know, in our advocacy and improved systems with our government partners, I think that's important. So thank you very much. And through you, Chair, I've cited that item, so I don't need to hold it further as we move along in the agenda.
Okay, I'll let the clerk determine how best to dispose of that at that time. Thank you. With that, I have no other speakers, so I have receiving the presentation from Dr. Loh, moved by Councillor Downey, seconded by Councillor Parrish. Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. That brings us to our last presentation formally in camera. We held item 2511, so I want to go back in camera to deal with that report as we agreed to at the agenda. But what I'm going to do is this, in fairness to the staff in the back office and the clerical staff that otherwise can't leave their seats during council and have been sitting for 4.5 hours, I'm going to ask for a 10-minute recess so that they can have a quick break. We will be coming back, and when we come back in, we will go in camera to deal with that last in-camera matter, item 2511, and then hopefully kill off the rest of the agenda. So hope to see you back at 5:35. Thank you all for the 10-minute break. And the first item to be dealt with, or the next item to be dealt with, is the only matter that was held in camera listed on our agenda is 2511, results of the request for proposal 2019-287P to design, build, operate, and maintain the Peel Renewable Natural Gas RNG Center. Madam Clerk, if you can appropriately take us into in camera to deal with this matter, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a motion moved by Councillor Dasco, seconded by Councillor Starr. The council proceed in camera to consider reports related to the following: 2511, results of request for proposal 2019-287P to design, build, operate, and maintain the Peel Renewable Natural Gas RNG Center, a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. And I would inquire if there are any objections. Hearing none, then that motion carries. And Mr. Chair, if we could just have a minute or two to ensure that we are properly in camera. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So if you can just give us, again, a minute or two just to ensure that we are properly in open session. Thank you. And we are back in open session, Mr. Chair.
Very good. So with that, we are continuing with the public portion of the matter discussed in camera. And I believe I have a motion. Councillor Starr and Councillor Brown, you wish to put a motion at this time. Madam Clerk, if you could put the motion on the screen.
Mr. Chair, it is on the screen.
Very good. Do I have any speakers to the motion? Seeing none, it has been duly moved by Councillor Starr, seconded by Mayor Brown. Madam Clerk, for a recorded vote, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll begin with Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
Yes.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Demerla indicated that she had to leave the meeting. Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon? Councillor Dillon? Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves? Councillor Groves? Councillor Innes?
In favor.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac?
In favor.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden? Councillor McFadden? Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros in favor.
Sorry, Madam Clerk, did you get, everybody was spinning. Did you get my vote? I apologize for interrupting.
Unfortunately, I did not. Councillor McFadden, could you please restate your vote?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Paleshi?
In favor.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish?
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato?
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
Yes.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr? Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson in favor. Thank you. Councillor Vicente?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Vicente in favor, and that motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to all. Moving on, we had under staff presentations, item 11.1 and 11.2. 11.1 was Housing Services Annual Update, and 11.2 was Peel Art Gallery Report, but I'm advised that through the CAO and the staff, they can live without a formal presentation unless anybody feels strongly otherwise. So in that circumstance, does anyone have any questions with regards to 11.1 Housing Services Update? Seeing no one, just a motion of receipt then from Councillor Parrish, seconded by Mayor Thompson with regards to 11.1. Anybody opposed? That is carried. With regards to 11.2, the Peel Art Gallery Museum Archives report. If there is no request for a deputation, no questions at this time, receipt of the report, Councillor Vicente, seconded by Councillor Sinclair. Anybody opposed? That is carried. Moving on to other items held by councillors. Councillor Downey, you referenced 12.7, the report on diversity equity, but I know you spoke to it earlier and were satisfied. You advised the chair. Madam Clerk, how do I best proceed?
Mr. Chair, we do need to take a recorded vote on item 12.7.
As moved by Councillor Downey, seconded by Councillor Daskal, recorded vote to receive report 12.7. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Mayor Brown?
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson?
As much as possible.
Yeah.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
Yes.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor DeMerla had to leave. Councillor Daskal?
Yes.
Councillor Daskal in favor. Councillor Dillon? Councillor Dillon? Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes. In favor.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Thank you. Councillor Fortini?
In favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
In favor.
Councillor Groves? Councillor Innes?
Favor.
In favor.
Councillor Innes in favor. Thank you. Councillor Kovac?
In favor.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros?
In favor.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi?
In favor.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish?
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato?
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
Yes.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr?
In favor.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson?
In favor.
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente?
Yes.
Councillor Vicente in favor, and the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. That moves us down to the next items held. Councillor Sato, items 13, 3, 4, and 5, and we will take them in turn. Councillor Sato regarding item 13.3.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. They all relate to the same thing, which was a motion by the town of Fort Erie calling on the federal government to cease further consideration of eliminating the capital gains tax exemptions on primary residences. Apparently this is under consideration. Whether it's going to go anywhere, we don't know, but it could have a big impact on our citizens as well, given the increasing cost of housing. And I think there were several small towns who supported the Fort Erie resolution. And I kind of picked up on some of the correspondence when staff sent it out, and I thought we should be supporting that resolution as well. I did not have a written resolution prepared, but I guess there's two ways we could handle it. I could just move a verbal resolution today that the region of Peel supports the Fort Erie resolution, which I believe was the very first one. And staff could add in a couple, whatever information, and that be sent to, I guess it was, they sent it to the province as well as the federal government. But I think the exemption is federal. So I would be prepared to move that motion today, Mr. Chair, and just get it sent off.
And do I have a seconder for that? I see Mayor Thompson. I saw Mayor Thompson's hand first, so I will take that. Madam Clerk, how best to proceed relative to the fact that it's three separate items? How best to proceed on the vote?
At first, before we would before we be able to proceed with the vote, we would have to move a motion to waive the procedure bylaw.
To deal with the matter, yes.
That's correct.
And do we require 2/3 for that?
That is correct.
So first, a motion to deal with that.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, if you want to make it quick, we could just refer it to the September meeting and have staff bring a motion.
Okay, Madam.
I'm just trying to save time.
Appreciate it, and I think that's a good idea, and it can be crafted accordingly. It'll be properly on the agenda. So
right. So one vote, which would be receipt and referral, if that works.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Can I do that for items 3, 4, and 5? 13, 3, 4, and 5. I have receipt and referral of all three. Madam Clerk, can I take that vote? Moved by Councillor Sato, seconded by Councillor Dasco.
Yes, you can.
An objection to 3, 4, and 5, 13, 3, 4, and 5, move for receipt, and the other item was direction for the September meeting. Any opposed? That is carried. So, Madam Clerk, I hope that suffices for 13, 3, 4, and 5. Next item held. Councillor Dasco and Parrish, I believe, Lakeview Village Development Update. First, Councillor Dasco. I heard both of you at the same time, but Councillor Dasco.
Thank you, through the chair. And I just wanted to thank staff at the region and also at the city for all the work that they've been putting into this so far. Nice to see the update report, things moving along. I did have a question that I did see in the report, and this is with regards to some potential cash contributions, and this was flagged by our commissioner and the team at the city. And this is with regards to the provision of cash contributions for of on-site affordable housing units, and so the question that came up, and I think it needs to be brought up here, is can the region confirm that the funds will be reinvested in Mississauga, and I would hope, quite frankly, that they would be in the area of which they are intended, and that was in Lakeview.
Thank you. Can anybody speak to that, or do I need a motion or resolution or direction? Who can speak to that for me? I thought that Councillor Dasco, I think you're hoping. Please go ahead, Adrian.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Adrian Smith here. Yeah, so I can confirm that discussions are still underway with the applicant around the affordable housing contribution through this project, but that definitely a principle of the region that we always try to achieve in delivering on affordable housing through this kind of project is on site first, close to the site. The idea is that in conjunction with the development that we're providing, affordable housing as a component of what's being delivered. So certainly that would be a strong objective of ours, is to have something very local. So
very local. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just kind of surprised that wasn't kind of alluded to in the report, and I think staff as well. So, is it possible to have this report amended to reflect that?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, certainly we can find a way to document that and get that back. I mean, this project is ongoing and underway, and in our comments back to I think in our more fulsome comments back to the applicant, we've sort of alluded to that, and we can make sure that that's properly documented.
Okay, I have Commissioner Sheehy.
As a direct into staff or something to that effect.
Before that, Stephen, perhaps you'll want to hear what Commissioner Sheehy might have to say on that, and then I have Councillor Parrish. Commissioner Sheehy.
Thank you. Through the chair, I was just going to recommend, since the details are still being worked out, I think we would want to talk about that as a principle, but it hasn't quite been finalized yet. So it would be more that in principle, we're all working towards the same objective.
Okay, thank you. But could we just have it documented as such?
Yeah.
Yes.
So can I be clear when that would be coming back documented as such on behalf of Councillor Dasko? Are we doing so now in amending the report? Is it coming back in September in another report, just to be clear?
Mr. Chair,
Adrian. Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I could just interject for one moment. We would not need a new report. We could simply add that to the minutes.
Very good.
And that would suffice.
As long as it's duly noted. Very good. Councillor Dasko, I see you nodding and the point's been achieved and the conversation's been had. Thank you. Councillor Parrish.
Thank you very much.
Well, actually, I think it needs to be a policy. I think we're getting into this realm where we're getting cash in lieu of affordable housing in some of the developments up Highway 10. I think we need to have a draft policy come back to council that we all approve of, that when you get funds out of a development, that those funds are allocated as close to possible to the development that's paying them. So I would like to see a draft policy come back.
I certainly agree entirely, Councillor Parrish. Should we have that as direction to staff? Very good, and you're nodding, thank you, and appropriately so. Okay, I still see, I think that's been dealt. I dealt with Commissioner Sheehy, I dealt with Councillor Parrish. So the notes have been amended accordingly on behalf of Councillor Dasko. Direction with regards to Councillor Parrish's item to come back. With that, all I need is a motion to receive 14.1 as moved by Councillor Dasko, seconded by Councillor Parrish. Anybody in opposition? Seeing none, that is carried. Next up, item 15.1 as held by Councillor Parrish. Jim Nardi, Senior Consultant at Energia DB Inc. Letter dated 21 June 2021 regarding an unsolicited proposal for an alternative approach for an organic waste diversion solution. Councillor Parrish.
But I have a couple of questions. My understanding of this report is they break down organic waste and send it to wastewater for treatment, kind of like a garburator in your kitchen sink. And the cost shifts to wastewater increased processing. So I'm wondering if we were to even look at this, if the physical capacity at the treatment plants could handle the increase, and if our current anaerobics plant projected to handle 4 times what we currently process would have any effect on this. It looks good on paper, but is it a good fit for appeal?
Through to staff.
Mr. Chair, I see that Anthony Parente is on the board as well. He might be best suited to answer this question.
Anthony, you're up. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councillor. Councillor, we do, of course, have some specific constraints. I would have to look at some of the specific numbers, but I can tell you that it would add to treatment costs and AD capacity at our treatment plant specifically, but we'd be happy to go back and look at the specifics of those numbers should you need us to do that.
I wouldn't mind getting something back in September because it looks interesting on paper, but then when I started reading up on it, it sounds like it would be a heck of a burden on our water processing. So I wouldn't mind something coming back in September.
Very good. I'm trust staff can accommodate that. Thank you. If I have no other speakers to that, then I have a motion from Parrish and Dasko moving receipt of item 15.1. Anybody in opposition? Seeing none, that carries. That takes me down to item 18.2 under Human Services. Transform service, improving service quality and housing outcomes at regional emergency shelters as held by Councillor Parrish.
Yes, thank you. I had an ongoing problem with the Country Inn, which is 50% our shelter, and terrible drunkenness and garbage nonsense, but happy to hear that there will be 2 mobile guards at 24/7 being in place with the following orders: walk the property, remove, ensure clients are not gathering and partying. It's all to do with a company next door, which the employees are being intimidated, and there's a lot of debris, and it appears to be when welfare checks are delivered. So it's a blight on the region that the world knows this is one of our shelters. So apparently the staff is on it finally, and so I will move receipt.
Thank you, but I believe I need a recorded vote on 18.2 and 3, and I believe Councillor Starr might have had a thought on this one. Councillor Starr on item 18.2.
Yeah, 18.2, I received, I guess about 150 pages of documents left at my home last night with respect to this area, and certain discrepancies, whatever, and I think this matter should be brought in camera because I'm not sure. I wasn't able to speak to anyone pertinent to this. I called Janice earlier in the day, but I just think I want to be cautious with this document or documents and take it in camera, and it should take no longer than 2 minutes.
Ron, we may very well do that. Janice Sheehy has come on the screen. Perhaps you'll listen to what she has to say, and then you'll guide me accordingly. Commissioner Sheehy?
Thank you. Through the chair, I believe I know the documents of which Councillor Starr is referring to. And based on a review of those documents that was done by internal audit, they did not see anything to substantiate any issues with the request for proposal process. And they also did not believe that there was anything to prevent the report going forward. If you would like to go into more details, Councillor Starr, then I agree with you. We should go in camera.
I just want to get clarification. I think that's the way it should be done.
So very well.
It shouldn't take more than a few minutes, Mr.
Very good. So on this item, then I need a motion from Councillor Starr. Second, was there another? Oh no, there's somebody else is just getting on my list in advance. Seconded by Councillor Parrish that we move in camera with regards to item 18.2. Madam Clerk, over to you to move us in camera.
Mr. Chair, I just want to confirm that when we move in camera, are we moving to receive solicitor client advice? Is this possibly personally identifiable information that will be discussed so that we just have a sense of the criteria for moving in camera?
Yeah, very good. What would be the best way of characterizing it? Perhaps the commissioner can help us. How would you characterize? I know Councillor Starr is asking for it, but is it an inquiry on a tender document? Is it identifiable people? Patrick, please.
Mr. Chair, I can assist. I also, I believe, am familiar with the documents, and they would benefit from solicitor-client advice, so I think we can properly go in camera on that basis, also on the basis of potential litigation.
Very good. There's our reason for going in camera. Madam Clerk, thank you. You've heard the motion, Madam Clerk. Do I need all those opposed, or do you need a recorded vote to go in camera?
We don't need a recorded vote. The motion would be that council proceed in camera to receive solicitor-client advice and advice regarding a potential litigation in regards to report 18.2, and we just need a mover and a seconder, and we can confirm if there's any objections.
And I had it moved by Councillor Starr, seconded by Councillor Parrish. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are moving into camera.
And again, Mr. Chair, if we could just have a minute or two just to ensure we're properly in camera. Thank you. Thank you. Just to confirm that we had a mover and a seconder, and there were no objections to moving back into open session.
Yeah, that was Starr and Parrish, and there was nobody in objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. So if we can again have a minute or two just to ensure that we are back into open session. Thank you. Mr. Chair, we are now back into open session.
Thank you. Dealing again and continuing on with item 18.2. I believe I have a motion from Councillor Starr and Parrish that we move receipt of the information, and I believe I need a recorded vote, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair, if I could just for 1 second interject, I do need to let council know that our live stream code apparently automatically ended at about 7 p.m. So we don't currently have our live stream up and running. We are still recording, and IT is trying their best to get a new code to get us up and running as soon as possible. So we're going to keep recording, and we will post the recording of the meeting as soon as possible. But I just wanted to let council know that unfortunately the live stream is not working at this time.
Okay, thank you. But the matter, we are duly being recorded. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Okay, for a matter of public record. Okay, and so with that, I have a mover and a seconder. I need a recorded vote, I believe, for 18.2 for receipt is moved by Councillor Starr, seconded by Councillor Parrish. Madam Clerk, for the vote, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll begin with Mayor Brown. Mayor Brown?
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
Yes.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Demerla had to leave the meeting. Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon also advised that he had to leave due to other municipal business. Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini?
In favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves? Oh, Councillor Groves? Councillor Innes indicated that she had to leave the meeting. Councillor Kovac?
Yes.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi?
In favor.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish? Councillor Parrish in favor. Thank you. Councillor Raz?
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato?
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
Yes.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr?
Yes.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson?
In favor.
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente?
Yes.
Councillor Vicente in favor, and the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to 18.3, Housing Service Transformation, as held by Councillor Starr. Councillor Starr. Ron, I think you're on mute.
That's fine.
Are you okay with that now, Ron?
Yeah, with it now, yeah.
But Madam Clerk, do I still need a recorded vote?
Yes, we do, Mr. Chair.
As moved by Councillor Starr, seconded by Councillor Dasco, receipt of report 18.3 for the vote. Over to you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. I'll begin with Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson. Councillor Carlson.
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie.
Yes.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Again, Councillor Demerla had to leave. Councillor Dasco.
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon also had to leave. Councillor Downey.
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca.
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini.
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves. Councillor Groves. Councillor Innes indicated that she had to leave the meeting. Councillor Kovac.
Yes.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney.
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden.
Yes, in favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi.
In favor.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish.
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz.
In favor.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato.
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair.
Yes.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr.
In favor.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson.
In favor.
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente.
In favor.
Councillor Vicente in favor, and that motion also carries. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us down to other business or councillor inquiries. Do I have any?
No.
I think Mayor Thompson's raising his hand. Alan, did you have something?
real quick, and I know it's with the museum, but I didn't want to hold the report up, but I figured it'd come this way. For archives, we're looking at acquiring that in the camera report on another thing for Peel Police. Is there any way we can get some, use some of that for storage for our archives in the short term?
So, Alan, if I'm understanding the question, as we're trying to acquire more land and property for Peel Police, can some of that be considered for the archives?
Yes.
I think we can refer that. I don't know if staff have a quick response now. Through to staff first.
Just through you, Mr. Chair, we can take a look at that.
Commissioner Baird can speak to it. I think he's on the screen there.
Yes, yeah. Commissioner Baird, please.
Yeah, through the chair, that's accurate. We can certainly take that as part of the archives investigation that we have in front of us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other inquiries from members of council? Seeing none, I go to notices of motion. Item 23.1, motion regarding National Action Summit on Islamophobia. Mayor Brown.
Yeah, 1 second, Ando. Just yeah. So I wanted to have this motion on the docket. NCCM has asked municipalities to call for a national summit, to call on the federal government for a national summit to combat Islamophobia. I believe Councillor Parrish offered to second it, and there's been a chorus of calls for a national summit combating Islamophobia. I know our residents in Peel region, I've seen vigils across the region. I've seen unanimous support standing against the hate that we have seen, and a few of the recent incidents that caused us all to be horrified. And so I thought it was appropriate that the region of Peel join the public calls for a national summit on Islamophobia. And this was the request on the NCCM website that has been emailed out, and the petition is circulating around Canada.
Okay, and thank you, Patrick. And would we just endorse the motion, Madam Clerk? What's the most appropriate way to proceed?
Mr. Chair, we will need a recorded vote to pass the motion. Okay, so I have the motion before me, moved by Mayor Brown. I have a seconder, Mayor Thompson. Madam Clerk, for the recorded, Councillor Parrish? Yeah, who did, I'm sorry, and you did bring it up, Councillor Parrish, that was alluded to. Mayor Brown, Councillor Parrish as the seconder. Recorded vote, Madam Clerk, over to you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayor Brown? Mayor Brown?
Yes, sorry.
Mayor Brown in favor. Thank you. Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
Yes.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Again, Councillor Demerla had to leave the meeting. Councillor Dasco? Councillor Dasco?
Yes, I don't know if you can hear me.
Yep.
Yes.
Can hear you now. Councillor Dasco in favor. Thank you. Councillor Dillon also had to leave the meeting. Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini?
In favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves? Councillor Groves? Councillor Innes had to leave the meeting. Councillor Kovac?
Yes.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros? Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor
Yes.
Medeiros in favor. Thank you. Councillor Paleshi?
In favor.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish?
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato?
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
Yes.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson?
In favor.
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente?
In favor.
Councillor Vicente in favor, and the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I believe that joyously brings us down to the bylaws, so I turn to you for the bylaws.
Thank you. You've got a motion moved by Councillor Sinclair and seconded by Councillor Sato, that the bylaw relating to in-camera item 25.3 being bylaw 45/2021 be given the required number of readings, taken as read, signed by the regional chair and the deputy regional clerk, and the corporate seal be affixed thereto. And are there any objections to the motion? Hearing none, that motion carries. And then that just leaves us with the confirming bylaw and then the motion to adjourn.
I need a confirming bylaws moved by Councillor McFadden, seconded by Mayor Thompson. Is there anybody in objection? Seeing none. And before I call the adjournment, I note that I now have the dubious distinction of having hosted a 10-hour regional council meeting. Not a record I'm proud of, but we really wanted to kill off the legislative agenda so that I did not have, and this was my decision alone, so I just want to accept the blame because I know you're all incredibly busy. We're meeting about AMO next week, and the first couple of weeks in August, we're still dealing with the AMO file. We're back in September for committee meetings before Labor Day, so I was hoping I at least could give you a respite for the last 10 days or so of July when you're still busy in your offices to go out and see loved ones. COVID is more behind us, and I think you all deserve it because we'll be back in September with budgets, a provincial, federal election, and then your own. So I hope you appreciate my judgment in trying to get so much done today, and I thank you for all your patience. Motion to adjourn from Mayor Crombie, seconded by Councillor Sinclair. All in favor? That carries. Thank you very much to all and to staff.